yo-yo?
Where we live now for obvious reasons.
All right, with no further ado, we have some people to introduce, and you know them well, you love their games. We're going to give them an introduction anyway, and we're going to go right down the roster here. So first, clocking in, we have a cinematic actor you might know from voice acting such as Dino Riders, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Tailspin, Captain Planet, Mr. Bogus, Spider-Man, Eek the Cat, Clifford the Big Red Dog, Star Wars, The Clone Wars, Avengers, and so many more. He was also the original voice of Kaneda in the original dub, English dub, of Akira. Yeah. Tetsuo! Right, him. Yeah, the best English dub, by the way. And he was also in a little game called Metal Gear Solid. He played Liquid Snake, apparently. Yeah. So give it up, everybody, for Mr. Cam Clark.
Cam Clark, come on down. Come on down, Cam.
Okay, Cam is on a stealth mission at the moment. He will be here in a minute. Thank you. All right, so we're going to skip ahead here. Another legend of the industry. To read all of his credits, it would take the entire panel. So we're going to go through the highlights real quick. Again, so from Animaniacs, Avatar, Cow and Chicken, Fantastic Four, Freakazoid, Mickey Mouse Works, My Life as a Teenage Robot, The Real Adventures of Johnny Quest. Yeah, thank you. Yes. Spider-Man, the animated series, Teen Titans, Initial D, Final Fantasy VII, Advent Children. Thank you. Thank you. Bleach, Naruto, so many more. Video games such as League of Legends, Sonic the Hedgehog, Marvel Ultimate Alliance, Crisis Core, Final Fantasy VII, Kingdom Hearts, No More Heroes, Armored Core 4, and so many more games, including Metal Gear Solid as Raiden. You know him, you love him. It is the one and only Quinton Flynn. All right. And I think we have one more guest. Hold on, let me just check my... Yeah, okay. You might know this gentleman. Legendary screenwriter of The Scorpion King, X-Men the movie, X2 the movie, Watchmen, which is also the greatest comic book movie of all time. Yeah, I said it. Cinematic actor of things you might know. Okay, so he's Major Dad, Guyver, Dark Hero, Drive, The Flash, Turning Red, so many things. Okay, video game actor from Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem, Star Wars, Old Republic, Marvel Heroes, The Long Dead. Thank you. Thank you. Give it up. Super Bomberman R, Bloodstained, Ritual of the Night, awesome game. Yakuza, Like a Dragon, and he is the one and only Big Boss, a.k.a. Solid Snake, a.k.a. Naked Snake, the man, the myth, the legend, the one and only Mr. David Hayter.
Hayter, come on down.
Also, let's reintroduce Mr. Cam Clark. He was indisposed a moment ago there. He didn't feel all the love when you guys cheered and clapped. So let's give it up one more time for
Come on down.
The always punctual Cam Clark. Liquid. Liquid!
No, see, this is the problem with this guy. Nothing but trouble.
I'm impressed. That's called upstaging.
That's called chutzpah.
Guys, we really appreciate the time. We want to get right to it. We know we have a lot of questions
I got to be honest with you. This is all the time we have. Thanks.
Oh, thank you, and good night. Thanks.
You know, actually, I have it in my contract that I don't have to sit on the stand with you-know-who.
Stop it, my man.
You guys can just keep going. This is cool.
Right?
Guys, we really appreciate you guys taking the time to come out and talk with us. This is great. We all love your work. We want to start off with a quick question here, and this is probably something you always get asked, but we want to know, when you start explaining to somebody who's never met you before, they have no idea what it is you do, they have no idea of your profession, how do each of you go about telling somebody what you do?
I like long walks on the beach. I'm a Scorpio.
He is.
And I just want to be held.
I was not expecting that.
Well,
and
that's why it works every time.
It works with Q anyway.
Yeah, well, because I'm a star, baby. Yeah.
I tell people I'm a screenwriter and a voice actor. And it's not terribly creative, but it is accurate.
I think that's amazingly creative.
And
Wait
then
a minute,
people
but you're
say,
saying
oh,
because you're a screenwriter, you can't think of a better way to explain being a screenwriter?
No, it's just that I don't want to get into a whole thing about it if they don't care, you know? If somebody says, oh, what, have you done anything I've seen? And I'm like, yeah, I did this and this and this. And if they're impressed, then great. And if they're like, I don't know what that is, then we move on. And I ask them what they do for a living.
And that's why he says, I'm a screenwriter.
That's right.
And it's why with the game that was done, how many years ago did we start this?
25 years
25
ago.
years ago. If someone asks me, I'll go, first of all, how old are you? Because quite likely you've never even heard of this. And I'm shocked at how many people were born after we started.
Who's younger than 25?
Okay, get out.
All right, go to hell.
No, wait, actually, come to our booths.
Yes, come
Right.
to our booths.
Well, I want to surprise you, gentlemen, because prior to you coming out, we did take an informal poll, and we asked how many people have played a Metal Gear game, specifically a Metal Gear Solid game. Every hand. Guys, show them. Everybody that's played. There you go.
No. Amazing.
These are your people. So
Wow. That's awesome.
Brings me to another question I want to ask you, and it's kind of a chicken and the egg kind of question here. So, with particular regard to voice acting, what came first? Did you just discover that you were naturally good at it and said, hey, I can parlay this into a career, and I can do something useful with it? Or did it come to pass that you were like, hey, I'd really love to get into voice acting. Let me try to get the skills and the chops to do it. How did that come to pass?
Well, let me tell you, it's a long and sordid tale, but I'll try to make it short. I started doing impressions as a kid and loved impressions, did impressions of impressionists' impressions, loved cartoons, comics, the whole nine, entertainment, TV, radio, film, music, probably just like these fellas. And it wasn't until I was out of university and I saw a course for something called voice acting. You got to understand, back then, nobody knew it was even a career. So I took the class, I moved out to LA, and then there was an animation voice acting class through Bob Bergen, who happens to be the voice of the Porky Pig. And he said, you can do this. There's a career for commercial voice acting and animation at the time, pre-video game, pre-anime. And I thought, I'll give it a shot, maybe. And back then, if you would have said to someone, I'm a voice actor, they would have had no idea what you were talking about.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I was the same as Quinton. I grew up doing like dialects and accents, and I had studied acting since I was 9 years old, and so I'd sort of developed this voice, the ability to speak across a room and that sort of thing. And then I lived in Japan, was going to high school in Kobe when I was 16. A Japanese video game company came to our school and said, we need 4 guys who speak English to do video game voices. And I happened to be one of them, and so I went out and I did it, and it was so fun that I was like, oh, I want to do that for the rest of my life. And so I started doing like English language voice tapes and anything I could record. And when I moved out to Hollywood, it just sort of naturally came together that I would do voices and all of that.
For a lot of the folks that came up when we came up, many of us, and I don't know to what extent you guys, we kind of stepped backwards, like, oh, what is that? Oh, it's a career in voiceover.
Yeah.
Most of us were actors, and like you're going like, well, that's not working out. What other arenas are there to pursue? Growing up, I'd watch cartoons, and that's the end of it. I mean, it was Saturday, now let's go out and play, but I never, I have so many folks who, they come up to us and go, I want to do voices, and I'm like, it never occurred to me who was the voice of, fill in the blank character. So it's fascinated, but when I talk to a lot of the people that you've grown up with, that you followed, we were all on our way to do something else within the industry, and then someone went, hey, come here. Have I got a career for you? You know, and so it was a wonderful accident for many of us, not something we were pursuing. But like you were saying, when I was a kid, I had this will age me, my reel-to-reel tape recorder, and see, nothing.
How about cassettes?
Nothing.
Well, then cassettes, yeah.
And I would interview my family and my friends, and you know.
Yeah.
And so did voices as a kid, but not knowing that it might, go someplace.
And if I can add, I'm sure you would agree, making fun of teachers, making fun of friends, making fun of siblings.
Don't do that, guys.
Yeah.
Or do it and get a career. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of how it happened, and just mimicking like parrots, and it was fun, and it still is.
And I used to have a little tape recorder, and I'd do like radio shows. And
Me too.
So just when I was 6 years old, or 5 years old, I've got tapes of me doing radio shows and interviewing my mother, my friends, or whatever. And so I just
5 years
it's just
old?
a natural thing. 5 years old.
Cam and I did a series at 3.
Yeah. In fact,
I did a recording in the womb.
Actually, no,
that was pretty popular.
My first impersonations were on my family's TV show in 1965. I'm 6 years old, doing Alfred Hitchcock, good evening, and Jimmy Durante. There's random, ha cha cha. Everybody wants to get into the, and this so.
Coming out of a
started way back
6-year-old's mouth, thinking though it sounded like a 65-year-old man, right?
then. Yeah, so I'm this big going, ha cha cha.
Exactly.
Everybody wants to get into. Again, nobody even knows who he is.
I do.
Jimmy Durante. Anyone?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank
Oh,
you.
yeah.
Calabash, wherever you are.
There you go. Yeah.
It's awesome.
So that leads me into asking this question. What were some of your biggest influences or the people that inspired you to get into acting, or not just voice acting, but like you just said, because you kind of walked into it, but what inspired you? Who inspired you, whether it was family, other artists, other actors? Who was it for you?
Gene Wilder from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory and Young Frankenstein, big hero, at least for me, What are you doing? Stop it! Applaud more! More! The Beatles, Jerry Lewis, Spider-Man, you name it, Michael Caine. You guys, come on. Okay.
Well, I mean, as far as voices go, I mean, we all knew Mel Blanc growing up, and we'd watch the Looney Tunes cartoons, and I was always amazed by his range and mastery of the whole thing, so that was pretty inspiring. No, you're not a fan?
No, not so much.
Well, he'll catch on. But it was watching Raiders of the Lost Ark when I was 12.
Okay.
Like, the moment they saw him climbing onto the U-boat is the moment where the electricity ran up my spine, and I was like, whatever they're doing, that's what I want to do. So I owe a lot to Spielberg and Harrison Ford as the inspiration to change my entire life.
What about you, Kim?
Well, sorry, but I've been doing this on my own since I was 6, so I kind of didn't know how to do anything else, and I just kind of followed in the footsteps of my mom and my dad.
Okay.
My mom's such an amazing singer, and my dad, who did all those campy monster movies in the 1950s. It was just kind of the family business.
Which is great.
So, what is that expression? Nepotism?
Yeah.
He's a Nepo baby.
He's a Nepo baby.
I knew it.
You're canceled. Kidding.
Oh, speaking of canceled, speaking of doing a little radio show, one of my favorite characters on television, there was a show called Mod Squad.
Yes.
It was 3 hippie cops, and Lincoln Hayes was this black guy with his big fro and never took his dark glasses off. So today I wouldn't be able to do what I did in my bedroom then, which was my talk show was being Lincoln Hayes. I was the host of my talk show. You know, and so at 11 years old, I'm this little white boy pretending I'm this hip, groovy black dude who's hosting a radio show. There's a, you know.
You're still doing that.
I'm still doing that.
Yeah. I met the gentleman, was it Michael, the actor, who played, was the other third along, with...
Yeah, who played Pete?
Yes. I'm blanking, but wonderful guy. And who's the blonde?
Peggy Lipton.
Peggy Lipton, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, such a crush on her.
Yes. Give it up, take it off. What?
What?
In other news, so what are some of the things you like the most about your job, and what are some of the things you like the least?
Wow. Who wants to start on that?
Not much not to like. I enjoy my job quite a bit. I mean, what do I like most about it? What I like most about it is meeting people who were inspired by something you did, and that, you know, it inspired them to take a risk or to pursue their dreams, or to not be so intimidated by the world. You know, I get a lot of people who were inspired by Snake or the X-Men movies or what have you, and that to me is the most worthwhile thing about the business. Then the money, I like that a lot. That's pretty fun if you want to have like a pool or something, because that can get pricey. I like traveling around the world. I love meeting all you people. I love being on location. Really, the only thing I don't like about it is the flying. I do a lot of flying and a lot of airports, and that's sort of a pain in the ass. But apart from that,
Ooh, someone gets to fly. Ooh.
yes. Well,
Being
exactly.
a success is hard.
Being a success is difficult, and you got to find ways to store your money, and oh my God, it's just a constant. And then you know, the other worst part is all these people coming up saying you're awesome and you're amazing, and I'm like, yeah, go to hell.
One of the
No,
things,
there is nothing to not like about my job. It's pretty great.
One of the things I liked best was when about 15 years ago, Rob Paulson put a gun to my head to say, you've got to do this thing, these Comic-Cons. I went, they're too hard. And had it not because he really pushed for the four turtles, which we go out a lot together, to check out this world. And I was like, but had it not been for him getting me in there, but this invention of this weird Comic-Con world, we would not know that we still have, speaking for myself, that I have relevance, that Turtles, as big as it was, or Metal Gear, without this environment, it would be something wonderful on my resume from 100 years ago. Something I was proud of, but, you know, from way back when, had no idea of the organic shelf life of a lot of the titles. And that's because of you guys and inviting us to these things. It's just like, I had no idea.
Well, we are glad you're here. Absolutely.
So how does it feel to be icons in voice acting, and how does it also feel when you have fellow voice actors that have come to any three of you and said you were the biggest influence for them into the world of voice acting or even acting?
Is that a trick question?
I like throwing questions to make you think, to make you want to say, what? But how does it feel when people come up to you that are like now doing it and saying, you know, you were a reason why I got into voice acting, why I became successful? How does that feel?
Good. It's pretty good.
Nice.
I'm still waiting for someone to do that.
Oh, I got into it because of Cam Clark.
I
So
get it
There
all
we
the-
go.
I get it
There
all
we
the
go.
you're an icon, you two.
All the time.
It's really cool. I had lunch with a guy named Yong Ye. There you go. And he had started, I didn't really realize this, but he had started as a YouTuber, and I guess I was his first interview. He was like, would you let me interview you? And I said, sure. And so I did it, and that kind of kicked off his show. And now, it's 3-4 years later, and he's got all these voice credits, and he's done all these things. We had lunch, and he's like, it's all because of you, man. Like, I hope that's true, but so I'm speaking for him, but it's super cool. It's amazing when you can inspire somebody to go into a fulfilling career and they make it work. I mean, that's the real thing. I mean, as far as being an icon, you know, that kind of comes and goes, and you know, if people don't recognize you at a restaurant, you still get treated the same way. So, so it's just nice when you've affected somebody's life and they're able to do something that makes them happy. You can't beat that.
Your turn, Brian.
So yeah, we just wanted to give you an opportunity real quick to just kind of give us a little bit of background about your experience making the Metal Gear games, how you got into it, what you think the legacy is.
Feedback. Get that feedback?
So sorry. Oh, yeah.
There's
Weird.
feedback. Somebody, you guys want to handle that? I don't want to have to come out and kick your ass.
You know, I'm going to move over here.
I will.
Hey, guys. You don't mind, right? I mean,
I'm
we're all
thirsty.
friends.
You guys have any water? Does anybody out there have any water? Seriously, I don't know about these two, but I'd like some water.
I don't need
Can
water.
we get a water on stage for the gentleman, please?
I'm on
There we go.
fire up here.
There you go.
And if it's
Preferably one
lace,
that you haven't
that's
started.
fine. Thank you.
Oh, they're getting it for you.
Listen to the applause for
Liquid.
Quinton Flynn, roofied in Pennsylvania.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's the beginning of a sitcom. Snake! I see you.
Now it's
I
my
see
turn
you.
to hydrate you.
You were the hydration in that rain.
So you
I'd
guys,
forgotten what the question was.
I'm so sorry. Can you guys hear me okay now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was
So-
their
yeah, just-
feedback.
Yeah, wanted to just give you an opportunity to talk a little bit about Metal Gear and your experience, what the impact was for you, what the legacy is. You know, give us a little bit of background story about it. Anything you guys want to talk about.
Well, I'll start because Cam doesn't remember much about it, and then I want to hear how Raiden came into it. So I was my first voiceover job in LA. I was on Captain Planet, and I played this Russian planeteer. I had these Russian accent. I speak like this.
David Coburn, Captain Planet.
Yes, there you go. There you go. And so that was my first job, and the casting director on that was Chris Zimmerman, who 5 years later would be directing all of the English language versions of Metal Gear. And so Chris brought me in, although there's some argument that Jennifer Hale recommended me, so she takes credit for me being Snake. And thank you. And that's how it started. And we went, you know, I auditioned for it and then got the part. And then we went down and we recorded in this weird house in Hollywood that wasn't even a sound stage. We just recorded in some living room. Made the game in 10 days. And then it came out, was a massive hit. And then here we are 25 years later.
10 days.
10 days for the first game.
That doesn't seem like a lot of time.
No, 9 months for Metal Gear 4. So each
Wow.
script got increasingly epic and huge. So how did you become Raiden?
I auditioned.
Oh, it's a good story.
I was doing.
Snappy tail.
I was playing. It was massive. Awesome.
Jennifer Hale tried to keep me from auditioning. Yes.
Jennifer did?
She is the kingmaker.
She used to keep you?
No, well, no.
I didn't
He
understand.
said she used to keep me from.
You see, comedy.
Should we keep you from auditioning?
It doesn't matter.
Anyway, I love these guys. They're like Chippendale, right? Am I right? Okay. So I was doing Johnny in the Real Adventures of Johnny Quest. Come on, Dad, we got to go find Bandit. And I finished that series. That was with Chris Zimmerman. And as David mentioned, they did the Metal Gear. And so they were going for Metal Gear Solid 2. And she said, Quinton, come in, audition for this character. He's not as young as Johnny, but he is a rookie. He's kind of earnest, so age him up a little, but not too much. And you know, just go with it. Just be your natural self. And fortunately, I booked it. So there you go. I wasn't ready for naked cartwheeling Raiden, but yeah, part of the job. That's what they pay me for, right?
Yeah, I wasn't prepared to come back as an elbow. And yet, there are no small body parts
Is that true?
There are no small body parts in acting.
That's right. David said, this is, everybody knows this, but I only heard it for the first time when we did this little photo shoot. Chris told us, the director, Chris Zimmerman, that when she was hired for the series, they gave her a list of people that they wanted her to read. Am I telling this correctly? And she said, okay, but you must give me, I'll do that if you give me 20 slots. 20 slots also on the audition roster. She told us a couple months ago that of the 20 people she brought in, 19 of them were hers, which is how the three of us were there. We were not on the call originally. The people that you're enjoying in the game, so whatever that is, 99.9% of the characters you've enjoyed were because she said, okay, I just got a thing I need to bring, I just want to bring these, other folks in. I'm not a gamer, so I was on a cruise in the Baltic. And if you've ever been on a cruise ship, you kind of have assigned seats sometimes, and you're sitting with strangers, and it's, so what do you do for a living? And I mentioned,
I will never be on a cruise ship.
And I was sitting with this British family at my table, and what do you do? Oh, I do this thing called voiceovers, and so this was 24 years ago or whatever. And I said, I don't know if you've heard this, because you're from England, this thing is called Metal Gear Solid, and their teenage son went overboard with finding out who I was, and I had no idea that it had an appeal that big. So wonderful and awesome and shocking.
Yes, it's a global thing. I've been everywhere around the world. Yes, because of Metal Gear and people like you. And I'll keep doing it too. You can't stop me.
So, Brian, before you ask your next question, because I know you got a good question coming up, we want some of the fans out here to get ready to get in line behind the mic. Now, we're going to be in the next 10 more minutes. We're going to have you guys ask questions. Make sure they're sensible questions, not crazy questions, because we know how crazy questions can be. We want to make sure that you ask the question, be precise, so they can answer it right away, so we can move on to the next person, okay? And make sure it's one good question. Not yet, though. We're going to let you know when.
And,
Brian.
and just one question, so everybody can have a chance.
Yes. Brian, you ready to ask that question we talked about?
Yeah, just real quick. Okay, so big question here. I have to know. Do you guys have a favorite line of dialogue from your Metal Gear Solid characters? And if so, what is it? And totally feel free to, do it in character.
Yeah, cut loose.
If you feel so
whatever.
obliged.
Yeah.
No pressure.
No pressure.
Well,
Turtle power. No, sorry, wrong show.
Nice.
Did you like my sunglasses? You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you.
should I say what I usually
Is the lightning in the rain, or?
Well, yeah, I know what I have. I will say, I don't have a favorite line, but the fans do. And so one of them is, I am lightning, the rain transformed.
Dope.
I think my favorite is, I'm no hero. Never was, never will be. I'm just an old killer hired to do some wet work.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So now, I'm going to come down in a minute, but we're going to make sure that everyone gets a chance to ask a question. My friend, you go first. Ask away. Yep.
Okay. My question is, it's kind of for all of you. With Metal Gear Solid 2, there was the big controversy of how Raiden was the main playable character instead of Snake. And,
Spoiler alert.
yeah, and how Raiden was so hated. What was your reactions to all that, to when you saw that in the script?
We recorded the game in order. So we did the tanker incident first, and it was, standard Metal Gear, and I'm being a badass, and it's all about me. Then we switched to the next part of the game, and I had just met Quinton, and I was like, welcome to the game, kid. I'm sort of the, the big player around here. And we started recording, and he started telling the player what buttons to press and all this stuff. And I'm like, hey, why is he telling the player what buttons to press? That's my job. And they were like, oh no, in this part of the game, you're not the player. It's he's the player. And I was like, I don't care for that. But then I got it, and of course, Quinton's awesome and came in, was great. And I got that I was playing the cranky mentor, and I was all right with it. It was fine. I've been much more humiliated as an actor and a writer every day since. So it was all right. It worked out.
Good question.
I would just add that David's animosity was palpable. No, I did see him as a mentor, and he knew a lot more than I did. So he did guide me in the recording sessions. And I will just add that David and I did record together. Prior to that, he was Captain America. I was the Human Torch. We were in the Secret Wars in Spider-Man. You're welcome.
Right. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
That was awesome.
So.
Okay. I want to say it's great to see y'all here, and I was wondering, do y'all have any funny stories when recording the Metal Gear games?
Do you have any funny stories from recording the Metal Gear games?
Yeah.
There's a moment in Metal Gear 4 where Snake has accelerated aging. He's 35, but he's starting to look 70. And he's being examined by Dr. Naomi. And it's really her fault that I'm aging in the first place. But anyway, point is, she's like, take off your sneaking suit so I can examine you. So Snake takes off his suit. So he's naked. And her reaction in the script was, oh, Snake. And I'm like, hey. I look all right like this. And she goes, so we just start improvising. And Jennifer goes, you're so shriveled, and that nearly ended up on the voice track because the tracks get sent to Japan and the people listening to it don't speak English, so they don't know when we're kidding and we're not. And there was a moment where Raiden was talking to Rose, I think, and he's like, Rose, don't make me tell you again, bitch. And that also almost ended up on the track. So we were informed we have to be very, very careful about how we joke around on the mic.
Good question.
That's usually how I hook up with women.
I think one of the funniest things that I found, because someone said, have you seen this thing they've done online with Liquid? And I went, what's that? Some of you know I've recorded a couple of albums singing, and one of the songs I covered was I Will Survive. Who knows that song? Okay, yeah. Well, I kind of slowed it down. First I was afraid, I was petrified. This kind of thing. Someone, who here has seen Liquid singing I Will Survive? Okay, y'all got to plug in those words. It's hilarious. Someone took footage, so there's Liquid going, go on now, go, walk out the door. Just using the footage from the game and syncing my singing to it. It's hilarious. Enjoy.
All right. So, how involved was Kojima in the development of the game and on your end?
Kojima, everybody asked me, someone asked me this morning, or this afternoon, what's it like working with Hideo Kojima? And my response is, I have no idea. Kojima doesn't work on the English language version of the game. He does the game in Japan, it gets sent over, and Chris Zimmerman becomes the director, and we do it just on our own. So Kojima has visited a few times. I've met him, I think, 3 times. He's very quiet, strange person, little red shoes at one point. He had little red shoes, if that helps.
Ooh, Red Shoe Diaries.
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, so I don't know the man, barely had any contact with him.
All right.
Good question. Going up.
Hello,
In fact, it was
gentlemen.
you that asked me, wasn't it, Anthony?
No.
Didn't
And-
you ask me what it was like to work with Kojima?
No, I did
Oh,
not.
I thought it was
Thank
you.
you for
Anyway,
remembering
sorry.
my name.
It's so funny because he had me over to his house for dinner, me and Quinton,
Yeah.
all the time.
Fantastic.
All the time.
Oh, yeah.
Was I not supposed to say that?
And I love all the pictures of him hanging out with Kiefer Sutherland. And I'm like, oh, those guys look like such close friends.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. I'm glad that they were brought together.
The cherry pie that he makes is just to die for.
So I have a question for you guys, mainly for you, David, or maybe for all three of you.
Maybe.
Maybe.
So first off, you guys are a big part of my childhood. I was 3 years old when the first Metal Gear came out. Been in love with them ever since.
Thank you.
So my question for all of you, but mainly for you, David, how would you feel going back, or if they had a DLC of Metal Gear Solid 2 where you got to play the plant chapter as Snake's point of view? I know they had Snake Tales, but how do you think that would have been if they did a DLC add-on for Snake's point of view of the chapter?
Sorry, if they did a DLC where Snake was the player character and...
Where you got to play on the big shell from Snake's point of view rather
Oh.
than Raiden's.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, anytime I get to play Snake or go back to Metal Gear, I'd be happy to do it. I mean, you know, the experience, you know, the original game, you experience it with Raiden, and I think that's pretty badass, but I guess, and then would Raiden become my mentor? How do we even work that out?
Well, just seeing what you were up to, like what Snake was up to at the big
Oh,
show.
I see. To see what Snake's doing behind the scenes. I think that'd be awesome. That'd be badass. I'd do it. You know, I also feel like I'm a much older actor now, and I feel like I've got more experience with it. I feel like I could be subtler and better in some ways. So, yeah, it'd be very cool to have that experience. I'd play it. As a fan, I would love that.
Awesome. Thank you. And real quick, can you guys do a liquid and a snake, please?
No.
Well, you don't have to.
It costs money. Go get in line, you son of a gun.
No, this one's on the house.
Liquid! Snake!
Thank you, guys.
Before the next question, just a quick question here, because since you just did that just now, I have to ask you, how much time were you given and what was your preparation in like fleshing out the sound of your characters? Were you given like a lot of specific guidance, or did they just say, okay, how does it sound?
They send us to this training camp.
No, if you are successful in what we do, and you're looking at 3 kids who have been, one of the things, and I can't necessarily take credit, it's kind of part of the talent, is can you improv? How are you with improvisation, and how are you with a thing they call cold reading, which means somebody hands you a script, can you read it? We would have, I mean, on any given audition, my call time for my audition is 2 o'clock. I show up at 1:30, or depending on how many rolls, you know, quarter after 1, and I just go, pencil, zubba, 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 zah, and you've made a little choice, but it's what we did every day. So it was kind of a machine. So prep, it's not like regular actors, at least for me, it was not that kind of you go home and you da-da-da-da. It was all, you don't even know what you're reading for most of the time until you show up. And then it's a thing with the director where they might even do where you're reading something, and for all I know, I was reading, you know, Solid, and they went, but hold on, hang on. Try this. I mean, so many times we've been cast for things because we weren't turning in what they liked for something, or they just went, I'm thinking of him for that. So not a lot of big time prep, kind of just on the fly.
Feel the same way?
Yeah.
Well, yes, that is all true. My experience though on Metal Gear was a little different, which I'm glad of. Most of the time, like when you hear us doing the game, typically that's the first time we're seeing the line. When you hear us do it, you're hearing the first, second, maybe third take of us reading it the first time. But with the first Metal Gear, I had auditioned just with my voice, which when I was younger sounded like this. So I would say, you know, like cocky fighter pilot sort of guy. And then they sent me the script, which they never did again. But they sent it to me in advance, and I started reading it. It was this big. I mean, it was just a stack of papers. But in the very beginning, they were like, he's already retired, and he doesn't want to come back. And he's already a legend, and all this stuff has clearly happened to him. And I thought, you know, this voice is too young for this guy.
Kind of like David in real life at the time.
That's, no, I was a cocky kid with an easy life and felt pretty good about myself. But so when I was reading it, I was like, this guy needs to have been over some bad road, and he needs to have history and weight to his voice. And so it started to become this. And so this is the voice I started recording with. And halfway through the first day, Chris was like, can I play you the voice you auditioned with? And so she did. And I'm like, yeah. I just didn't think it was right. And I was like, do you want to redo it? And she said, no, I think this is working. And I said, yeah, me too. And so that's how it happened. And I was, you know, so I was lucky enough to get advance notice, which is almost unheard of, on this voice, and I was able to develop it properly.
I'd just like to take it one step further to the process, as David just illustrated. When I was doing Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, I have no idea what you said, but thank you. We were doing 8-hour sessions with an hour break for, you know, lunch, and the pages would come in, and we would look, you know, one page and the next half, go. Page, next half, go, go, go. So there was, yeah, very little prep time. It was learn as you go, do as you go, and do what I tell you. And then I say, no, I'll do as I tell me. I'm a huge star, F you. So the cool thing about that, though, is we got to interact, you know. The gentleman who played Armstrong was great. Phil Lamar came back as Kevin when he had been Vamp in Metal Gear Solid 4. Just terrific to be able to work with these other actors, because in doing so, you know, different things are popping up in the moment. It's not unlike doing a play or improvisational acting, but yet with a script. So we had to make it all come together and come alive. It's a real skill. It's a real talent. It's a real treat. Thanks for your question. Now go sit down.
I just want to say that the reason that is because we recorded the first Metal Gear all together like a radio play, and it was so much fun that every time we negotiated a new deal, I insisted that the actors be with me in the booth, so that, you know, we'd always have like 5 chairs set up, and for months I'll record the games, and then the greatest voice actors in the world would come in and do scenes with me, and it was pretty badass. And it really adds a whole life to it. And
yeah,
you know, you bond a lot more playing the scenes together, and
yeah,
it sounds a lot better.
More organic.
Yeah.
It's honest. It's authentic.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hello. Good to see you again, David and Quinton. Haven't seen you since before the plague.
I couldn't hear you. What'd you say, buddy?
Oh, I haven't seen you since before. Well, last time I saw you was in New York Comic Con 2016, and then David, you were at Retro Gaming Con in 2019, so I didn't see you before the plague.
New York Con.
New York Comic Con?
Yeah, 2016.
Oh yeah, 2016. That was awesome.
Yeah.
We met then. That's great.
Yeah.
I loved it. That was huge. You guys ever been there? A show of applause.
I've never been.
I was 2 years in a row. It was fantastic. I'd go back in a New York minute.
Yeah.
Oh, see how he did that?
And I wasn't even going for the joke, but the pun, you know, so much fun. Well, it's nice to meet you and see you again. Come by the booth, you know.
Yeah.
Bring an iced tea. We'll sit down and we'll break bread.
We'll have shrimp.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we'll have shrimp.
I have a friend who we're basically best friends. We met in school. Huge Zelda fan, huge Kingdom Hearts fan. He's sent me memes of Metal Gear Solid games. He's never played them. In your own words, what would you like for him to expect when he plays them for the first time this October on his Switch? What are you hoping he experiences when he plays them for the first time?
I have no idea. You know what? I'll be honest. I had trouble hearing you because of this, and I have tinnitus. So,
So I think I heard you that your friend has only seen memes of Metal Gear.
Yeah.
And he's going to play the actual game, and how do you think he's going to react to that?
Yeah,
scenario.
yeah, he hasn't played them before ever.
Wow, you got that out of that? I've got your ears. I'm
Right?
having trouble hearing.
So how is who going to react? Your friend playing the game after seeing the memes?
Never played it. He's only seen me.
Right. So he's only seen the memes.
Only the memes.
And
Yeah.
well, is he going to play the games in order, or is he going to start at the end and go back to the beginning?
I'm hoping in order. I mean, I've been playing them in order all my life. And
Yeah.
I've told him sung praises about
I mean, I think he's
so.
going to dig it. I think everything's going to fall into place when he starts playing the game. I think he's going to become addicted. You're going to have to put him in a padded cell. You're never going to see your friend again. Never. It's a tragic story.
And I think it will enrich his appreciation of the memes even further.
That's what I'm saying.
And thank you. And
Thank you.
Also, David, good luck with your new video game on July 4th, Synapse.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that.
Hi. So my cousin is a really big Metal Gear Solid fan. I wanted to see if you would all say happy birthday to him in your character voices.
Sure. Can we say, what is your friend's name?
Theo.
Sam?
Theo.
Seal?
Theo.
Theo. Theo.
Theo.
Theo. I know, Grandpa over here. I'm like, what the hell? What's his name? Seal? I love Seal.
The older we get, the longer these questions take. Yeah. Theo, listen, I understand it's your birthday, and age hasn't slowed you down one bit. So have a great one. Snake out.
Theo, I'd wish you a happy birthday, but I could give a flying that it is your birthday. It's all about my birthday. So I'll be looking for your birthday wishes to me.
Theo, Raiden, I've seen you in the Greek islands, and I love your salad. And your dressing. Happy birthday. Keep your clothes on.
Thank you.
Hey guys.
Hey.
First of all, I just want to say, like, thank you all so much for your work. Like, you've had a huge influence on me, and I really admire what you guys do.
I'm sorry. Because of the people back here, you really gotta lean into it.
I'll turn it up.
Lean into it.
Yeah, eat the mic.
I just wanted to say, like, thank you guys so much for your work. I really admire what you do. Your work has had a huge influence on me personally. I just wanted to open with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm going to pretend I can't hear him just to hear him say it again.
I'll say it as many times as you want, Cam.
You're welcome.
But, I mean, I guess this question is mainly for David, and I'm surprised nobody
It's
here...
always David, David, David.
Right, going down on David. It's a new series.
Classic David.
You got to give the people what they want.
Classic David.
Right.
How does it feel to be back, man? Like, with the whole Snake Eater remake coming out, what's going on there? And welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I mean, thank you. Well, actually, that's true for all of us because they're going to do, they're doing the remastered Snake Eater game, but they're also re-releasing Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear 2. I just think it's so... the bummer for me about video games is it's not like a movie. You watch a great movie, you can watch it again and again for your entire life. As soon as a great video games console is obsolete, it disappears and you can't get it. So, like a great album, like a great film, I'm so glad that these games are coming back for a new generation. People will be able to appreciate it because they're so badass and the work we put in was so heartfelt. And so I'm very grateful that Konami is doing that, and I hope there's a whole new generation of people that dig it and find out who Cam and Liquid and Raiden and what's your name, Quinton are.
I agree.
Hopefully so.
Do you gentlemen have a favorite Metal Gear Solid game?
For me, it's...
He likes 2.
I like 2, yeah. I like 2, I like 4, and I like Revengeance.
I think my favorite is Snake Eater, and I'm going to guess what Cam's is. Metal Gear Solid.
My favorite Metal Gear game is
Snake versus Monkey.
is where Solid is working in a fast food joint, and I pull up and tell him, don't quit your day job. My favorite MGS thing is when David and I tell Christmas stories together.
Yes, if you haven't seen, Google The Night Before Metal Gear or Liquid Grinch, and there's some Metal Gear satiric goodness there to be had.
Go for it. Go right on the mic.
I have no idea about that, but it sounds awesome. Honestly, for me, Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, only because we got into the comedic element where Raiden decides he's going to blend in with a particular community. So he goes into a shop, he gets a sombrero and a poncho, and says, I'll blend in. They'll never recognize me. And on the way out, he says, adios, amigos. In those bitchin' Bowie high-heeled shoes.
Right?
So briefly, just briefly for you, Mr. Hayter, did you
again, you're going to need to speak into it like this, or we can't hear you.
Just briefly for you, Mr. Hayter, did you actually have to swallow a cigarette to get Snake's voice right?
I had to eat a whole pack of cigarettes. I was like, this doesn't seem to be helping my voice. Then Kojima's like, just eat it. No, I did not eat. I told some interviewer back in the day that to get the Snake voice, I had to smoke a pack of cigarettes and drink a bottle of whiskey, and that's not true. I mean, that's just optional. But I don't want. I had like 2 people in Pennsylvania 2 weeks ago telling me that they started smoking because of me, and I'm like, don't do that.
I do remember there were times
I took up crack cocaine because of you, David. A little crystal meth.
That was more of a social thing.
Yeah.
I do remember David chewing on shards of glass.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
But nobody's as brave as David is here, so easy.
All right, guys, we only have a couple quick minutes left here. We're going to wrap up a couple last questions here. What you got for us?
This one's for David Hayter.
Of course it is.
For Metal Gear Solid 5.
No.
Did you...
Next.
I'm not familiar with that one. No, it's okay. Go ahead.
I was just wondering if you chose not to voice Snake, or was the voice
I would never
chosen?
choose not to play anything, really, but particularly Snake. No, I went in, I was at the recording studio where we recorded Metal Gear 4, and I ran into a Metal Gear producer, and I was like, so I understand you're doing Metal Gear 5, like, should we start discussing the deal? And he said, no, we won't be needing you on this one. And so that's, I know. That's how I felt. So that was the whole story.
I mean, the fans just spoke for me, so.
It's a what?
The fans just spoke for me. It's a shame.
Yeah, it's a shame, but that's how it happened.
Thank you.
I had a similar thought about Radanovich. Like, what was that about?
Radanovich?
No, like Raiden Radanovich. Wasn't he in Metal Gear 3? We'll talk about it amongst ourselves.
Somebody come up to my table and explain that to me, but yeah.
Charlie Schlaughter, right?
There you go.
I love Charlie. Anyway.
So this one's actually for all 3 of you. If you could play a character that wasn't the character you played in Metal Gear, who would you want to play?
You mean in the same game?
I guess just anyone in the series. Like if you
in the Metal Gear world.
Yeah, more or less, yeah.
I mean, you don't mean like Pikachu.
No, yeah, Metal Gear wise, yeah.
Okay.
But I would pay to see that.
Yeah. I you know what? Honestly, after all is said and done, I would enjoy playing the Senator. Yeah, it's a rich role.
If I had it to do over, I would play Ariel.
Mm-hmm. You'd be great.
Because of great tie-in, a Little Mermaid.
I want to be where the people are.
I want to go where the people go. Under the sea.
They're just kidding. They would rather play Snake. I would be Gray Fox, because he's the only person more badass than Snake, as far as I'm concerned.
So hey guys, we're running out of time here. Unfortunately, I had about 500 other questions I wanted to ask, and I know you guys did too. But you guys were a great audience. We appreciate the questions.
Thank you so much, guys, for the great questions and for the support and for being Metal Gear fans. And please come to our tables, and we'd love to meet you all.
So let's give it up one more time, guys. We are Past the Controller. We want to give it up one more time for Quinton Flynn, Cam Clark, and of course, David Hayter. Thank you, guys. We love you. We love your work. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
And thank you, guys. This was a great show.
It was
Well
our
done.
pleasure. Thank you all.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Come on, Crusaders! It's cleanup time!
Toxic Crusader! Toxic Crusader! I had no friends, no girls would hug me till I got radioactive ugly! Toxic Crusader! Toxic Crusader! I live in the dark cause the rent's real low. Got a little bad blood and he loves me so! Toxic Crusader! Toxic Crusader! Now me and the boys we fight against road! Even though we're hideously deformed! Hey, I'm sitting on top of the world with my mind tuned to end girl. Toxic Crusader, Toxic Crusader, Toxic Crusader, Toxic Crusader, Toxic.
Come on, Crusaders! It's cleanup time!
TooManyGames. I am your host, Eric the Smoke Moran of Pass the Controller, along with the one and only civic-minded Brian Lessick. Welcome aboard. And also, I cannot forget my partner, other partner in crime, that's part of PTC, Nick, our boy Nick.
Just Nick.
So, are you guys ready for our special guest? Come on. Are you guys ready for our special guest? Wait. Let me hear on this side. Are you ready? How about this side? Now, all together. Coming to the stage, he is the GOAT of pop culture. He is a director. He is a voice actor, action star, writer, producer. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I give you the one, the only, living legend himself, David Hayter.
See you again. Kept you waiting, huh? This may be the best crowd ever, and best dressed crowd ever. Snake!
Can we get the Metal Gear cosplayers just to stand up one second?
All the Metal Gear cosplayers.
There we go. Wow, that's
Snake,
awesome.
Quiet! Boss!
Merle.
Mei Ling! Fantastic.
Got Merle.
I love it. And Meryl. Meryl, why did you marry Johnny Sasaki? Yeah.
So how you doing today, man?
I'm doing great. I'm in Pennsylvania. What's not to like?
Well, I mean, are you having fun with TooManyGames?
I'm having so much fun. I'm having a blast. Just amazing con. Super nice people. Nice to meet so many Metal Gear fans and Lupin fans and X-Men fans and yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, I haven't seen much of the area. I've been in the hotel and I've been here, but pretty good.
Okay, all right. So we're gonna get ready to get started. Brian wants to kick off the questions, and Brian has a series of questions that we're going to be asking, and then later on we're going to ask some of the fans, have them come up, ask you some questions and all. So you ready for this?
Oh, I am ready.
All right.
All right,
Take
so
it
just
away.
wanted to kick it off with just asking you to give us a little bit about yourself. For those who don't know, you have a litany of things you've done through the years. Your IMDb page is filled, packed to the brim, all kinds of different things. You're quite the Renaissance man. Can you give us a quick, the elevator pitch of what it is you do?
What do? I don't even know what I do. I came out to LA to be an action hero. That was my goal, and it kind of worked out in a few ways. I am a voiceover actor. I've done, 70 some odd characters. I'm a screenwriter. I wrote X-Men, X-Men 2, and Watchmen, and Scorpion King, and Warrior Nun, and thank you. I produce movies and television, and I directed a movie called Wolves with Jason Momoa, which, if you haven't seen it, thank you. And that's what I do. There's very few jobs in the entertainment industry I have not done. So anybody has any questions across the board, I'm happy to answer.
So technically, you're like a Renaissance man.
I guess I started out as an actor, but I found out I was pretty good at production and the writing, and just sort of opportunities arose, and I took them.
Outstanding.
And that parlays into my next question, because I wanted to ask you, since you've done so many different things within the industry, what is sort of like the Venn diagram crossover when, between like screenwriting and acting and, the various things you've done? What things do those things have in common?
Well, it's funny you say, because most of the time, for most of my career, the movie production people, the studio people, only knew me as a screenwriter, and then the video game people knew me as a voice actor, and they just didn't really know that I was the same person. So there wasn't a lot of crossover. But now, studio executives are getting younger and younger, and they've grown up with Metal Gear. And so now I get a lot of studio executives who we have these serious meetings about $100 million productions and whatnot. And then at the end, they're like, hey, could you say the line? And I'm like, yeah, sure. You know, if it gets the movie made, I'll say whatever you want.
Nice. All right. Well, I've been waiting years to ask you this one. Okay. And Eric knows. I'm going to just say it for the record here. How does it feel to be the writer of the greatest comic book adaptation for a movie? And I'm talking about Watchmen. X-Men was also excellent. No,
thank you.
Watchmen is really extremely underrated, very underappreciated, and in just recent years, really, I think people have come to appreciate it more and more. But it is far and beyond the most accurate and loyal adaptation, I think, of any comic book source material. How does that feel? How was your process in doing that?
Thank you for saying. I appreciate that immensely. Look, obviously, my favorite review of Watchmen said, and I don't think this was complimentary, but they said, you know, the writer is clearly drunk in love with the original material. And that was absolutely true. After I'd written X-Men, my agents were like, what do you want to do next? And I said, I want to adapt the greatest comic book of all time. They told me not to do it. It would never get made. We'd never work out the rights, blah, blah, blah. But we did. I do appreciate you saying that it's a faithful adaptation, and it is. But the writing in that movie is really Alan Moore's writing. I just curated the script. I protected it. I made sure that the studios didn't ruin it or change it into something else. So I am very proud of it. But as far as the writing goes, I'm just honoring Alan Moore's masterpiece.
That's awesome. Yeah, the only deviation I ever saw, and I'm sure you get this question, but the only difference really was the squid octopus.
Yeah.
What was the creative process between changing that? Was that something that came from the production standpoint, or was that your choice? How did that come to pass?
There were a number of reasons. For anybody who loved the squid, I love the squid as well, and I sympathize with you. Yeah, it's sort of a dark story. I signed my first deal on Watchmen with Universal on September 10th, 2001. So the next day was 9/11, and I was like, oh my God, they're never going to make this movie now. And regardless, I felt like, though I love the images from the comic book, I was like, I can't have Times Square full of bloody people. Like, that just was not going to happen, and didn't think it was in very good taste. The other reason was to set up the squid. In the book, spoilers. In the book, they're creating this space squid who has psychic powers and is going to be teleported into the middle of New York. And it was very, very complicated. And it would have taken me another half an hour of exposition to set all that up. And we already had a 3+ hour movie. So then Darren Aronofsky, the legendary director, was attached for a weekend, and I flew to New York, met with him. Then Paramount said his schedule didn't allow him to do the movie. They wanted the movie right away, so he backed out. But he sent me a note, and he said, I have a friend of mine who's a physicist, and he suggested, like, wouldn't it be cool if the source of the energy in the end is from Dr. Manhattan? Because he's already woven in, you know, he's this source of enormous power. And I thought that really made a lot of sense. And so I put it in the movie, and that's how it happened. So, wow. You know, if you like that ending, great. If not, blame Aronofsky.
No, that's awesome. Yeah.
So I want to ask something about DAGiver, because, again, when I was up and coming, I was young. DAGiver, to me, when I was growing up, I saw the anime. So when I first saw the original, I was like, I wasn't a big fan. When you did Dark Hero, I freaking loved it, because I was like, I wanted more. Especially that one scene when you're jumping off the cliff and you're turning into DAGiver. I was like, and I saw the trailer and I was just like blown away. Then when I saw your performance, I was like, okay, he's DAGiver. I'm like, he needs to play in more superhero movies because he's ideal. How much, like, take us through that. Like, how did you end up getting the part of DAGiver, and how much of it, because I saw the pictures of you and DAGiver, did you get a chance to, like, what was that for you? Like, what was that like for you, the experience?
That was an amazing experience. I had been in LA for 3 years at that point and sort of struggling actor. I'd done some voiceover. I did a little bit of on camera. I just auditioned for it. I had this manager, and he found this audition and sent me in. And it was an anime adaptation. And I kind of, when I was younger, I kind of looked like an anime character. I had the swoopy hair and, you know, the sort of the face. So Steve Wang cast me in the movie. And then suddenly I was starring in a movie, which was everything I ever wanted, starring in an action movie, no less. So we started shooting. We went up to the Angeles Crest Forest in LA, and I spent a summer working on that movie, and it was like being Batman. It was badass. It was really, really fun.
Outstanding. And with you and Snake, because a lot of people, and I remember Brian having video and pictures of you doing Snake. How much of that, like, did Kojima emulate from you, or was it just something that just happened to fall into place? Because you favor Snake immensely. Even looking at you now, I'm just waiting for you to have the patch on and break out in costume. How much of that, because I know you talked about this yesterday, you only met Kojima like a couple times, but did it just happen to fall into place like that you just...
Yeah, yeah, it's weird. You know, a lot of times, a lot of voice actors look like the characters they play because, you know, especially if it's a major role, you tend to get roles that you embody, that you're just... And when I was a younger man, I just got cast as heroes. You know, I was Captain America, all these things. Everything I ever booked was just comic book type heroes. I guess because I'm not a terribly serious person, and a very handsome person. So, you know, what can you do? But yeah, no, he just happened to look like me, and Kojima happened to name him David, and Otacon is named Hal after David and Hal from 2001. So didn't have anything to do with me, but yeah, it's me and Snake. We're pretty simpatico.
So you just brought up something, and to your point, you do resemble him, and obviously you are the voice of him. Now, I remember for years there was this groundswell of support and maybe some rumors out there that when they were going to go cast a live-action Metal Gear Solid movie, everybody was like, oh, we need David Hayter for that. How did that ever come close to happening? Was there ever any serious talk about that? And why did it not happen? Can we still get that to happen? There's time. We have time.
I doubt it. No, it never came close to happen. I wrote X-Men and X-Men 2 for Tom Rothman, who was the president of Fox at the time, and who is now, I think he's the CEO of Sony or the president of Sony. So he would be in charge of the movie, and the odds of him putting me as the lead in his $250 million movie are very, very slim. So I would love to play Snake, but you know, and I do, you know, I've got fans worldwide, but, you know, it's nothing compared to Oscar Isaac or anybody they're considering to play. You know, they want a giant movie star to do it. So I would love to do it, but I wouldn't hold my breath.
Well, maybe they might have you come in as Big Boss. That would be,
that's possible. I would think it more likely they would have me do a cameo as some dumbass soldier or something, and probably wearing a balaclava and freeze, you know, like that sort of
Johnny Sasaki.
No, I could be Johnny Sasaki.
Right?
There'd be an irony. So
going back to what you were saying about some of your screenwriting things you've done too. I mean, when you look at the current climate of things right now in Hollywood and the massive resurgence of comic book based movies, do you now take a sense of importance of you know, looking back what you've done, saying, oh my gosh, back when, you know, the only movie in the current resurgence of comic book movies was basically like Blade, and then it was, you know, the X-Men movies, and then you're talking about Watchmen. You really jumped in, you know, the deep end there very early on. What is your current
I also
feeling?
spent a year working on Iron Man. I didn't get credit, but I was there from the beginning, and our brain trust on the first X-Men movie was Brian, the director, Tom DeSanto, me, and then there was a young assistant named Kevin Feige. who was doing, he was working on product placement at the time. And we all got together because we were all me and Tom and Kevin were the ones who knew what X-Men was all about. And so from his work on that, Avi Arad, who ran Marvel, noticed Kevin Feige and said, I want to hire him to come and work for Marvel. And of course, that seemed to work out for Kevin and for the world. And so, yeah, it's very cool. Like when we made X-Men, the studio, Tom Rothman and Fox, weren't convinced that it was going to work. They thought it was going to be a disaster. They were like, it's 11 superpowered people that people don't know. Like, who's going to see this movie? And obviously now we're in a whole different world. And at the time, as a comic book fan, as a major nerd, I was like, there's so many cool stories in comic books, and Hollywood has ignored them. Like, there's just like a treasure trove of stories and worlds that you could be making. And so to be proven right on that fact was pretty gratifying.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And how often do you have, as a writer, how often do you have to compromise to please the powers that be, to not take away the integrity of what you wrote? In any of the scripts you've done, how often do you have to go through that? And I know it has to be frustrating at times, but how often do you have to compromise in order to please the gods, you know?
Right. I wouldn't call them gods. I'd call them money people.
Yeah.
But they are pretty powerful, and it is their money. So it's not like writing a novel, you know. It's a collaborative experience. I mean, I learned early on that you have to listen to the studio, you have to listen to what they want, what they need for marketing, all these things. And those things don't necessarily, they're not positive for the story necessarily. They're just what the powers that be want. But if you don't do it, you'll get fired. What you have to do is you have to figure out what they're asking you to do, figure out the coolest way you can pull it off without compromising the integrity of the film, and try to deliver on all levels. And that's the real trick to being a screenwriter, is they'll say, we need you to do this thing. And well, I'll give you an example. So Mazda came to us. So in the first X-Men movie, you see Professor Xavier's garage, and he's got a Rolls Royce, and he's got an Aston Martin, he's got a Jag, he's got like all these amazing classic cars. And then when we did X-Men 2, Mazda called and said, we would love to feature a Mazda RX-8 in X-Men 2. And we're like, yeah, well, I'm sure you would, but it doesn't make any sense. Like, why would he have a Mazda in the garage with all these cars? And why would the X-Men take it? They were like, but we want the car in the thing, but we want an X-Men to drive it. An X-Man. So I was like, we're not doing that. And then Bryan Singer said, the director said, no, we're not doing that. And then Mazda said, well, we'll give Bryan a free Mazda RX-8. And he was like, okay, so David, try to work in the car. And I was like, okay. So I came up with this whole sequence. We knew the X-Mansion was going to get attacked. We knew Wolverine was going to be the only person there. He was the world's most dangerous babysitter, and they were going to escape together. So I said, look, let's have them take the Mazda out. Then you got Hugh Jackman as Wolverine driving your car. And that's how that happened. Nice. And hopefully when you watch the movie, it doesn't really occur to you how stupid that is.
Now, if you know, with everything going on right now, with the writer's strike and all, but if there was an opportunity where if a smart movie company would come to you, would you ever consider, if not being in front of the camera for a Metal Gear movie, would you ever just consider writing for a Metal Gear movie? Because I think it would be ideal, because you know the character, you know how the story goes. How would you feel about that?
Yeah, well, we talked about it once. I met with Sony, Avi Arad, and Mike DeLuca back in 2006, and I pitched the Metal Gear movie. People think I wrote a script. I did not, but I did write a whole pitch. Took it in, pitched it to the guys. They really liked it, but then they had a internal dispute, and the whole thing fell apart. So yeah, I think I would be the ideal screenwriter for it. I do know it as well or better than anybody. And yeah, I'd love to do it. So, you know, Sony, if you want me to take a pass, just give me a call.
Nice. All right. So the big question here, and you might break a lot of hearts with the wrong answer here, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Are you a gamer?
I am a gamer.
Nice.
I have been a gamer since Pong. So yeah, I have been gaming since there have been games. I play all the time. I'm in the middle of Star Wars Jedi Survivor right now, which is amazing. I'm looking forward to the Metal Gear re-releases. I'll play all those again. And yeah, no, I'm a huge gamer.
Nice. So of all the games out there, if they were ever to, you know, give you a call up and say, hey, we would love you to do this voice, what would be your dream role other than something Metal Gear related, something other than what you've already done?
I would love to play Batman. That's my
Yes.
that's my dream. That's my dream role. And I didn't, you know, I never wanted to pursue it because Kevin Conroy was Batman.
Right.
Yeah, just an absolute legend. And the definitive voice. Sadly, he's passed away. So you know, if I got the opportunity to do it, I would be enormously honored to play that part, because that part, that was what I want. That's what I wanted to be when I was 9 years old. I was like, okay, so I'll go to law school, I'll get rich, I'll study karate, I'll buy a cool car, and I'll be Batman. That was my life plan. And I really only gave that up about 2.5 months ago.
But you have done a lot of that stuff. You are a martial artist, are you not?
I am.
That's right. And what do you study?
I mostly Okinawan karate, but I also did. I studied ninjutsu. There was a ninjutsu studio in Studio City, Aikido, a few other things. Mostly karate. I was the karate kid. I mean, I was literally the karate kid. That was about my life.
That's great. What other hobbies do you have, unrelated to video games and karate?
Video games and punching people.
Is there anything else really, though?
Nothing satisfies as well as those two things. But other hobbies, I play the guitar for fun. Not terribly well, but I love it, and I own a bunch of guitars. What else do I do? I don't know. It feels like I should do more than that. I scuba dive. I love traveling the world and going to crazy exotic places. I like going to the spa and drinking wine and enjoying myself. I like Michelin star restaurants.
Okay.
You know,
so
I don't know if these are hobbies, but it's a good way to live your life.
Well, one of the things you mentioned yesterday, we talked about it. You spent time living in Japan. What was that experience like, and what would you tell anyone that was thinking about going to Japan? Where would you recommend them to go?
Yeah, so when I was 16, I had moved around all my life. So every year to 6 months of my life, we were in a new house, new city. Just my dad worked for a big company. We got transferred around a lot. When I was 16, I was living in Canada. And it's the only place we'd lived for like 3 years. And I had a girlfriend and all these friends, and I finally had a friend base. And then my dad said, we're moving to Japan. I was like, well, have a good time. Enjoy that. I'm not going. And then they were like, no, you have to go because you're a child. And I'm like, what? And so I was really devastated. I was going to be leaving all my home and my friends and everything. And then a very good friend of mine, one of my best friends in the world, said, I would love the opportunity to go to Japan and experience that world. And that made me feel a little better. And so I went, and it took a long time for me to learn enough Japanese to get by. But once I embraced the culture, it was so great. I mean, I can't even tell you how that experience changed my life. I mean, it's a lot of the reason why I'm here and able to do these things, and because I learned to be independent. I started going to like dance clubs and bars when I was 17 years old, and I started dancing with the girlfriends of Yakuza and getting in trouble, and so it was just a life-changing experience. So I would say to anybody going, just embrace the culture, let just experience what Japan is, because it's another world. It's amazing. The people are so nice. It's so safe. The food's amazing. So yeah, just open your heart to it, and it will treat you right.
Awesome.
Yeah, no, that's great. I know most humans, we hate the sound of our own voice when we hear it recorded back, we played back rather. And as artists, I know we're very self-critical by nature. Whenever you're playing a video game and you voiced it, what is your reaction to hearing yourself? Is it kind of like, oh, that's awesome? Or is it kind of like, ooh, hey, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a combo. I learned to appreciate the sound of my voice. Well, I developed my voice. This isn't my voice. I mean, my voice was like up here, and I used to speak with a Canadian accent, so I'd be like, hey, let's go after Metal Gear, eh? I think he's over on the couch. So when I started doing voiceover, every time I'd speak, people would be like, David, are you from Toronto? And I'd be like, yeah, can you tell? And so I deepened the voice, I changed my accent, and now this is how I sound. This is my movie talking voice. But when I play Metal Gear, mostly Metal Gear, the games are so badass, and sometimes I'm like, oh, that scene was badass, and I was okay in it. But a lot of times I'm like, geez, I wish I'd been able to do that differently. When we record the games, I was just saying that when you hear our lines in those games, like, that's pretty much the first time we're reading them. Like, we don't get them in advance. So we just see the line, say the line, maybe do it again, maybe do it a third time. So you really don't have a lot of time to perfect it. So it's kind of hit and miss for me. I mean, sometimes I'm a little, I'm embarrassed, and I'm like, that sucked. That could have been better. But still, it's still pretty cool to play a game that you star in.
It's awesome. Hey, so just real quick before we keep moving on here, what I wanted to do is take a moment to have everybody that has a question. What we want to do is very orderly-like, very peacefully. If you want to start forming a line, just to where Nick is, right over there. That's going to be stage right. There you go. We're going to start taking questions here in a little bit. Before we get to the audience, I wanted to ask another question here, just real quick. Like, have you ever stopped to take inventory of exactly how many unique voices you have done throughout the course of your career?
I have not done that. I think I have 79 credits on IMDb, acting credits. Wow. But a lot of those are Snake or Snake Digital Handbook or whatever, maybe probably 10, 12 are Snake voices. And then the rest, yeah, I have no idea. I mean, but there's been a lot. It's been many, like 30 years of voice acting, so a lot of different voices.
Who are some of your other favorite voice actors? Who do you draw inspiration from? Who do you think is like, God.
Well, I mean, I'm friends with the greatest voice actors in the world, so Jennifer Hale has always been my greatest sort of inspiration. Yeah, legend. She helped me figure out this career, helped me get the job of Snake, helped me get the job of Star Wars: The Old Republic, and so Jennifer is my absolute favorite. But I'm friends with Kari Payton and Greta Lyle and Tara Strong, and we got Cam Clark and Quinton Flynn and freaking Charles Martinet. I just met Peter Cullen. I got to be friends with Kevin Conroy. I mean, Steve Blum. Steve Blum and I used to do anime together back in the day. Yeah, I'm lucky enough to know far greater voice actors than myself.
Wow, that's great. No, that's awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I think we're ready for the first question here. Oh, yeah, that's fine.
While you're setting that up, one question I do want to ask. Okay, and it was interesting that you brought this up. You talked about when you were playing games and how you're like, I wish I could have done a little bit better. With the Metal Gear Delta coming out, are they asking you to come back to like do any enhancements or anything that they were like, well, Mr. Hayter, we want you to come back and do you think that would be an opportunity for you to make whatever adjustments you would want to make if that even happens?
I can't really say one way or the other what's going to happen there, but I would love that. It would be great to go back in and be able to, I feel like I'm a better actor now than I was then. I mean, you just get better as you get older and you get subtler, and so it'd be nice to do that, but I can't. I'm not allowed to comment yet.
No,
It was funny on your Twitter because I know as soon as they dropped the trailer for that, you put something on Twitter. You're like, yeah, I can't really comment. No official word yet about what's going on. And literally a couple minutes later, I was like, yeah, I'm doing it. I was like, yeah, this is awesome. So,
Right.
All right, I think we're ready. First question.
Snake.
Make sure you speak directly in the mic.
Yeah,
so
got to be
you-
loud because it's super loud here.
You're
Good
Snake.
afternoon, David.
There you
and
go.
Good afternoon, PTC. Thank you guys so much for putting this on. David, my question is, Metal Gear is a game to me. It's about philosophy. Are there any philosophies or ideas in Metal Gear that just really speak to you, or maybe anything Snake fights for that, like, to you represents something?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of philosophical thought put into the games, and I don't necessarily understand it all. I mean, that's the beauty of Kojima, is that some of the themes are clear, some of them are you're not sure where it's going, and people read into it themselves. I think the idea of passing stories and legends on to the future means a lot to me. I think the anti-war message really means a lot to me.
Definitely.
The fact that when I was a kid, we thought we were going to be killed in a nuclear explosion, that we'd have half an hour before that happened, and we lived in constant fear of it. And that's kind of gone away, except the nuclear weapons are all still out there aimed at our heads. So, I think it's good that Kojima is reminding everybody that we still need to deal with these things. So, and just, the difficulties of being, yes, thank you. The difficulties of being a soldier and, giving humanity to soldiers. I mean, I meet so many people in the military, many of whom joined because of me. So please don't do that, because I don't want anybody to get hurt on my behalf. So yeah, I think just humanizing soldiers and the situations they go through. I mean, there's so much to the games that I love, but those are the first that come to mind.
As an 8-year Army veteran, your performance definitely speaks to me on that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, my friend.
you.
I'm glad you're
Great
all right.
question.
Excellent question. Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can you move the mic some so they don't have to crouch down? No, up.
You can't say lower it down and then tell me to go up.
Yeah, lower it up, Nick.
There you
Lower it
go.
up.
That makes sense.
And I'm sorry, is it possible to put it in the center,
Why do this?
just so that I'm not answering questions all this way?
That's
Oh, I see. Yeah, there you go.
There we
that's
go.
perfect.
That's good.
That's good, and then everybody will be able to see me.
Okay.
You don't want to miss that.
Thank you. There we go. Next question.
Shepard.
Wanted to preface this. I love the respect for Kevin Conroy. That's our Batman.
Of course.
That is my favorite voice actor. I'm sorry, I love Metal Gear. But I actually have a Watchmen question.
Yeah, sure.
So the comedian sees the squid, and that's what starts the event of Watchmen. I've never understood how, in the movie, being changed to Dr. Manhattan, how he finds out about the island. And
He doesn't find out about the island, and I hate to correct your Watchmen analysis here, but in the book, he finds the list of people that are intentionally given cancer. That's how he tracks it down. That's how he figures out what the plan is. Do you remember he comes to Moloch's place and he's like, you're on that list, and Janie Slater, and that's what was the clue that tipped him off to what was going to happen.
so basically the events of the island, that doesn't happen in the movie then? Oh, okay.
No, the island doesn't exist in the movie.
And Metal Gear question. So
Yep.
they brought everybody back for Snake Eater 3D. Is there any chance, if Konami asks you to come back for Metal Gear, you're going to do it?
I already asked him that question. You missed it.
Yeah, anytime they want me to play Snake, I'll do it. I just love that character. So,
Thank you.
all right, thanks, man.
Awesome.
Okay, remember, ladies and gentlemen, one question, okay? Because we got a lot of people we want to ask questions.
Hey, you look awesome.
Thank you, thank you.
Go ahead and speak right into the mic, okay?
It's more of a request than a question. You said you spoke a little like Japanese, like enough to get by. I'm wondering if you could say something in Japanese in Snake's voice.
Oh wow.
Hi, Nihongo wa wakarimasu yo. Anata wa genki desu ka?
Thank you very much.
Anata wa pretty good at this.
We're all clapping, but I think he just told us off.
Hello, Mr. David.
Hello.
I just want to say that I love your work. I love your performance. Because of your role as Snake, it made me the man, the hombre nuevo that I am today. So please, thank you for your work. And
Thank you, my friend.
hopefully I get to see more of you in the games. But my question is, could I please have you do the Ocelot growl in Snake's voice?
The ocelot growl?
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
growl.
Yeah.
I'm a giant kitty cat.
You heard it first here.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's a first.
That was an exclusive.
All right, come on down. Make sure you speak directly into the mic like I am right now so David can hear you, okay?
Indeed.
Right into the mic.
Okay.
All right.
Have you, just out of curiosity, have you ever seen the fan comic / animation Last Day in Outer Heaven? And what are your thoughts on it if you have?
I haven't. I see a lot of the fan things, but I've missed that one.
You need to look it up on YouTube. It's great. It's
I will do that.
basically Venom's last moments and Big Boss saying farewell to him after Snake beats him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, yeah, sorry. First I'm hearing about it, but I will definitely look it up.
All right.
Thank you.
Great question. Come on down. All right.
You're the next contestant on Shadow Moses.
Talk to Snake.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. How about you?
You got to speak into the mic, okay?
Oh, right up to my bad. I didn't know how close I should.
that's
very
fine.
close, yeah.
All right. As everyone else here, big, massive fan. Love your work very
Thank
much. My question is, of all of your performances for each of the Metal Gear games, there are obviously more emotional moments in the game. So I would say, what is like your favorite, or like a list of some of your favorite, like most emotionally impacting
Most
moments?
heart-wrenching moments?
Yeah, that you've performed.
Well, there's Sniper Wolf's death scene, which I just love. I think that was a huge milestone in game storytelling. The final sequence with the boss and Snake Eater is just tragic. And then there's a moment in Peace Walker where he's talking to the boss's AI, and he's like, "Why, boss? Why?" Like this, and he's just trying to get answers, and he just can't. I always think the secret to Snake, it's like, yeah, he's a tough guy. Yeah, he can handle, he can kill people or whatever. But what people really attach to is the fact that he genuinely can't help himself from helping people. And he genuinely loves his friends. And he's really a big softie on the inside. So the emotion, I think, is really the key to what makes him a complex character. And those are some of my favorites.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Love your mustache, by the way.
That was a great question. I want to just bounce off of what he just said here, because since we're in the circle of trust here and we're all sharing, by a show of hands, was there ever a moment in Metal Gear that made any of you cry, like legitimately? Okay, yeah, I'm going to tell you the one that gets me, and it's maybe a little different from everybody else, because people talk about the radiation tunnel, they talk about the big boss moment, they talk about so many different moments. The one that gets me always is at the end of number 4, the salute at the graveyard. It hits me like that. Really, it's so heavy. That's the cyclical point of where the story comes full circle. And for me, it gets me every single time, every single playthrough.
Yeah, agreed. It's a beautiful scene. I mean, Kojima creates these amazing visionary games, and there's always something to break your heart, and that's part of the experience.
Have you cried, David?
I'm not much of a crier. I don't think I've cried in the video game.
Snake doesn't cry.
Yeah. Well, sometimes, but yeah.
All right.
Hello. Liquid. Solid. In the box. You got it all.
The box is his own character.
I have a question for you.
Shoot.
I was wondering what
Don't
parts...
think, shoot.
What parts of your mouth, what parts of your throat, what do you use to make the snake voice?
Make the snake voice?
Yeah. How do you do it?
I use the back of my throat. Before I do it, I do a lot of humming. I warm up my voice, warm up the lips and the whole thing. And then I talk in this voice, and then I swallow it back and back and back until it starts to break up.
Your speaking voice has a lot of snake in it.
It does now. When I was younger, it didn't, but the older I get, the snakier I become. So, also, I think that I've been doing it so long that it's become a part of the way I express myself. So, so that's how I do it. I just basically swallow it back, cut off the air a little bit until it's nice and raspy.
Does that burn you out after a few sessions? Are you pretty good at it now?
No, I can do that well, I do it here all day. I'll do it for 8 hours today. So, no, it's sort of like it's like a singing technique, where I figured out, like if you listen to Tom Waits, God's away, God's away, God's away on business. He has to sing like that all the time, and you figure out a way to do it without putting strain on your voice. Now, I do the voice of King Shark for the Flash TV show, or I did. And that voice, yeah, thank you. Yeah. And that voice is like, where's the Flash? And that one, if I do it for 20 minutes, it'll tear my voice apart. So, wow. So fortunately, he doesn't talk much.
Thank you.
Snake, you
You're
got a
welcome.
question? What about the box? The box has a question?
No, it's just a box.
By the way, again, I want to give you guys a big shout out because you guys did an amazing job as Liquid and Snake.
You did.
So really, great job, guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, come on up. Who's next? All right, don't be bashful. Ask your question right on the mic.
Hiya, David. I just wanted to say, love your work.
Thank you.
Thanks for all you do.
Thank you.
I want to ask, what is your personal favorite snake design? For me, I go with 3.
That's a good question. I guess if I had a favorite, it'd be Metal Gear Solid, the blue outfit that we just saw. That one there. Just because that's the one I started with, and that's always been iconic to me. But I love the, Naked Snake design. I love all the different designs. I mean, part of the fun of being a nerd is seeing your characters in different outfits. Yeah. I'm a grown man, but I own every Batman skin in the Arkham games. I mean, I spent a fortune getting every single costume, and same with Spider-Man. I just, so the fact that I've got a character who dresses up in all these different things I think is super cool.
Yeah.
But I would go with the blue. What's your favorite? You said Snake Eater.
Yeah, because he has the best facial hair.
Best facial hair. That's
Yeah.
fair. That's fair. Wasn't much facial hair in Metal Gear Solid. He didn't even have a face.
All right,
So,
great question.
Thank you.
Thanks so
And,
much.
and I'm going to ask this question to you, David. Would you ever come to any event or con dressed as Solid Snake?
No.
You know how epic that would have been?
No,
now?
look, yeah, well, maybe so, but no, younger me would have loved to have done it. But you have to understand, my primary job is pitching stories to studios and asking them to give me $100 million to go make a show. So I can't really go dressing up like a video game character. I wouldn't feel it's responsible to my other career. So yes, I would love to do it, but also, I'd really want like a full movie level. If somebody built me like snake armor and the whole thing, I might do it. But
I hear a challenge.
No.
I think the gauntlet has been laid down.
I already know people that are like.
I would enjoy doing that, but I probably still would not do it. I apologize.
All right, come on down. All right, I love your hat. I was feeling
I
that whole
didn't notice you had a
Jamiroquai
hat.
thing right
Yeah,
there.
it falls off a lot.
That's right.
Love that.
My question is, earlier you mentioned...
You got to speak into the mic a little bit more.
Sorry. Earlier you mentioned that your dream voice acting job would be Batman.
Yeah.
If you had the chance to direct or write for any franchise like that exists that you haven't done yet, which one would you love to do?
For any franchise, well, I'd love to work on Daredevil. I pitched a Daredevil show before they did the first one. Begged Fox to let me do it, but they wouldn't. I'd love to work on Batman. Love to work on Star Wars, And there's other things I'd love to do, but I can't say, because if I say it'll cause a thing, and right. But those ones, I mean, those are the ones that meant the most to me growing up, and I would love to take those on.
Alrighty, thank you.
Great question.
Great question.
Come on
Thank you.
down. All right. You gotta take down your mask, okay? All right.
Hi. So a couple weeks ago, I was on a nostalgia kick, and I downloaded a ton of old iPhone games.
Gotta speak up a little bit more,
and
buddy.
one of the announcers, I went, "Oh my God, that's Patrick Seitz," and he's uncredited. So is there like a super old project that you did that someone in the future would go, "Oh my God, that's David"?
There are definitely are. There's a few projects out there that I think people have not identified me from, mostly like anime things where I did it under a different name because it was non-union or something. I don't want to say because then you'll find them.
But they're out there.
Yeah, oh yeah. There's a few more out there that people haven't attributed to me yet.
Well, we have a scavenger hunt then.
Yeah. Somebody told me the other day, they're like, "Oh my God, I loved you in Yu Yu Hakusho," and I'm like, "Oh, I was in that." Fantastic.
All right, thank you.
All right, great question. Got your buddy coming up.
This fucking guy, I gotta tell you, nothing but trouble.
You look pretty good.
You do look pretty good.
So, first of all,
Yeah, but listen, the engraving provides no tactical advantage whatsoever.
I didn't get engraved guns for that reason.
Yeah.
All right, first of all, just wanted to say, you're pretty good.
Pretty good.
Then my question for you is, obviously, like Snake's voice has evolved, it's changed, it's gotten a lot deeper, it's gotten a lot more.
Speak up a little bit more, buddy.
It's gotten a lot more deeper, it's gotten a lot more grovelly over the years.
Yeah.
Was that your decision? Was that your doing, or was that more of a like director decision, like telling you to lower the voice and do it?
No, it's wherever Snake is at in his life when I make the game. So like when we did Snake Eater, when we did Metal Gear Solid, Snake was he's sort of beat down. He was already a legend. He didn't want to come back, and so he had this sort of downcast feel to him. In Snake Eater, it's the beginning of Big Boss's career. He's on fire. He hasn't yet had his eyeball shot out or his arm broken or been betrayed by his mentor. So it's a little more like it's more the energy of stepping into battle. So and then when I did Peace Walker, that's older Big Boss. And that is deeper, and it is more gravelly. And then, of course, Old Snake is like Solid Snake, but he's falling apart. So it's really just where I think the character is in the beginning of each game that dictates the level of gravel and quality of the voice.
All right, so was that your doing or the voice director?
It's my doing. I just make the decision. But the voice director, Chris, we've been working together so long. Chris Zimmerman will tell me. Be like, could you do the next line, do the line again, but like 10% more snaky? And I'd be like, of course, that sort of thing.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Good question. Hey, guys, I think we have about 10 minutes left. So at this point, I think we're going to take maybe 3 questions.
I apologize.
That's all we
guys.
have time for, and we're going to wrap things up. So if you're in
So
line,
Nick-
we're going to take 2 more after who's currently up there.
Yeah, we're
After
going to take
Meryl.
only 2 more questions. So
All right.
everyone that was in line, thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, guys. But come to my table, and I'll answer whatever questions you want.
All right. Go ahead.
Meryl.
I actually have a Lupin question. How did you end up becoming Lupin for Castle Cagliostro? How did you ever meet with Miyazaki at all, or were you as distant as with Kojima and Metal Gear?
More distant.
More distant.
No, I never met Miyazaki. I was working at this studio called Magnitude 8, and Kevin Seymour, who worked under like 50 different names, but his real name was Kevin Seymour, and he was one of the first people to start doing anime dubs, bringing Japanese anime to English-speaking audiences. And so me and Steve Blum and Bryan Cranston, we used to get paid $50 an hour to do anime voices. And I had done a few with them, and then Kevin called me up and said, "Look, we're doing this movie. It's pretty cool, and would you be interested in playing the lead?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sounds good." So I went in, and I had no idea. I didn't know it was. So it turned out to be Lupin Castle Cagliostro, Hayao Miyazaki's debut film, and I didn't know that until like 10 years later. So that was an enormous honor, but I never got to meet Miyazaki, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Come on
Great
down.
question.
Here we go.
Here he comes.
I can't miss you.
Okay, yes. I thought it'd be funny to ask. What's your favorite Kiefer Sutherland performance?
My favorite Kiefer Sutherland performance. Do you know the games Metal Gear? No, that's not one of them. My favorite is probably Lost Boys. I was 17 when Lost Boys came out, and I was just blown away by that movie. I am a massive Kiefer Sutherland fan, so anybody who thinks there's beef there is not. Yeah, I loved. I guess I say Lost Boys. I mean, he's always amazing. He's amazing in Stand By Me. He's amazing. I mean, he's just an amazing actor. His only problem is he's not Solid Snake.
Did you ever meet him?
I did.
Okay.
So I met Kiefer Sutherland. I was at a Comic-Con in Dallas, and so I went up to him, and he was at the bar with Leah Thompson and somebody else, and I introduced myself, and I said, "Hey, I'm David Hayter. I'm the voice you probably hear about this on the internet, and I'm the voice you replaced on Metal Gear." And he was like, "Oh, is that a video game or something?" And I was like, "Yeah." And then my assistant from the con was sitting across the bar, and she texted me, and I looked at my text, and it said, "Fight him." And I was like, "I'm not gonna do that, It's like, he's one of my heroes, and it's only this big." So I was like, "No, I'm not gonna fight him." But we sat up drinking all night, and the next morning I was like, "I think it would have been easier to fight him than to drink with him." So we had a great, meeting, and I'm an enormous fan, and he's a great actor, good man.
All right.
Awesome. Thank you.
Good job, man. All right.
All right.
Final person, come on now.
Hey.
All right.
Are you Kiryu?
Yes, the new one.
Yeah. And
that's cool.
Nice.
I don't know if I'm supposed to say, but I've done scenes with that character.
That's what I was gonna ask.
Yeah.
So how did you get into Yakuza 7? Like, did they call you?
Yakuza, Like a Dragon. The director, Keith Aram, we were talking, I don't know, we were talking about something else. And we were talking about a screenwriting project of his. And then in the middle of it, he just said, "You know what? We've got this character, and he's like, in the 80s versions of the games, he's like this legendary badass. And now he's this bartender, and he works in this bar, and he's sort of in the background, but he's like this looming character. Would you be interested in playing it?" And I'm like, "Yeah." But I didn't want it to sound like Snake. I knew he was a tough guy. So I was like, I'm gonna do like a Harrison Ford impression, And so that's what I did, and that's how I got the role.
Sweet. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's awesome. Guys, those were some great questions. We're going to be wrapping it up here in a minute. Before we wrap things up, wanted to ask you, is there anything you want to plug, any other projects that you're currently involved in, anything we need to know about? Where can we find you?
Well, you can find me on Twitter at David B. Hayter, and on Instagram as the David Hayter. So you can check in with my adventures and silly random thoughts there. Please, if you haven't yet, please check out my show Warrior Nun, which has been canceled, but our first 2 seasons are, I'm very, very proud of them. I think we did an amazing job. It's a very unique, kick-ass show. Please pick up my game Synapse for the PSVR 2, which is a pretty badass game. And keep an eye out for the game Steam Dolls, which is an independent game that I'm working on right now.
All right.
Awesome. Thank
And
you.
also make sure after this to go to David's table because he's signing, taking pictures, the whole nine. Make sure you go to his table.
Come to the table, ask me questions, let's hang out, yell Snake at me, whatever, what have you.
And one last thing before we go, and this is just my editorialization here. This is something I think I speak on behalf of the audience here. We are all huge Metal Gear fans, huge fans of your work, obviously. I think not only is Metal Gear a great franchise, a great series, it has a great message, but I think it's one of the most important video game series ever made. It transcends gaming, it transcends storytelling in a way that no other games have ever done. It has withstood the test of time, the themes are still current. For me personally, I am a huge Metal Gear Solid 4 fan. That is actually my favorite video game of all time. I love all of them. I love 3, I love 1, I love 2, I love 1. But I am a Metal Gear Solid 4 fan, and I wanted to personally thank you for the memories,
Yes.
for all the great times, for your time today spending with us, and just being a great guest of ours. Again, please give it up, Mr. David Hayter. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. And it's so great to meet you all. Thank you for the support and the love. And I can't wait to meet you all in person.
And go watch Watchmen again. That's your homework assignment.
Come on, Crusaders, it's cleanup time!
culture or civilization. So,
or technology causes
Yeah.
zombie-like behavior or mindset.
right. So where does the original zombie come from? Where has it been documented? So it comes from like the 19th century, like I said, and it was first documented by Robert Southley, who saw it as zombie, and they traced it back to what they would consider like, I guess, something that causes by like gods and like something related to your soul, and that's an early depiction. It gets kind of crazy online trying to find something, but during my research, there was one guy who a lot of people quoted, or this man just paid for ad like promotion, and he has a whole website about the original Haitian zombie process, testimonies, and bizarre like, I don't know, like encounters that I'm like, oh, he met a zombie, and I'm like, most of the time you read that and it goes, no, he met a drunk man, and it's just rambles of nonsense. I don't want to give this guy that much credit. It's just like this website you can find for Haitian zombies, but.
I'm not sure. Is this the same guy that like Serpent and Rainbow is based on, or that's a different guy?
That's a different guy. So around that time when Haitian zombies were a thing, when that was basically using voodoo practices to possess a person, sometimes either killing them and then making them like a mindless worker.
Or you get them some sort of drug that makes it look like they die, but then it turns them. Then you use like
free
magic
labor,
or and they determined like plantation workers.
But then they forget to eat and then they basically starve off. It's weird. Like this guy sort of documents it, but. It's as much as like, I don't know, like trying to think of some pseudoscience that doesn't exist, like curing like an itch with like
quackery.
Quackery, yeah. I'm just so don't look too deep. But where does mainstream zombies come from? Like where do the like pop culture that we now know zombies really start becoming like popular? And I argue that it's White Zombie. It's the earliest known marketable zombie movie known.
Where they actually say zombie
They
in
actually
the
use
movie?
the word zombie, and it actually follows the Haitian origin, where a witch doctor takes a body, either by a dead body or a poisoned body, and then converts them into a mindless person and makes them do their bidding. And in the 30s and the 40s, doing their mindless bidding was like a huge thing in horror movies. But modern zombies is usually just credit to George Romero.
Yeah, he is the like king of the zombies.
He is, I think, still to this day like the caliber. Either you stick to the Romero style zombie, where it's slow, mindless, and there really is no explanation, or there's too much explanation, and you get kind of like lost in logistics. But huge history about it. I mean, we could do a whole panel just on him, but there's so much more to cover. So we also ranked the pop culture like influence between authenticity and threat to humanity score.
So so like a 1 is, and on the authenticity rating is like,
you can pretty much solve it in a night.
Or is that the threat or is that the authenticity?
That's authenticity. Like, well, authenticity is like, is this truly? No, sorry, that's threat. You're right. So authenticity is like, is this
How close to Romero? How close to Romero is
of the
it?
caliber is it? So like a Scooby-Doo zombie, is not a real zombie, right? And then of course a Romero zombie is a Romero zombie. Then there's threat to humanity. So the example, for those who can see, is a Disney zombie series, which I didn't know was a thing. It's like High School Musical. Obviously not a threat.
They're not eating people.
They're not eating people.
brains, they're just dancing.
They're just, can vampires and zombies fall in love? 3 movies of that.
Yeah.
World War Z, pretty good. Good explanation of like humanity.
Obviously the entire world.
Entire world, not just located to one area. All right.
So let's jump into some like notable zombies throughout history.
Notable early zombie example was Madeline Short. She was the protagonist, sort of, in White Zombie. So she is someone that just met a plantation owner in Haiti.
I think it was on the boat to Haiti.
Like they mention it, yeah. But he it's just in the same vein as Dracula, where this person who's a very rich person falls in love with another person who is engaged or married and goes, "I want that person." And instead of talking like an adult, like they drug them or they do magic.
Yeah. So this plantation owner gets Bela Lugosi to perform his rituals on her and turns her into a mindless zombie. who could play piano, but that's about it.
So unlike other zombies, like this one has a weird personality. You can give her like tasks. You tell them to do something, and they'll just do it. But they'll have no control of their like motor
I think
functions.
it seems like Bela Lugosi, like he's like psychically like telling them, like isn't like he just like.
Oh, he doesn't
gives
even
like his
do,
stare and just goes like.
He does like Jedi mind powers, and then the zombies go do things. Like he'll just like itch his side, and they're like, "Oh, we should do this." And it's like, where does this make sense? This movie, by the way, of White Zombie is an hour long, and it feels like forever.
I don't know if everyone's ever seen it, but yeah.
You can find it on
It's
YouTube.
historically important. It's
It
not the most
is
entertaining
if you
movie to
love
watch.
like horror movies, just because Bela Lugosi's pretty good in it, but everyone else is like, I don't know, like, just like kind of out of
It's some very interesting. When we were talking about it the other day, like interesting filmmaking techniques that I think probably originated from
good
here. Were, like,
cinematics. Like I kept not going to deny that. However, it's just like not a good rewatch. Like if I didn't do this panel, I probably wouldn't watch this movie. So the next one that came out that same time frame is a movie called I Walk with a Zombie. It's close to White Zombie, but I prefer it better because it actually doesn't follow a zombie. It follows people that encounter a plantation of zombies, and there really is one main zombie called Coffer, and he is just the servant. He is mindless. He has no personality. He is just ordered to do things. But as the movie progresses, you could show there's more like to him, but we'll never know because like that's the mystery about it. I recommend this movie more than White Zombie. The performance is better, but also this is around that same era where they were trying to ape off the last thing that was popular. Oh, and then yeah, the threat to him is he's pretty good. The whole thing about his movie though, he's ordered to fetch one person all the time that keeps escaping. So it's like whenever she escapes, they send him out. So it's like a hulking terror. And again, they didn't really use that until way later. And you'll see examples of that in other video games and media of a like unstoppable threat. And for him, it's just this really tall, unkillable thing.
But he's just one zombie. That's
Just one zombie though. So he's a threat to you if he's coming after you, but if
Yes.
you're just not there, and also he can't swim. That's not a spoiler, but how about this?
So yeah, so how many people have read Tales from the Crypt or seen the show? There was a famous story from I think this is the comic or the TV show, Chris?
Comic first.
Okay, and then it became an episode. But Jim from Thing from the Grave, he is brought back for revenge. He was killed by one of his
rival suitors.
Yes, and buried. But then he comes back and he's actually like sort of a hero because he rescues his love.
So in this example is one of the first early examples of being a zombie and getting your revenge. Like your love saves you. It's one of the like early stories where being a zombie wasn't a bad thing. Actually, it was a good thing because like an undead love like came back to save you from like someone way worse.
Yeah, and so season 2, episode 6 of Tales from the Crypt. This was based on.
Yeah.
There's other Tales from the Crypt episodes that feature zombies, but this is probably like the
most.
one,
I think still it was one of the early examples of it. Again, threat level. It's just really for one guy. Romaine level. I like it because like he basically just gets resurrected by jewelry. All right. Okay, so who here has seen Plan 9 from Outer Space? Okay, one, that guy, maybe because he's laughing too much. 2, you, okay. If you haven't heard about it, I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but I'm just going to redo the outline because this movie has like 5 different plots, but there's a zombie plot, even though it's an alien thing.
Directed by Ed Wood.
Yeah. All right. So this is about a detective who then gets killed by a not Dracula Bela Lugosi. He gets brought back to life by aliens. He then is sent to kidnap someone, so that's sort of authentic. But then when they don't even kill him, the aliens just leave, and he just turns into dust. And the movie doesn't explain any of this. It just happens.
And it's like an alien. This is like actually Plan 9, so it's like their plan.
Their plan to destroy humanity.
Is to bring back the undead. Yeah.
Yeah. They only bring back 2 people. This dude, and that was by accident. And then like oh man, I forgot the name, but she looks like Elvira.
Oh yeah.
Vampira?
Vampira.
Vampira. Again, pretty killable. So now we're in the
OG.
60s. The OG, the original zombies from the Night of the Living Dead. And there's an early blur that they got radiation from Venus, just whatever that means as the origin. They are slow moving and like easy to attack, but if they're in large groups and you're surrounded, that's usually where like that's your downfall.
and they're eating everything. They're eating like it's not brain, it's like intestines.
Yeah.
They're eating like
they just
whatever.
have. So this is where like the insatiable hunger,
Flesh-eating ghouls.
flesh eating. Yeah. So they'll eat animals and people, and you see it in black and white, and it sort of made that landmark of zombies where they're mindless, and it's like you're more of afraid of the horde than like one individual now.
I can't remember. Is there? It's like bites spread it, or just like I can't.
I think bites spread it. Like
Yeah.
scratches haven't worked its way.
It's very vague about the origins.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
the
But the movie
rules.
never explains that, which I like. I like
Yes.
it when they don't say what causes it. They're just like, it's there, deal with it. Also, movie takes place in Pennsylvania, so all these people in this movie are Pennsylvanians, and you'll see that as a common theme in these zombie things.
The George Romero one specifically. 'Cause
Yeah. Romero level, obviously a 5. Threat level, a 3 if you let it, but mostly a 1 if you just don't stay in one location.
So, along with George Romero, the other kind of zombie master, Lucio Fulci, the Italian legend. So, Zombies for Zombie 2, which is actually a sequel to Dawn of the Dead, because Dawn of the Dead was released in Italy as Zombie, and so they made Zombie 2 because Dawn of the Dead was popular in Italy. Nothing to do with it. No input from Romero. And it's its own separate thing.
I think legally they're using the word zombie because it's the original like origins, so
Yes.
you can copyright it. It's just like free use now, I guess.
And it returns to the kind of the Haitian voodoo origins because it's an island in the Caribbean where these undead corpses are coming back. They are very fond of smashing people in the face, or smashing people into like sharp objects in their eyes. There's like probably the most like.
It's like I guess an early example of like rage zombies because they're not just trying to bite you; they want to like harm you with
Yes.
objects and tools.
But yeah, if you're afraid of like eye gouging or eyes getting poked out, probably one of the most upsetting scenes in this movie.
There is a crazy original cover of Zombie 2 that terrified me in the video store because it's like a zombie missing an eye and it's like a terrible looking zombie. And just video stores were just like, here you go, kid. And like, I'm like, ah.
And also, I believe it's the first movie where a zombie fights a shark. So if you want to see that, this is your movie. And there was Zombie 3, which was also totally unrelated to anything. It was its own separate movie with different characters, different plot, but also Italian.
So now we're getting inside to like the more mythical side.
And we're in the 80s now, too.
Yeah, we're now in the 80s. There's still classic zombies still happening, but Pet Sematary, the book, kind of made it a new genre, like a new thing where like undead animals and I guess like curses became a thing.
Yeah, this is probably one of the biggest like magical origin zombie things.
So in the book, they describe this cat that gets buried and then comes back and it starts rotting. So its personality is pretty normal, but it's just like a terrible looking cat, just because like the way it died and stuff like wasn't as tragic. But yeah, it's just a regular undead cat this guy has, and he has no problem with it. It's everything else that happens in the story is the problem about humans coming back and acting weird.
Yes.
Okay.
Obviously turned into a movie.
There was a Ramones song.
Yes.
Definitely go see it. The remake, debatable, but at least
I haven't seen there's a prequel too. I've not seen it.
There's like 3 of them, I think.
Yeah.
And you want to talk about this one?
So the zombies from Thriller, which we were playing before we started the panel. But yeah, I think it's a 13-minute music video. Michael Jackson, the title track of his biggest album, and I think we were debating how you turn into a zombie based on the lyrics, because it seems like if you're unable to dance, you turn into a zombie. Because it says
yeah, if you fail a dance contest, that's how you turn into a zombie in Thriller. If you look at the lyrics.
If you're found without the soul for getting down, then you turn into a zombie.
Yeah, because you rot without. What is it? And whoever shall be found without the soul for getting down must stand and face the hounds of hell and rot inside in a corpse of shell.
So yeah, so if the other zombies come and challenge you to a dance off and you lose, you turn into a zombie. Is what I interpret that to be.
But then Michael Jackson loses and he turns into a zombie.
But I guess he's so good he turns back.
I don't.
But he's a werewolf.
He's a werewolf in it. Super weird. But we did a list of how many movies this song is featured in, and at least 6. And I would argue 13 on 30, though at the time was pretty good, kind of inappropriate. It's not a horror movie. It's not a horror dance.
I'm surprised there's only one actual other zombie movie in that features
Yeah,
it.
only one real zombie movie actually uses it properly. Zombieland. Oh no, maybe American Horror Story.
was Cult about zombies? I think that was like a cult.
Yeah, it's a cult. See, no one really uses it properly.
Yeah.
So Romero comes back in the 80s pretty heavy with Day of the Dead.
I mean, obviously had Dawn of the Dead before, in the middle, between Night of the Living Dead and this one. But this is like more significant. Dawn of the Dead was more just like, Night of the Living Dead, but bigger in the mall. But Day of the Dead is actually, you have Bub, who is a smarter than average zombie. The whole movie takes place in like this military base. We're experimenting on them. They're trying to see if they can like make zombies domesticated, like have them do like basic tasks for them, maybe like stop this like
virus
outbreak
like
from happening.
You can live with a zombie if you can treat the zombie.
Yeah,
like,
if they can
respect
train them. Yeah, if they can train them to do things, maybe they can like actually like coexist with them.
Yeah, and then like it's a cool concept because not a lot of movies are trying to figure out how to tame them well, and there's a whole backstory of what's happening in this experiment, but it's pretty cool because Bub became one of the best popular characters for this.
He's basically like the hero of the movie.
He is. He becomes the like surprising underdog.
Yeah. But yeah, they teach him to shoot a gun, shave, listen to music, which one of those seems kind of odd to teach it.
I mean,
the other ones,
that's
but
how they
it works out for him at the end because he managed to take out Captain Rhodes, who's just like more of a monster than the zombies.
So another thing about Romero movies is that the humans are the worst part, not so much the zombies. And then this was a good example of that. This movie was remade twice, and they all are terrible.
Yeah, but 2008, 2017, no kind of Bub equivalent. It's basically just the name. It's like it's a cool name. We're gonna use that for a zombie movie. So, White Zombie.
Take your bow. Say hello to Michelle. All right, we'll put you right here. Take a seat. You do. Secret Lab, sponsor of Too Many Games, provided their chairs.
Hello.
Hello, you're there. There you are.
Hi, Jason.
Hi, Michelle. How are you?
I'm great. How you doing?
I'm great. Would you believe we just met each other? Like a half hour ago? Would you believe that?
It's like we're long-lost siblings.
Yeah, I know. Hey, I had one of those. That's a whole other story. So,
I already have two brothers. That's enough. They're twins, so you can imagine what I have to put up with.
Older or younger?
They're younger.
Oh, well, that's
so they would torment me.
So it was less, sure, but at any given moment, you could be like, they're Olimar to their Pikmin. Go! Do my bidding.
Yeah.
So this is the journey through Pokemon voice acting.
It's so bright. I'm like,
it is so bright. There are people there, I hope. If there's not, it's a recording of laughter, which I'll take, honestly. So if this is the journey of Pokemon voice acting, I figure we should start at the beginning. What is your Pokemon voice acting origin story? When did you join the franchise? When did that happen?
I think it was 2006.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was like around 2006, 2007 when I started. So I started at season 9, the Battle Frontier. I started as Jessie and May, and then, well, there was the special too, the Mastermind and Mirage Pokemon, where I was Misty for that one. So they were doing some changes over at Pokemon. It was called Pokemon USA, now it's called TPCI, the Pokemon Company International. So they were doing some changes, and I was just sending my demo like everywhere because I just started out in voice acting, and I mailed it to like every place that I could find in New York. I had like a CD and stuff, and I feel like I'm too tall for this chair. Oh, there we go.
You're too tall, Michelle.
I'm too tall. I'm like, I'm 5'8". I'm too tall. So I was mailing my demo out, and I got a call from Tosh Productions, and they said, we're casting for Pokemon. And I'm like, what do you mean? It's already casted. It's on TV and stuff. So they were doing a recast. They were looking for sound-alikes. And I went to like Best Buy, and I went to buy like any DVD that they had of Pokemon so I could listen to the voices and stuff. And I went in for an audition, and they said I sounded really good for the ladies. So I started off voicing a lot of ladies in the beginning, and then progressively picked up more Pokemon along the way.
When did that first? I need to know when the first Pokemon you ever voiced. And how does that come about?
See, that's a tough question because like I don't remember the first Pokemon I voiced. Oh man.
Like, did they approach you with, hey, we love your female voices. We love the voice you're bringing to the girls. Can you apply that to some one word?
Yeah, right?
Single words
just
over and
their
over
name.
Again?
That's all. Can can you do any emotion but just saying one word?
Yeah, that's actually one of the questions.
Convey happiness, sadness, and eating reacts, and in just using one word. And I'm like, sure, I can do that. No problem.
That's actually one of the questions I wanted to ask you. Do you find it was it more difficult to bring that emotion and find those different emotions as a person or as a Pokemon where you have to do all these things with one word? Or one grunt in some cases.
The one word is a little difficult. I would say at the Pokemon more. With people, it's a little easier. You can get in that mindset if you have to cry. Because we actually cry. I was crying a lot in the booth, especially during the Pokemon Ranger in the Temple of the Sea. Where I was May and Manaphy for that. We had to do a lot of crying for that, so you have to put yourself in that crying mood. But yeah, I would say it's more difficult to convey that with just one word. But I mean, like, we do dubbing, so we get to watch it in Japanese first. So we kind of see what they're doing first and kind of play off of that. So it helps a little bit more. Since like they're already conveying the motion in Japanese, and then we just have to convey it in English. So
is there any?
So that kind of helps.
Is there any extra like pressure or anxiety for something like that? You're watching the Japanese and you're like, wow, they really killed that.
Yeah, like a lot of people
Am I gonna be able to do that too?
like the subs better than there's a whole controversy, subs versus dubs. That's cool. I mean, I'm cool with whatever. You know, I don't judge. Like, you like what you like, and that's totally cool. But there's always that like little kind of pressure. It's like you want to do as good as the original. So, because I've heard from a lot of Japanese fans that they like to watch like American movies in the original language, in English, and read the subtitles. So it's kind of like the same in like different countries, that they like to kind of hear the original language. So, but it's personal preference.
Sure. If you wouldn't mind, and this is a guilty pleasure question, I promise. Would you mind giving us a few examples of the Pokemon that you have voiced throughout the year? Oh boy. Very good. On command. Did you see that?
This is my favorite.
On-demand Pokemon voices.
Do it.
Go see her over at her meet and greet section for more of those.
You're hired.
Was there one Pokemon in particular that you didn't think would be much of a challenge for your voices, but then you were like, man, this is tough?
The ones that are really tougher, like super scratchy on the voice, I would say like Dustox or Cacnea.
Okay.
Woobat, Swoobat, those are tough, especially if there's like a horde of them. And it's like, hey, we gotta record this like 10 times.
Oh no.
One right after the other. So it's like, Dustox. So after a while, it hurts.
Yeah.
And even if because when you're doing like vocal training and stuff, you train to like do it right so you don't hurt yourself. But after doing that for like a couple hours,
it's really not hard to not hurt yourself.
Kind of hurt.
Yeah. So what is your vocal training regimen? Is there anything particular that you do?
So I had a vocal coach. She was awesome and wonderful. She did like more like, I would say like telephone prompts and she did like Citibank and AT&T, like those kind of things. So it was funny when I was taking her classes, she had a guest come in and it was Casey Rogers, who was on Pokemon, and I loved her so much. I looked up to her. She was so cool. She voiced Wobbuffet and like Totodile. And it was just so cool learning from her. So I learned a lot from Casey. She was really awesome. She retired, and it's like really weird because like when she retired, I took over for some of her Pokemon like Mr. Mime, and it was a weird transition because like I looked up to her and I was like I'm like living on the legacy. I'm like so I was there. Thankfully I was there in the studio like the day since she was leaving. Thank God, because I got to like give her a hug and say goodbye to her, and I'm just like I just started bawling. I'm just like I'm gonna miss you. And she's like it's okay. She was like so sweet. She was really nice. I loved her. I went off on a tangent. What was it?
No. Hey, your vocal training regimen.
Vocal training, right.
So, I love tangents, though. They're great.
I tend to do that. I start here, and then I end up over here.
Keep it going. I love it.
So it's almost kind of like singing exercises. You do like vocal warm-ups, like, weird like lip flutters and things like that. But you also want to like take care of your voice too.
Sure.
So I gargle a lot with like warm salt water, and it's like lozenges, tea with honey and lemon. Green apples are really good for if you have like the acidity, and there's too much like mouth noises that you have. Because the microphones will pick up everything, so it's like, those little stupid sounds. You're like, go away. So green apples help with that, or like a chew gum. A lot if your throat gets too dry.
Yeah.
If you're working for a long time, like salty, like soups help. Like, say like chicken noodle soup or something. That's like good to eat after like a really, really long session, and your voice is like super tired. You're like,
bring you back. Cool. Yeah.
So that usually helps. So it's not just like exercises, like vocal exercises. It's also like what you eat, or what, like, don't eat dairy before going to do a voice session, because it causes a lot of mucus.
Yeah.
Like, don't have a bowl of ice cream, before going into a session.
After is a reward, though? After
is a reward, it's okay. Yeah, but not before a session.
That's good. So when you would go into a recording session, would you record your human voices and then your Pokemon voices? I'm basically asking if you've ever gone to a session where you've had to have a conversation with yourself.
Yeah.
Where you're doing your human voice and a Pokemon voice, and they have to actually interact with one another? Are you just in the booth doing both sides of that at the same time? How's that work?
Yeah, we record one at a time, because it would be too hard to go back and forth, plus like the engineer has to put them on separate tracks.
Okay.
So it's a lot easier for the engineer to just have like one character first, then the next one. So if there's like two human characters, so it's like, which one do you want to voice first? Basically. So we'll usually voice the human characters first, and then go through the whole entire episode. And then the next one, and then like we usually save like the Pokemon for last, because they could be a little straining on the voice.
Sure.
Yeah, but it all depends, and it depends like how many episodes you have to do. Sometimes it's like 1 or 2 a week. So, and then sometimes we don't finish. Sometimes they don't give us enough time. So we usually pick that up in like the next session or the following week. So, but it's pretty consistent, because it's a long series.
It is a very long
series. It's like one of the longest. It's like One Piece.
Well, which you've also.
Which I'm also in.
You just like really long legacy animes. That's
I haven't broken into. I just need Dragon Ball, Sailor Moon, and Naruto. I just need those 3.
On your punch card?
And on my punch card, right. It's like when I go into Subway or something in a punch card, it's like, what's the next show? Naruto, sweet.
So as you were getting more Pokemon throughout your voice acting career, and more being introduced and more being assigned to you, did you audition for new Pokemon? Did they give you like the idea and you would put your voice in there and they pick you? Or did they say, you would work for this one? How did that work?
So for the starters, mostly, they like to do auditions for the starters. Those are like the most important. Sometimes, I work with Lisa Ortiz now. Lisa Ortiz directs the show. Yay, Lisa! Woo! I love you, Lisa!
Props to Lisa. Props to Lisa.
Props to Lisa. Yep. So she's funny, because like she got to know us over the years, and like what we sound like and what we can do.
Okay.
So she knows that like I can voice the higher stuff, because like some of the ladies, I guess maybe they can't reach like super high. So when Beware showed up, Beware is like super high.
Oh,
when I listen to the Japanese, I'm like, you want me to do what? Like, you want me to do that? Okay. So Beware was a little tough, just because it's like super high.
Yeah.
But she's like, I know you can do this. Come on.
It's not a big deal.
Okay. So Lisa likes to give me the really, really high voicing Pokemon to voice. But yeah, the starters we usually audition for. So like when Horizons came up, so I auditioned for like Quaxley and Sprigatito. What's the other
Fuecoco.
one? What?
Fuecoco.
Fuecoco, that's
Yep.
right. So I auditioned for them, but because like you never know, sometimes maybe they will go with like a more feminine voice, but sometimes they'll go with like more of a male voice, because like Fuecoco and Quaxley are voiced both by men. So Sprigatito, I think it's Kira Buckland. I think it's Kira Buckland. The voice is Sprigatito.
Sounds right.
So anyway, but I'm like so many starters, so I'm just like, yeah, I kind of figured, but.
You ever go into a voice session getting ready to voice one Pokemon and then have another one in your head by accident? So you start doing the Pokemon's name and the other
similar.
Pokemon's voice, and you're like, oh, I'll do it over again.
They look similar and kind of sound similar a little bit, because sometimes we'll forget.
Yeah.
So they usually play a reference for us. So
Okay.
they have like a huge like voice bank, like a huge catalog of voices. So if we forget like what it is, they can just play it for us, which is great, because I'm like, I don't remember what this sounds like. It showed up like 10 years ago, you know?
Yeah, true.
So sometimes that'll happen. But I got new ones coming out. I can't talk about them yet, I'm sorry. But one I'm really, really, really excited about, because I've never voiced this kind of animal before.
Interesting.
And it was a little tough, but Lisa's like, I know you can do this. You can do this. So I'm like, okay.
What a tease.
But I'm really excited. I'm sorry. I can't say anything yet. I'm sorry. But I can't wait. Once it comes out, follow me on social media. So you can, I'm on like everything. I'm on like Facebook, Instagram, Threads. What's the other one? Blue Sky. There's too many now.
Twitter/X, whatever we're calling that these days.
Whatever that thing is.
Twit-X, who knows?
Thank you. I feel the same way.
It's run by a twit.
You.
That's all I know. I'm in trouble now. Anyway. So as you were, did you find that you would start getting like, pardon the pun, typecast as certain Pokemon? Like you just said, you can do the high registers. So would they come to you for the high registers first, or even like certain actual types, like you did a lot of water, did a lot of grass? Did they start coming to you first, and then maybe you couldn't do it, and they would go on?
I'm not a lot of fire type, I think. Is it fire type? I'm Torchic, but that's like about it, which is funny.
More fire types, please.
Oh, no, more fire types. I'm some grass types and water types. But, oh man, this stinks, because like I wish I could talk about this one particular Pokemon that I just voiced, and it was a lot of lines, which was cool. But I can't talk about it yet because it's not out yet. Like I can't remember which episode Horizons came out to, but it's not in that chunk of episodes that they dropped on Netflix. So I'm like, oh man, because this was so different from what I'm used to, which is great. So maybe I'm not typecasted too much. But yeah, I mean, Lisa usually does come to me for like the higher register Pokemon.
Yeah.
Which is funny. But I can't wait to talk about this one particular. I was hoping it would come out by now so I could talk about it here. But I'm like, oh man. So sorry.
So should we just yell at Netflix? Get on it, Netflix.
Come on, Netflix.
Come on.
They're like, you're fired. No.
Yeah, well, you're gonna have an email on Monday. What were you talking about at that
Because I do writing for them too, so I'm like, no, please don't fire me.
No, I don't think that's going to happen at all. It fascinates me to have to bounce back and forth, like you were saying, between the humans and the Pokemon. Do you find that, you hear the Pokemon's voice from before to remind you what that sound is? Does that sort of color like how you approach the recording sessions for like all those emotions we were talking about earlier too? I'm curious. So, do they give you the different emotions when you're
not in like the catalog that they have?
Right.
They'll just play like maybe like a hello or an attack or something, just like a couple things, but not like they don't have like a bank of like every emotion out there.
Sure.
So, but watching the Japanese really does help. So, because they'll play it in Japanese first, and then they'll play it. You hear like 3 beeps in your headphones, and then on the 4th imaginary beep, so it goes beep, 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 talk. So you have to have good timing too. But I play piano, so I know that stuff.
Is there a sort of, to bring in that musical background, is there a sort of rhythm that you have to find even in your cadences when you're speaking as the Pokemon human's voice?
I think it helps a lot. Like, not that you don't have to have like a musical background to be a voice actor.
Sure.
Like, you don't have to have that. But I think it's helped me, because I've seen other people struggle a little bit with timing and stuff. So, and it was funny, James Carter Cathcart, who was writing the scripts, he's a musician.
Okay.
So his scripts are so fantastic. I love them, and the jokes, and he was really good. He would put a lot of like sing-songy things for Team Rocket, which was great. And he has like perfect pitch and can play by ear.
Yeah.
So he would record, if we were doing little harmony songs, he would record all of the parts so that I just had to listen to it and then just do my part. So
interesting.
I was like, thank you so much. So I didn't have to, so he would record, he was voicing James and Meowth, and he would record Jesse's part. And so Lisa would be like, okay, you just have to do this. And I'm like, thank you. We call him Carter. So I'm like, thank you, Carter, thank you.
Do you prefer to voice the heroic, the good guys, or the baddies?
Well, it's funny, because like, see, it's weird, because like, I feel like Team Rocket is more comic relief.
That's fair.
There was the time in like Black and White when they got really serious, and we were just kind of bored.
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
I was like, this is boring.
This isn't what they're meant for. This isn't what they're supposed to do.
So, and it got like bad reviews. So like, the kids didn't like it, you know? And so they went back to how they were funny and everybody liked it again. I'm like, oh, thank God. They're funny again, woo! And it was hard for the writer too, because it's just like, I can't write them funny anymore, you know? Yeah. So I'm glad they went back to being funny.
Now, as your career has progressed, have you taken experience from other animes and applied it to Pokemon, or even vice versa? Have you found that you've voiced characters that are sort of similar and you've been able to pull from Pokemon characters into those other ones, or again, vice versa?
Well, like, when you do any audition, I don't know, I don't think about Pokemon, I guess, when I'm doing auditions. I just take, the lessons I've learned and apply it to like every audition that I do. So I follow as much of like the description. See, because like some shows that aren't anime, they don't want it to sound anime. Right. Or even like there's some anime they don't want it to sound anime. Like they want it to sound more believable and real. Like something like a silent voice, those kind of things, they want to make it, or like the Miyazaki films. Okay. They want them to sound more like people, like more real and not so anime-ish or cartoonish, things like that. Unless it is like a super cartoony character. Okay. They would rather have the humans sound more real and believable. So it depends. It's a lot of depending in this industry.
Sounds like it.
Depends on this, depends on this. Yeah.
Do you find that trying to bring that sort of realism to a cartoon character is difficult? Like, I feel like if I'm getting into a cartoon role, I want to be that sort of cartoonish character that you're talking about. Yeah. But that they come in and say to you, this needs to be deadpan, like you're speaking to your family at the dinner table and no emotion other than that whatsoever. And you're like, what am I doing here? Is that weird?
Well, that's funny because I did have an issue. So I voiced Bazzy in Kart Rider Rush Plus. Okay. It's like a racing game, super cute. Go play it. It's awesome. Play it. And he's he's very, very tired all the time. I am very, very energetic. I should have just not slept for the session, and it probably would. And the director had to keep. His name was Jamie, and he kept telling me, he's like, you sound too hyper. He's like tired. Sad to be really tired. Oh. I don't want to race today. And it was hard for me because I want to be like, yeah, let's go, racing game, But his personality was so sleepy all the time and tired, so that was a little difficult for me because it's not my personality at all. Right. But you have to kind of put yourself in that mindset where you're not you anymore. You are this character. You are this person, and like watch their mannerisms and what they would do. Because this was I think it was actually in Korean or I don't think it was in Japanese. I'm trying to remember. I can't remember. I'd have to look it up. So we listened to like the original and then dub it into English, but it's like you have to follow more what they're doing. But for other things, if it's like prelay is you record the voices first and then they animate afterwards. That you depend a lot on your director, to help. Which, like, even with dubbing, you depend on your director a lot because they know the series and the show more than you do.
Sure.
Because they have to watch all of it. They have to watch all of it beforehand. So relying on your director and having a good director, which is why I love Lisa so much. She's so like involved, which is great. And she helps you out a lot. Your director really has to like guide you and help you follow the right direction for your sessions. So, which thanks, Lisa.
Lisa Ortiz.
Lisa Ortiz is the best.
That prelay is interesting. So you sometimes record before, like they put that's how they animate around your sound?
So, does anybody know God School, the Olympian gods?
Anybody?
At all?
One, there's one. Right there he is.
Yay!
Two of them.
I voiced Persephone in God School, the Olympian gods, and the Caryatid sisters, and they animate afterwards, which is really cool. So we record the lines first, and then they animate afterwards. So it really depends, like, the description of the character and the description of the line and, like, working with the director in how they want this scene to go and how they want the character to sound because they're going to animate to you. So it's so like, cool. So depending on, you know, if you're happy or sad or crying, and then they're going to, like, animate to it. So they really they're working off of your voice and how you sound for that episode. So
it feels like a little
God
more...
School is really cool. Go Google it. God School, the Olympian gods is really. It's like the Greek gods going to school.
Sounds like an anime.
It's pretty cool. It sounds like an anime. It looks very Disney. It's very, very pretty. It's gorgeous. The music is fantastic. I love it. I love working on it.
I feel like there's more creativity when you find out that your voice may impact how they animate the show. Does that come with any like, how do I? Sorry about that. What was going on over there? Do you feel like you put maybe a little more thought into how you get those words out, just to see how it reflects in the animation?
They do like a few different takes just in case. So sometimes I'll change it up a little bit, just so they have like a different. Like sometimes they won't think that. Oh wait, it could have sounded like this instead. That's a great idea. Like if an actor gives like a director a good idea, it's like, can I try it this way? So we try it this way. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You know, they'll say like, no, I don't really like that. Let's go back to doing it the first way.
Sure.
So it's a lot of experimenting.
I feel like
that's fun.
That's a writing theme throughout your entire career.
It's a lot of experimentation.
See what works and what doesn't.
What works, yes, exactly. What works, what doesn't.
And chicken soup when you're done.
Drink that soup.
Yes. So you mentioned.
Why are you in the soup store?
That's not the booth.
You know it. They know do you know the joke?
I don't.
What?
I don't think so.
You don't know this?
I don't know.
I was gonna say chat. See, I'd stream on Twitch. I was like, chat. This guy doesn't know the soup store.
Yeah, sorry. I'm
at the soup.
I have a couple of blind spots. Sorry, everybody.
I can't right now. I'm at soup. I'm buying clothes. Wait. Why are you buying clothes at the soup store? I won't say the rest of it. You can swear.
I will.
I'll watch my mouth here.
I have homework. It sounds like they've been giving me homework, and I appreciate y'all for not judging me.
You have to see this. It's funny. It's very funny.
I will look. So you mentioned video games too. Super Smash Brothers, but a big part of your any Pokemon trainer mains out there? Anyone? There's one. Same two. You guys. MVPs right there.
Wait, that's not Samus. I'm just kidding. No, my friend Mike mains Samus, and he's like a beast with Samus. It's so good.
Yeah, I was a little main for a while because I didn't like winning matches. I just was so loyal to Punch-Out that I'm like, I'm gonna do this whether with an 0-100 record or not. But then I came to my senses and mained Ridley, where I win half the time. Talk to me about the difference between recording for a show and recording for games, because I imagine they are similar, but there are different things about it. Maybe more takes, maybe less emotion. So what would you say is the biggest difference between the two?
Let's see. Well, okay, so if we're dubbing a show, we usually go from start to finish.
Sure.
So the big difference is with a video game, you skip around a lot. So if they're, I'll use like Street Fighter Cross. I was Elisa Boskanovich in Street Fighter Cross Tekken.
Oh, great.
It's a lot of
Underrated.
reaction. You're like,
Underrated game.
Yeah, it's a lot of reactions, a lot of screaming. So, especially if there's cutscenes in a video game, they'll usually record the cutscenes first. If it's like dialogue, because you don't want to kill your voice in the beginning of a session.
Sure.
So, especially if it's a fighting game, so usually they'll separate the script from like normal regular dialogue if there's like a cutscene to like fighting reacts. Now, like it's different when you're working on like a bigger thing like that has like more cutscenes, like a Persona or like Resident Evil, or because there's a lot of Resident Evil people here. I'm like, yes. Lady D. I love Lady D. I'm like, Maggie. I met Maggie. I was like, I love her.
She's sort of intimidating.
She's very tall. I'm glad I'm 5'8". I'm like, oh, you're tall too.
Just like her character. She's very like, hi. Nice to, and I'm a tall guy. Like, well, nice to meet you, Maggie. You know? Hi. Anyway, sorry.
She's so sweet, though. I love her. So sometimes, so there's a lot of cutscenes to go through. So like things like that, you're obviously gonna need like multiple sessions for it. And even for like Street Fighter, I needed like a few sessions for it because there were some cutscenes and then we had to do like a lot of the reactions. So they'll have a script with specific reactions that they want, but then they'll also just do like random, just like go, just follow the director. It's like just mimic him, go like ha, ha. Like, and just like, it was really fun, like going back and forth like that. So I would say that's the biggest difference because usually doing a show, it's just from the beginning to the end, start to finish. So, but a video game skips around like a lot, so.
Now, in a fighting game script, when you have these reactions, does it say like pain or or like straining, or how are those written, or is it just like yeah? Like what does that say in the
Sometimes
script?
it'll actually say HIYAH. That's like yeah.
That's great.
Sometimes it'll say that, or it'll say like YAH. Sometimes they'll spell it out, or they'll just have like. For different reactions, they'll have like little different acronyms in the beginning, like OM means open mouth, CT means clenched teeth, or a closed mouth is CM. I'm trying to think if there's more.
Industry secrets here, people.
Like,
CT, clench your teeth.
Because sometimes when your teeth are closed, it'll produce a different sound than when your mouth is open.
Okay.
So we're like, when your mouth's closed, when you're getting punched. But sometimes it'll say like OM punch or OM kick or like OM, like pain or something. Yeah. So like you're getting hit in the face, now you're getting hit in the stomach, now you're getting, they're all different.
Now, will you receive a script before you record, obviously, or or sometimes you just walk in and they hand you a piece of paper?
You kind of just walk in and go, and
It's like you're walking into OM kick.
Especially like nowadays, it's so crazy. Like you sign NDAs and everything, but like things get leaked so much more nowadays than they used to.
Stop leaking.
Like before, it wasn't bad if you sent a script to somebody beforehand.
Right.
Nowadays, it's like there's because of like cell phones and everything, and you take like you're not allowed to bring a phone in a booth.
Sure.
You cannot bring a phone in the booth with you. They don't want pictures of anything. You have to like sign your life away, like in these contracts. But so it's a lot more strict now. So like we don't see the script until we like go in there.
Wow. I guess
it's a lot of on the fly kind of. You better be good at improv.
Yeah, that does make sense with all the leaks and everything today.
Yeah.
I feel like one page of a script, you take a picture and someone's in your cloud and that's the end of it.
Tom Holland. I mean, what?
Everyone knows that Pokemon you were talking about earlier. You take one picture of the script, we're going to know. Netflix is going to be really mad at you.
Yeah.
That's not good.
You're not allowed to bring your phone in the booth with you. Nope.
So we're coming up on, we're going to do a little Q&A in a little bit. You see the mic set up here. Feel free to come up, ask a question when we start, about a couple minutes from now. One thing they did ask me to ask y'all, if you come up and ask a question, when you go back to your seats, stay behind this monitor here, not in front of it, because there's wires. We don't want you to trip and hurt yourself.
Don't trip.
Trying to make sure everybody has a safe experience here. But before we do that,
yes,
I prepared a handful of rapid fire questions, just quick, like one to two answer questions. Most of them are Pokemon related. If the answer is a Pokemon whose voice you've done, feel free. I will give you, sure. So, first one, favorite Pokemon there ever?
Piplup.
Piplup, good one. Least favorite?
Trubbish.
Oh, that's terrible. I'm done. That is my little trashy boy.
I'm sorry.
I get it.
It's trash.
But that's why we love him.
I know. He's got a personality.
Trubbish is.
I don't know what to say.
I feel for that boy.
Gudra? No, people like Gudra.
No, people like Gudra too.
Yeah.
You're really.
Man, I can't win.
I'll give you Trubbish. I'll look at you side-eyed, but I'll give you Trubbish. If you were gym leader, what type would you focus on?
Water.
Water.
Absolutely water.
Who would your main Pokemon be? Like the
Piplup.
anchor? Piplup? Not Empoleon? Okay.
Piplup is my favorite. I love penguins. I'm a Scorpio, which is a water type, which is a water sign.
Sure.
And I love water, and I love the beach. Anything to do with water. So water type all the way. Piplup.
Excellent. Favorite character in the show not voiced by you?
Ooh. Jeez. No, but James. Probably James. Yeah.
That makes sense. Considering what you said earlier, that does make
James,
sense.
yeah.
And then finally, a Pokemon you would have liked to have voiced, or at least tried to voice.
This is supposed to be rapid fire, and I'm trying to.
It's fine.
Oh man. Probably Wobbuffet.
Wobbuffet, that's a good one.
Don't tell Erica because she took over for Wobbuffet. Shh. Don't tell Erica.
Industry secrets, people.
She's like, I'm gonna kill you. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that was it. Just wanted to keep you on your toes there a little bit. Appreciate that. So yeah, we will, if you want to come down this aisle here, microphone is right here. Just step up, say your name, introduce yourself, go right for it. You have, and you know what? You've been nice to us this whole panel, so you can definitely go first. And if you want to do it, you're second.
I know everything. Oh no, you've been bad.
I know everything. I don't need to.
She's done this before, it sounds like. So yes, step up to the mic, state your name. Here is Michelle. All yours.
Hi, I'm Ben. This is one of my first cons.
First con ever?
Yeah,
Yo, welcome to the club.
Thank you.
Welcome.
It's a problem.
Obviously, when you've been around in the industry for a long time, obviously other voice actors and stuff to recognize you. Again, same as what you've said before. Have you ever had that before where a person will come up to you who's also doing whatever and saying oh my gosh, Michele Knotz,
outside of a con?
Outside of a con, recording or part of the same show or whatever.
So it's funny because nobody knows who I am outside of conventions, but it was funny. There's a place in Edgewater, New Jersey called Mitsuwa. I don't know if anybody's ever been there before. Yeah. So it's like a Japanese marketplace, but they also have eateries and stuff, and they got a toy store and a bookstore, and somebody noticed me there, which was funny. I had no idea who they were. It was a girl at one of the registers, and she said, "Are you Michele Knotz?" I'm like, "Oh God." Somebody recognized me outside of a convention, but I'm like, yeah. She's like, oh my God, I'm a big fan. It was cool, but also a little nervous because I see what the big celebrities go through and stuff. I'm small potatoes compared to them. So I'm I hope it doesn't get too crazy, but it hasn't been, so, which is good. Conventions are fun. Conventions are great. Love interacting with everybody here. If it was outside, all the time, I don't know how they handle it. I don't know how people Angelina Jolie or Brad Pitt or whoever, or Robert Downey Jr. How do you people, deal with that? I don't know. I don't know if I can handle it.
Especially, you're a voice actor. So if they recognize you when all you've done is voice, that's
yeah.
How involved in my career
I
are
don't
you?
do on camera work,
Yeah.
thankfully. So obviously they recognize them right away.
Sure.
So I guess I'm kind of glad that I hide in a booth.
Thank you, pal.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next up, step up here. Luigi. Luigi in the flesh.
It's first off, shout out to Rachel Lillis. Hope she's recovering very well.
Yes. Did you hear about that?
I did not.
I wasn't sure if I should bring it up or not because I don't want to make anybody sad.
Not a problem.
Yeah, but as an Indiegogo, and it's been going very well. Or was it GoFundMe?
I have. You're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I have so many things. I do remember that now.
GoFundMe is
Yes,
doing
GoFundMe.
amazing.
Yes.
Which is
Yeah,
great.
go support the GoFundMe.
Yeah.
Rachel Lillis is awesome.
Yes, thank you.
All right. How was it voicing Piplup? Because you got him for season 9, and then season 10 it was oh, I'm voicing the main Pokemon of the new coordinator. And then how was it voicing Piplup, working with Emily and everything?
It was cool because like Piplup was the first Pokemon that I didn't have to voice match anyone, because before that, like in season 9, it was all I can't remember the first
Battle
one
Frontier.
I actually what?
It was Battle Frontier.
The Battle Frontier. I can't remember which Pokemon I voiced first, but it was a voice match because like they had already been voiced for seasons 1 through 8. So when I got Piplup, it was great. So we could like work with him a little bit. We listened to it's Pochama in Japanese. So, which is different because they got the O's and the A's in there. So mine was like, So we were trying to figure out a good way to make that sound. So we went with like the cute route. Pochama is, because it's like, Pochama is a little more raspy, raspy, a little more raspy. But Piplup we wanted to make a little more cuter. Especially because like, Piplup was Dawn's starter.
Yep.
So, you know, Dawn being super cute and adorable. So they're like, let's make Piplup a little more, like, a little cuter. So we went that way with it. But I'm telling you, working, with the director, like, really helps. If you have, like, a really, really good director, they help a lot. Love my directors.
Yeah, shout out to Lisa Ortiz.
Shout out to Lisa. Love Lisa.
And shout out to you, Luigi. Thank you for the question.
Oh, thank you very much. Play Luigi's Mansion 2 HD.
Thanks, pal. Next up, welcome.
Hello. Hi. This is my first ever time at being in TooManyGames Expo. My name is Ronald.
Welcome,
nice to meet you, Michelle.
Welcome.
So my question is, do you by any chance have like a funny moment that happened in the booth with yourself or with your like fellow cohort co-voice actors?
I'm trying to think. Usually, when you flub lines, it's pretty funny because sometimes you'll accidentally flub the line like in the voice that you're doing, which is pretty funny. So, especially if you're voicing a Pokemon.
I was gonna say, have you flubbed the
like,
Pokemon?
I'm really sorry. I didn't do that. And it's like, wait. Like, what are you doing? I'm sorry. Let me come back to the Michele Knotz voice. I'm trying to think of like a specific moment that's funny. I should have this prepared for conventions and I don't.
That's okay.
But usually like, just like messing up lines are pretty funny because sometimes you'll do it in the character. Sometimes I'll swear, it happens. But like swearing in the character is pretty funny.
The idea of Nurse Joy swearing is very funny to me. I will admit.
Because sometimes you'll just go off and just start saying things, and it's like, that's not the line at all, but I just messed up. So I'm just going to keep going with it.
That's awesome.
You ever watch those kind of moments that appeared like in a blooper reel? Because you can look back at this and say, hey, wow.
They used to do that. I miss when they did that. With some anime, they had blooper reels at the end. That was really funny. But they don't really do that anymore. I think because of like rights and stuff, and everything is streaming now, so they can't really do that. Cause I guess they're moving away from like DVDs and Blu-rays and stuff, which is, I know, it's so sad. I know. I'm like, but what if you want to get something signed? Or like, what if you want to keep it for nostalgia reasons? It's a lot of streaming now, so it's like they can't do that. So, I don't know.
I mean, there's a whole room in there that says that physical media still works. I don't know if you all agree. That room in there.
I still have VHS tapes.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I like my VHS.
That was it for me.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
First ever con. Hope you enjoy, my man. Woo! Hey, step on up. Welcome, sir.
Hello.
Brandon Litzy was wondering, how do you balance your streaming life and the voice acting life?
Oh yeah, thank you. Cool. So I started streaming on Twitch. I love it. I'm like addicted to it.
Oh no.
During COVID, because I didn't work for like 8 weeks. All the studios shut down. We couldn't go anywhere, couldn't do anything. I couldn't go to the gym, like my gym closed. There was nothing. I could go walk around outside. I'm like,
remember that
cool.
stage?
Yes. You stand in line for an hour to try and get groceries. I was like, what do I do? Like I had savings and stuff, so I'm like, okay, I'll use it because, my landlord was a jerk. So it's like, I still had to keep paying rent. And I'm like, I gotta live and survive and I need food. What do I do? So a lot of people started streaming. I noticed a lot of voice actors started streaming during COVID because like we didn't know what else to do.
Right.
And I had a booth at home. I had like my own home setup because I was doing audiobooks. And, I'm sorry, I'm going off on a tangent again, I'm sorry. So I was doing like audiobooks and independent games and things like that at home. So I was calling the studios like, I have a booth, help, I can work with you. So they were trying to figure out how to record people for shows. I was able to do something with Okatron. It was called Forgotten Waters. It was like a game, it was like a video game / board game, really cool. I was like, that's a cool concept. So that was like, during those 8 weeks, that was like the only thing I did because they needed people, and they needed people with a booth.
Yeah.
They're like, do you have a booth? Because it's like, you can't just record this in like open space in your house. Like it won't work because there's too much of an echo. So I started streaming, and I usually stream like Friday, Saturday, Sunday when I'm not at a convention. So I thought that would be an easier schedule since like people were used to going to cons, nobody was really doing anything over the weekend, and some people are still like trying to go to work during the week. So I'm like, all right, let me do the weekends. So I still stream because I love it, and I love my chat and my family. They're like my family. We call them the Knott's Berry Farm.
Oh, I
so
like that.
I copied off of the Knott's Berry. Shout out to the Knott's Berry Farm.
That's fantastic.
So I spell it different because there is Knotts and I'm Knotz. So I'm like, I'm not stealing from it technically.
So you're the trendy late 90s version with the Z at the end. Fantastic.
So I called them the Knott's Berry Farm, and I have a Discord if you guys want to join. We talk about, whatever we got, like video games, anime, whatever. And I don't want to leave, so I do try to balance the like voiceover from streaming, and I try to keep it to just like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, unless I'm going to a con. So during the week I can work because usually studios work Monday through Friday anyway.
Right.
So it's easier for me to keep that kind of schedule. So it's been okay. Unless I have like too much to do, then sometimes I'll have to cancel and I feel really bad. But I try to balance it out and keep it to the weekends. So
We appreciate that anyway. We loyal members of the Knott's Berry Farm now here.
Yay, Knott's Berry Farm!
Thank you, pal. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Got time for a couple more. Step up, step up.
I know we lost the timer.
We did. But
What happened to the timer?
Thankfully, my iPad's got me on time here. Go ahead, pal.
Hi, my name's Everett. I was just wondering, throughout your whole career, what's been the hardest challenge and the most fun challenge for voice acting for you?
I hate repeating myself. I'm sorry. I hate repeating a question because I'm trying to think of anything else that's difficult. But the hardest thing is the Pokemon that have the scratchier voices, like Dustox or Cacnea, Woobat, those kind of things. Try doing that for hours. Try doing that for 2 hours. You're like. So I would say that's the harder thing to do, or is the more scratchier, raspy type Pokemon than just speaking, or higher register Pokemon, or sometimes in your falsetto voice, so it's a lot easier to do since it's up in your nose anyway, and you're not straining your throat. I mean, you're supposed to use your diaphragm. Use your diaphragm. Breathe from there. So the easier ones are the higher pitched, I would say more falsetto voices. Now it's funny, actually, as I'm getting older, voicing younger boys is easier. Because, even for women, as you get older, your voice deepens a little bit more.
Yeah.
I think especially if you're doing a lot of voice acting or streaming and stuff, and screaming all the time, your voice will tend to get a little deeper over time. But some people can keep a higher register their whole life. And so I think it's easier now to voice younger boys.
Sure.
Which is great because usually if they're 10 years old or under, they'll have them voiced by women. So yay.
I believe that's called the Bart Simpson paradox. Story. Exactly.
Yeah.
That was good. That was very good. Thank you, pal. Thank you.
Thanks, it's my job.
I think we have time for both of these. Go ahead. Yeah, go for it.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hey, what's up?
Cool sunglasses.
Appreciate it.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. I was just going to ask, how long does it take to do an episode of a show? Let's say Pokemon or any of them really. Do you do get a few, go through a few in a day, or is it just you'll be doing one over the course of a week, or what? I don't.
Yeah, it depends. For a voice actor specifically, it depends how many lines you have. So sometimes they'll have like, well, see, it's hard to say because like when you're working for like Crunchyroll, it's usually one episode a week that they do because they do the simuldubs. So it's like immediately as they get it, they write it and record it like immediately, so they can get it out as close to the release of the Japanese version as they can. So if it's 12 episodes for like an anime with Crunchyroll, it'll be like one a week, and however many lines you have. Because the next one might not be written yet, it might not be done. So with the simuldubs, it's usually like 12 weeks. Because they're usually like 12 or 13 episodes, so it'll be like 12 or 13 weeks that you're working on that. For Pokemon is different because they'll sometimes have a batch of episodes. So it could be one episode or it could be like 3 or 4, but depending on how many lines you have, if you have a lot of lines, obviously you're not gonna get that done in one session. So you'll need like maybe a couple sessions a week, or they'll move it into like the next week. Because they usually have, with Pokemon, they usually have a little more time than the simuldubs do. The simuldubs you have to get done like really fast. Sure. So same with like video games. They usually are recording them over like a few weeks time because depending on how many characters are in the game, with something like Persona, and you have so much dialogue. Like any of the Persona games have so much dialogue in them. So they're usually recording them for like months. Right. Because it's just so much. Right. And so many characters. So they have to have them in like, and studios, like they're usually like Monday through Friday. Sure. So when they work, so. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And then this will be the last question. You made it. You did it.
I just made it.
Just in time.
So my name's Ian.
Hi, Ian.
So assuming you're caught up with the double Pokemon Journeys and Pokemon Horizons, how do you compare Ash and Liko so far?
Oh, that's a good question.
On the spot.
Also, because like, please don't hate me. I haven't had a chance to watch Horizons yet. It's hard. I know. I'm sorry.
That is a trubbish take.
It's all good. You can take your time. No pressure.
Man, that's so trubbish. I'm gonna use that. It's like the Mets now. People say they got grimaced because now they're winning. Because of Grimace. It's all because of Grimace. I'm sorry. I'm a Mets fan. Sorry.
You're a what?
Oh no. You got grimaced.
You don't like trubbish. You're a Mets fan. You really. My punch card is filling.
I went up from here on Jason's list to like down here.
That's not true at all. It's not true. Anyway, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay.
That's a hard question. I haven't had a chance to watch Horizons yet, and Liko seems really cool. I love that, I forget her name, but I love that she's voiced by the woman who was in Castlevania, who voiced Sypha in Castlevania. I love that.
Yeah, that was a good Netflix series.
I'm a huge
really
Castlevania fan. I love that series so much. If you haven't seen it, please go watch it.
Absolutely.
It's amazing. Alucard. So I... Shut up. I love Castlevania so much. I'm sorry. Alucard is hot. I'm sorry.
Confirmed or denied.
Plus, I love his voice actor. So, oh my God, I love him. He's so talented. So I love that she's voicing Liko, and Liko seems really cool. I do have to catch up. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. But yeah, I'd like to see where it goes. You know, Ash with the legacy for so long, and now somebody else is taking it over. It's going to be interesting to see. It's very different from Ash's journey because you know they're flying in the ship and stuff, and it's a bigger group of characters in Horizons. I'm like, whoa, because you got like the chef, and then you got the pilot, and then you know you got the two kids, and
they're quite the compelling lot.
It's a lot. Yeah. It's a lot more people because in the beginning it was Ash, Brock, and Misty, and then that was it, and then like Team Rocket came in here, but yeah, it's a bigger group. And then you have like the evil characters too. So it's gonna be interesting to see where this goes. Yeah. So I'm really excited. I'm glad I'm still in the show. I'm like, thank you, Lisa.
Yep,
for keeping me in the show.
And before we all go, what's your Twitch channel again?
Twitch, Twitch.tv/Michele Knotz.
Just Michele Knotz? Okay.
I'm playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth right now, which is amazing. I love that shit. I love that game. I love that game. I love the show. I love the game. I love the movies. I love it.
I gotta be sure to give you a follow on Twitch so I can watch you live and see what games and stuff you do.
Go for it.
Thank you.
All right, Michele, thank you and God bless.
Thank you, pal.
Thank you.
All right, so that is the end of our talk here. I want to do one more thing before we go. I'm a big proponent of showing the people that you appreciate them. Big round of applause for Michele Knotz for coming out today. Enjoy the rest of Too Many Games. You will find her signing autographs. You're here all weekend, yeah?
Yes, I'm here all weekend.
She's in the meet and greet area section. Stay tuned for the next panel, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Now, would you believe...
This. I'm not used to this at all. I realized as we submitted this that the last con we did this at, it was like a much larger time slot. And
yeah, I think we had at least an hour last time, maybe a little bit more, but it's all right because I think we can make it work.
Oh yeah, we're gonna go over a lot about the basics of analysis, like what drives a character, what's their motivation.
Yeah, so I think the panel starts with Gwen, and if you see me like turning my head, I'm not being a weirdo. I'm trying to read off of the slides that are over there because I obviously cannot read them psychically. So, all right, I will let Gwen take the floor and start with the basics of analysis. She'll go over analysis, I'll go over creation, and we'll kind of go over how those both can fit into writing and creating good characters for any kind of story that you're trying to create.
Is everyone ready? This is a good one, I promise. So the first character, and I'm going to do some analysis on, is one of my personal favorites. The boy, the man ever.
The vampire that everyone knows and loves, or has just seen on Instagram or Twitter, or probably out in wild. You're at a convention with his actor, so.
Yeah. It's not the only character we're going to talk about, but it is the first one. So one of the first things I like to do when I'm doing one of these panels is, like, for a character analysis, I like to talk about what drives them, like what's their motivation. So that's the part I'm going to focus on today. And so for Astarion, his primary motivation is freedom.
Yeah, it's calm.
Hello.
RGT made it. This is the first time in 6 years? 6 years.
Yeah, I think 6 years.
6 years. 6 years since he's been here. And he showed up.
I did. Woke up at 4:30 this morning and made a trek down here.
It's good to have Sean here. Yay, RGT 85. It's not easy. Not easy to get here. Not easy. But it has been 6 years, more than 6 years now since we started the Spawncast. And of course, we like to discuss all kinds of stuff going on with games, but we also like to do all kinds of questions and stuff from the audience. So I thought today, since everyone's come out, we could do a ton of Q&A and just kind of hang out and chat about whatever you guys want to go over. And yes, you can ask Sean whatever you want. There's no YouTube strikes happening. Just there are kids in the audience probably, so you know. Be mindful.
History. I don't know. I don't see any kids. We should be good.
Oh, okay. So I don't know if we have like a microphone or something we can use. I can give up a microphone from here if we have to. We can do Q&A. Go around? Okay. We can go around. I don't know if you guys, last time we had like a microphone set up where we can.
I can go in the crowd and.
Yeah.
Okay.
Be a correspondent.
I'll go do some
Josie
crowd-
could be the correspondent. Okay.
Josie on the scene.
You don't even have to get up. That's great.
Will this work from anywhere?
You got it? Okay. Okay. She's off. She's off and running.
Raise your hand if you want to.
Anyone wants
ask
to
a question.
ask a question, she'll come right to you.
Yeah, you gotta walk to the back.
Bang. It's okay. Do you want to like stand up?
Hello, Spawncast. My name's Ian. Glad to have you all here this year. So I have a very simple and straightforward question. Do you see the Nintendo Switch outselling the PS2 and dethroning it as the greatest selling game system of all time? Question for you all.
Well, what's it at now? 140. How much?
141.
You sure it's 160 now, right?
Yeah, they said it was
They found some.
160. I mean, it does have, obviously that's why you have that Hyrule Edition Switch Lite coming out. Because, collectors are going to buy it, Zelda fans are going to buy it. You see, walk the floor here. Look at how much the 2DS and the 3DS Zelda editions are. I mean, they're crazy. So I think it does have a really good chance. It kind of just depends, in my opinion, on how the rollout to the Switch 2 is, as meaning like, is it an immediate thing? Are they going to, because you got to remember, the PS2, you had all these revisions, you had the slim version, they were selling for $100 brand new. So if Nintendo does something like that, like a substantial price drop, then yeah, I definitely think it could do, outpace and surpass the PS2. Plus, the PS2, that's like how many years of sales?
What, 2012, I think they stopped tracking?
Yeah, so that came out, it's roughly 11 years of sales.
They also got it to $100.
Right,
It was
so
like $100.
I think there's a realistic chance.
Do you guys remember what Nintendo forecasted for Switch this fiscal year?
13 and a half?
So it's at 141, right?
Are you speaking
So
into the microphone?
So another 13, but then if we have the successor announced, it's going to slow down pretty quick. I think it's got a very good shot, and as much flack as Jim Ryan gets, it is something where they stopped reporting those numbers in 2012, but they didn't cease manufacturing until 2013. So conceivably, it is over 155. We just don't know if it really did hit 160 or not. Splitting hairs, I think it's got a very good chance, but I guess we don't know for certain. I think it's got a shot. And I like Score Bunny.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Questions.
It's our little Oprah Winfrey there. Maybe a little Sally Jesse. Remember Sally Jesse Raphael?
Hi, Spawncast. My name is Azarias. We came all the way from Rhode Island to see you. We also got up at 4:30 RGT. But I woke up at 4:30 from anxiety and a cat running across me. My question for you guys is, on your trip here, right, did any of you guys see anything like crazy? Because like a car crashed right next to us on the way in.
So my buddy drove here, and I had a neck pillow that had like a flap to cover my eyes. So I was half asleep the whole time. So yeah, I didn't really see much of anything. But there was one thing, the car that was turned around. So we're driving this way. What? Yeah, it was driving the opposite way on the highway. Like we're going this way, and this car is just like going this way. It's like, what the hell is that? But yeah, that was probably it.
My drive's like an hour, so I just saw Pennsylvania. It's the whole thing on its own.
I'm just irrationally angry at how often I'll go 5 over, maybe even 7 or 8 over, and that's not enough. Drives me absolutely mad. For the love of God, why can't we all agree on this? 5 over? That's enough. No, not around here, it's not.
No, not in Pennsylvania, no.
Nothing crazy, but that drives me nuts.
Well, didn't you take like a 4-hour bus?
I did. I took a 4-hour bus from the airport. It wasn't too crazy, but I got to see the Philly subway. That was a sight.
Is it?
Yeah. I've also never taken a subway, really, so that was an experience. Yeah. Any other questions? You guys can just, like, keep raising your hands, I guess. And then I'll just come to you.
Hi there. Quick question. With the new PlayStation podcast, how many separate names did you come up with? Like, I need to hear all these weird names, including Sean's names, because I feel like that one would have been great.
Well, you were dead set on that X-Cross thing, and everyone was like,
Cross Media
Sean,
Cast.
Sean, it's not X-Cross. It's Cross. That's how Sony spells the Cross Media Bar.
right, but the average person is I didn't realize it. Like,
Well, you know what, though? That's fine. I'm just so disappointed in the PlayStation community that they didn't know XMB means Cross Media Bar.
well, I didn't think that deep.
PSP, PS3, Sony Bravia TVs, the PlayStation X. I mean, podcast-wise, there's Podcast Beyond, right? I'm sure some people know Podcast Beyond. But that's very obscure. That was based off the North American PlayStation 3 ad campaign. Guarantee you nobody knows what the hell that means. So I thought we were going to be okay with Cross Media Cast.
I think if you would have stuck with it, but John, this is the one thing about John. If there's pushback, he folds. He folds. Look at what happened with the Spawncast. He made that little video. Yeah, so it's going to like once a month, and we're gonna do this. He got like 2 mean comments. 2 hours later, the video was down. I didn't even get to watch the video.
No,
I was like, what
I
happened?
didn't either.
And he was
I
like,
didn't see it.
he was like, I think we're just gonna do it anyways. It's like, okay.
I watched the video right when it came out, and it was news to me that we were going once a month.
Oh, you
So
didn't get the memo?
I was not aware of anything.
John, how many names did we go through? It was a few.
There's at least 8.
It was like an hour and a half after an episode. I was sitting there drawing all the
There's
logos
like
for
8.
you guys.
Yeah, what were some good? Well, the one you wanted to do was too long. We couldn't.
Yeah, it's going to be a segment, though, right?
It is a segment.
Oh,
sweet. It
What was
debuted in
Ryan?
episode 2.
Nice.
What's the name? You gotta drop it.
We have a new segment on our show called PSX Gonna Give It To You.
Yeah.
Now, I wanted that to be the name, but it's just too long. It just doesn't work. But I think Click R3 is a good compromise. We had a few names, but it's like a lot of them were taken. And
Everyone wants to be called Push X or Push.
Push
Square
X.
or something.
Press the, I don't know.
What's that?
PPP?
Or Facebook. What's that? Oh, yeah.
PPP.
Prostate pushers.
PlayStation prostate pushers. That's the banger, dude.
It's a bold name, I'm not gonna lie.
And you could do like crazy designs. Just have like PPP with like.
There's a lot A lot
You
of
get very
shirts, with
creative.
that, a lot of merchandise. I think we realized that day we were old. A lot of people did not look at that X and
No.
think cross. Although a lot of people look at the PlayStation controller and think X, and that's just wrong.
John, I want
It's
nothing to do with
cross.
this debate. I
Cross.
want nothing to do with this debate.
Cross.
I don't care.
But it's stupid. Because what do you call the cylinder thing?
What? The circle?
Yeah, what do you call that?
Circle?
But what if that had another stupid
You know it's circle. What are you doing here?
You call it
What's
O.
really happening?
Well, you call it the O button.
If you call it X, you have to call it O, right?
No.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, if it's a cross, it would be a circle for
Next
shapes.
question. Sally.
When are you guys gonna get Metal Jesus Rocks on the podcast? And also, RGT, you're the guy. You're the man.
Thank you. Who is the person?
Metal Jesus.
Metal Jesus Rocks.
Oh, Metal Jesus? I could talk to him. We follow each other on Twitter. I don't know. He's got like a weird schedule, but yeah, if he wanted to do it, because he's West Coast, but I mean MVG's West Coast too. We could make it work.
The time zone difference is always the thing that's tough to
I
line
feel
up
like he
guests.
travels a lot. That dude's always like
West Coast is
somewhere.
not that bad. It's like 6.
Huh?
West Coast is like 6, though.
Yeah.
It's not that bad.
So yeah, I'll reach out to him. We'll do something with him for
Time
sure.
zone's tough. Like if there's people on in Europe, it's tough to get it all figured out for
Oh,
their
yeah,
time.
figuring out the Urcha stuff when we did that.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's tough. They end up being at like 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. just to be on the podcast and it's being a whole thing.
Metal Jesus here, back with my good pal Reggie. How's it going, dude?
Thanks, Sean.
No problem.
Thank you. Nice that you made it out, Sean. I was still up at 4:30. So, I'm John O. And so, in Philly, what's your favorite Philly cheesesteak?
You know, I've never really done the whole Philly cheesesteak thing. Like, I don't know. I know that, was it Pat and Gino's, and then there's the other, it's like Pat and Gino's are like the touristy place, and then there's the other place that everyone likes that actually lives in
Tony
Philly.
Luke's. Tony Luke's.
Whatever. But yeah, I'm not a huge cheesesteak guy.
Cheese without. That's what I need.
So what?
Cheese without. Whiz without.
Oh, whiz with or
Whiz
without?
without.
I'm not really a big, like canned cheese.
What?
That just sounds weird, bro. Like, I don't know. Like cheese comes from a cow via
What?
milk.
No, they store it in other stuff.
In a can?
In like a bottle, like a spray bottle.
You go to the deli, you go, hey, let me get a can of cheese, let me get a can of fresh mutts.
No, you just get it off of the shelf at room temperature like a normal person.
No, you gotta, no, I don't know. Oh, look, they're having fun out there. TooManyGames! I could do that.
Came in here to a Hulk Hogan theme song.
Yeah. I got energy for 44 minutes. Then I'll probably gonna take a nap.
Oh yeah, okay. This is already copyright. Yeah, strike's already here. Strike's already hit. Shit.
All right, so you said it was 6 years ago you were here at RGT 85.
Yeah, it was 2018.
Okay, and you did a G.G. Allen song.
That was 2017.
Oh, okay. I was wondering about that. What? I'm into metal and punk and shit like that, but I think G.G. Allen's a piece of shit.
Oh, yeah.
And I was wondering, what is your fascination with him?
It's not necessarily with him. It's just that song. I've always loved that song. But yeah, because like I think there's a video of me doing that thing that I did with Rebel Gaming Club, which is River City Rebels is the name of the actual band. And I'm like, yeah, I'm about to do a song by G.G. Allen. He's not really a good person, but the song's kind of cool. Like, I don't know. It's just
for something like that, you go right ahead. But be as genuine as possible, you know? Because if you're not enjoying yourself when you're doing this, then what's the point? I think, especially in the realm of content creation, I know everybody has a choice of where they work, what they do for a living, and I get that. But if you do, enjoy yourself, because not everybody can do what you do. Not everybody has the privileged opportunity to get those things that they can do. So be happy, take care of yourself, enjoy yourself, because everyone will enjoy yourself at that point.
All right. Anyone else have a question? Okay, you on the far right. Yeah.
Oh, thankfully there's actually one
look
here.
at that. That's really cool.
So, thank you for that. So you guys already know, you already heard that I'm a writer, but I'm also ADHD ridden and like to wear a lot of hats and juggle a lot of them. So with my own content creation and with a lot of my friends that are in the same boat, I've noticed there tends to be a wall that a lot of us hit. We'll end up with a couple hundred subscribers, a lot of them are not actively watching, and you'll get next to no comments. A lot of people end up stagnating there for years and eventually stopping. Through your own experience and those of your fellow content creators and friends in the industry, have you seen any particular techniques in how to break out and through that wall?
So the best example I can immediately think of, again, it varies from individual to individual because everyone handles content creation in a different way. But the immediate example I could think of is my friend Jim Kedekris. He started pretty much doing what I do, like individual videos on individual games, and he made a good base for himself for a long time. But then after a while, he got pretty burnt out, and he also started to plateau, to use his words specifically. And everybody plateaus at some point or another. It's a completely normal thing to happen. Everybody eventually, either wants to take a break from your channel specifically, maybe they're not interested in your stuff anymore, or you're just not hitting the same beats as before, and that's perfectly... Oh. Matt, watch out! Breathe! You should be in cosplay wrestling.
I should not.
You went right through that fucking shit.
No, I'm good.
Anyway, what was I saying? Everybody plateaus. Plateaus is a perfectly normal thing for any sort of content creator, whether you're making videos, books, fan fiction on forums. It doesn't really matter. But, so to go back to Cat Chris, he did what I did pretty much, did individual reviews on individual games and realized it's not really working for me anymore. He plateaued and he wanted to focus on other things. So now he takes months to make new videos, but his videos are behemoths. They're feature-length films. Sometimes more than that, like 2 hours. But they're the most successful videos he's ever done in his life. They get millions of views. He's got to make...
They're on trending every time he posts.
Yes, and the production values are up the wazoo. And good for him. Like, he flat... Not, don't I say flatline. I wouldn't say he was ever unsuccessful. He just got burnt out. He wanted to make his own paradigm shift. And if there's one thing that I would say now is, yeah, like if you're plateauing, if you're not getting it as much as you used to, it could be you, it could be them. Either way, maybe it's time to change it up. I'm not saying quit. That's a stupid, very fucking stupid thing to say. Don't quit. Just gotta change it up. The follow-up question is whether or not you're willing to, because most of the time people won't, because they don't want to leave their comfort zone, and that's fine. Yeah, it is, but you got to spend money to make money. I mean, that's a tale as old as time, and it's true. But most of the time, from my experience, again, because I only have a limited pool, people don't want to get out of the comfort zone because it is their comfort zone. People want to be comfortable at the end of the day, and I absolutely get that. But if you're looking to make this a career, you got to go with the flow. And sometimes you're going to reach those points where you're not flowing at all. You're stagnating. You're drifting in an ocean of endless content creation. But at that point, consider changing it up. And if you don't like where you're heading, do something else. Try it again. Keep trying and trying and trying and trying until you find something that you'll like. Eventually you will. Don't convince yourself that you won't. That's another thing. You are your own worst enemy when it comes to this shit. You're going to convince yourself a lot of times this is not working. I'm not good at this. Why am I even trying? I guarantee you, you're the only one thinking that. Unless you're a piece of shit, then maybe you are. like this bad at it. But if it's not working, try something else. But you got to try at the very least. You know, don't convince yourself that it's not going to work. No, because that's exactly how you don't grow. Because you've already convinced yourself that you're not going to. And I think I've answered the question at that point, but I'm not entirely sure. I kind of drifted there.
Yeah. Plateaus just happen to everyone. Everyone gets to a peak, and then they can't really improve anymore, whether it be content creation, whether it be competitive gaming, whatever it is you do, you're going to hit that wall eventually. As far as tips to get past it, sometimes it's just time. You know, maybe the algorithm is just being screwy right now, or maybe you've hit the base that's grown at the time and you're just waiting for something to happen. I would also recommend reaching out to other content creators and just say, hey, do you want to do something together? I would not recommend going to Scott the Woz and say, hey, can we do something together?
I mean, but it's admirable that you want to go for like the biggest fish of the sea, but you're just setting yourself up to get blacklisted immediately.
Yeah.
So probably don't do that.
Stick to around your success level if you want to do collabs and things like that. That's a good way to kind of reach new audiences, is to, you know, join up with someone and do something a little bit different. So I know that's something a lot of content creators like to do, is just help each other out like that, because we're a community. We like to help each other out when we become friends, because we've become friends with a lot of different YouTubers over the years, whether it be through John's videos or just doing stuff on Brain Scratch. So a good way is just build your network, and they'll be able to help you out and give you new ideas and fresh takes and all that.
Perspective can go a long way. That took a long fucking time to say that sentence. But perspective can go a long way in terms of like how you're going, how you're approaching things. Sometimes, and I don't do this all the time, but like I get stuck on writing scripts for a video because I told myself in high school, man, I'm glad I'll never have to write English papers ever again in my life after this. Oh no. But my girlfriend is an English major, really good at what she does. And I ask her sometimes, hey, does this look good enough? Do I make sense here? Now, obviously, I'm not looking to convert it into a thesis because I want to make sure the script itself is still me. You know, I don't care how many times Microsoft Word says this is grammatically incorrect. Kiss my ass. I know what I'm saying, and that's what matters. But having that perspective can mean a lot. It can improve the quality of your work. It can give you a different look on how you maybe to approach it differently. Either way, sometimes you're going to need that help. And it's important that you remember your bonds that you make, whether it's other content creators, whether it's friends, whether it's family, assuming they're all like in the same line of work. You know, you don't want to like pull Jim down the street who fixes garage is like, hey, so can you help me with my Mortal Kombat video? Same thing, basically. But perspective is important. Ask for feedback, too. Like, if you're putting your stuff out there, obviously YouTube comments are their own thing, but have a peer-to-peer review. Like, show it to other like-minded creators. Like, do you think this is, do you like this? Do you think this is me? That sort of thing. And again, it's terrifying because, you know, you're putting yourself out there. But again, that is what you're doing for a living. You're putting yourself out there and you're hoping people click with it so that you can start making that good money. Other shit like that.
All right, we got about 5 minutes left, so if anyone has any short questions we could potentially get through, there is a microphone right over there. So
yeah, go right ahead if you want to speak.
And really speaking to the mic, you have to get really close to it.
How's this? This
All right.
good?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
You guys had mentioned it earlier about being inspired by the likes of James Rolfe and Nostalgia Critic. So my question would be, as someone who's just interested in doing this, what are your thoughts on how the tables have sort of turned in the best way for you guys, where you're able to be up there giving us advice and being recognized and being our inspirations?
It's a little weird, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, you don't really get used to that. And it's, I don't know, like...
It's flattering.
Yeah, it's always very flattering. I mean, unless you say hi to me in a bathroom, then we got problems.
Or you're following us to lunch.
Yes.
Which has happened.
Yeah, that does, but that's neither here or there. Honestly, I can't put it into words. like the feeling I get when TooManyGames. I've been going to this convention for well over a decade at this point, and it feels like the number of people that just keep saying hi to me and all that shit just keeps going up. Like I can barely walk on the vendor floor now without someone stopping me. You know, that sort of thing. Not that I don't mind it. I'm out here for you guys. That sort of shit. Like if I want to go by myself, I'd be wearing a mask or some other shit, which I've done 1 year and it's miserable. Don't do it. But it's really hard to, like, I know it's weird because I've been doing this for so long, but it's a feeling that you really don't get used to. I will tell you, like, honestly, for me personally, the worst part of this gig, besides, like, again, everything that I went into about the mental hurdles and that sort of thing, is the imposter syndrome. This is assuming you don't have ego of any sort, which I don't think I'm a control freak. Like, no doubt, I need everything down to a specific detail, otherwise I'm throwing hands. But imposter syndrome also sneaks up on me a lot, where I convince myself, I don't deserve any of this. Who the fuck am I? I'm just some dude from Northeast Philadelphia who went to, like, the most broke public schools, and only sort of semblance of conversations I had in high school was with that big fucker right there. Like, but, you know, shit happens, and you never really know what's going to happen in your life, but then something happens, and suddenly you're able to make people happy. And that's, you know, I'm struggling to answer this because, like, I still can't pinpoint exactly how it makes me feel to be able to do shit like this. And, you know, and this is just one panel. Like, I'm involved in my main panel in like 2 hours from now, you know, with me and the SGB guys. And I may just break down and cry there, you know, but it never feels real to me. It never feels.
Panisello. She's in stealth mode.
That was a great test, man. That was a great test. You guys were awesome. We just wanted to see if you guys were to give that energy. See, that was great. That was great.
I hate you so much right now. And I am not doing that again.
You guys were awesome. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I couldn't have done better
I'll
myself.
be down here if you need me. damn cool. How's it going? All right. All right, so we'll do a quick introduction while they do their quick introductions. We have with us today, we have the voice of Claire Redfield. Again, this is Stephanie Panisello. We have Lady Demetrius herself and winner of multiple industry awards. We are pleased to introduce the one and only Maggie Robertson. Star of theater, film, voice work, video games. We have the voice of the alleged, what's this, master of unlocking. We have Jill Valentine's voice. We have Nicole Tompkins. And last but especially not least, we have the Emmy-nominated gentleman from over 100 commercials who has also voiced work in Dead Space, Life is Strange, Madden NFL, and also is the voice of Leon Kennedy in Resident Evil, the one and only Nick Apostolides. Yeah, you said it right. I said it right. Yeah. I said it right. Extra points.
Nailed it. Totally.
How's everybody doing? Everybody's mics are on?
Yeah. Hi.
Awesome.
Maggie, you here?
What? That's a no. There we go.
Were you talking to me?
We were talking
What was
to
the
you.
question?
I have a question I think the audience would know. What were you doing? I literally had to come in and gate crash your panel because you
Why are you looking only at me when you say this? We were all late.
We are so happy to have all of you. This is incredible. So, right off the bat, we have to ask, this is your very first Too Many Games, correct?
Yeah.
Never been here before. This is awesome. Guys, one more time, big warm welcome to our guests here for Resident Evil.
I'm a huge fan of the comfy gaming chairs for like no one.
No, can I show you a cool?
We
Can I show you the
just
coolest
kinda
trick?
like, hey.
I was thinking that too. I was like, why are we sitting up?
Usually we get those metal chairs so we don't nod off. Do you know what I mean?
I have to show you the coolest thing ever, though. Watch this.
Oh, wait.
It removes. It's magnetic, right?
It's magnetic.
I mean, Resident Evil is neat, but like
Oh,
magnetic
Comfort level
right? Am
just
I right?
went up a lot.
It's like
Okay.
magnets.
Magnets!
Nice. So let's start things off. Let's just go right down the line here. Whoever would like to go, we can just go do a quick intro of yourself. Tell us a little bit about you, your accomplishments, and why you love Pass the Controller.
Why we love what?
My dumb podcast. Sorry, Pass the Controller.
Oh yeah, great. I'm ready.
She was paying attention. She's like, I'm not signing on for anything. She's like,
Neil?
What?
You've already introduced yourself, huh?
Not at all. I was
All your
barely
accomplishments,
here.
please. It's going to be a while. Everyone sit down.
Yeah. Hello, my name's Neil Newborn. I'm an actor, director, producer. I've been working in computer games for about 15 years, doing full performance capture, stunts, combat, and all the rest of it. I've been unlucky enough to have done 6 projects with this one over here, but I've been very lucky enough to have worked in franchises like Resident Evil, Baldur's Gate 3, Planet of the Apes, Detroit Become Human, and...
He also forgot to mention multi-award-winning BAFTA-nominated actor Neil Newborn.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I was also lucky enough to be doing that. And I'm privileged enough to be asked here as well with my family, which is really cool. Thank you.
Nice.
Hi, I'm Nicole Tompkins, and I endorse Pass the Mic.
no. Please don't endorse us. We're not worthy of that. We're
What's it
horrible.
called? Pass them? This lovely person's podcast. Should check it out. I'm an actor, and it is an absolute privilege to be here as well. I echo what he says, and it's so lovely to see so many wonderful Resident Evil fans. Can we all agree it is one of the best communities ever? Yeah, and I'm here with some of my favorite people, and I also work in film and TV and video games and PCAP and the whole joy, and I've done a lot of work with this one and these humans over here, and can't wait to get to Maggie because she's one of my favorite people in the whole planet, and she's being incredibly distracting. But
She always
first,
is.
can you please meet my personal favorite female character from the Resident Evil franchise? Stephanie Panisello as Claire Redfield!
Why, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Stephanie Panisello. For those of you guys that are Spanish speakers, I'm Stephanie Panisello. I feel like that's necessary because these days I also voice another character in a different scary franchise and Texas Chainsaw Massacre as Maria Flores. So, so you guys might know me as Claire Redfield in the Resident Evil 2 franchise these days, because so I got to work with Nick over here on Resident Evil 2 Remake. Also, we came back again with Resident Evil Infinite Darkness, and then with my girl here for Resident Evil Death Island. And then if any of you guys are Genshin fans as well, you guys might know me as Shenyun or Cloud Retainer. One is most impressed. Or, I don't even know, there's a million things. Marvel's What If, a bunch of other things. So, a lot of voiceover, motion capture, all of the good stuff. And, which by the way, a bunch of us also stream as well, so you guys may even know us from there. So, happy to be here and so in love with our community. We are so blessed, and you guys have been incredibly welcoming since day one. So thank you so much for accepting all of us people, especially all you OG fans that were probably concerned about it at first. Thank you for accepting us here. What is the chaos that is happening here?
We're having some trouble.
Maggie Robertson, the chaos happening here.
You've discovered
Maggie.
levers on your seat. Now you can't get it back.
Levers. Hey everyone.
It's like
I'm Maggie Robertson.
It's like a dentist office over there.
Yes,
it's a lever. We invented. It comes from Latin. It's a lever.
a lever.
It's a lever.
I would call it a lever.
I know you would
Excuse me, it's
you're...
my turn to speak.
Oh,
Yes,
I'm so sorry. Did you want the attention, Maggie?
Leave her.
Did you want the attention, Max?
It's a lever. Anyway, so firstly, I've discovered that these armrests are also magnetic, and that's super cool.
No.
So at first I thought I broke it. Very pleased to find out that it is in fact magnetic. All right, I'll be a respectful human now. What are we doing? I'm Maggie Robertson. Hi, thank you to whoever started that. I've done things like Resident Evil,
Baldur's Gate 3.
Village, Baldur's Gate 3.
There you go.
I'm Orin the Red in Baldur's Gate 3 for those who don't know. And my joke that I make now is that I played a vampiric character first, and then Neil's just copying me.
I think I said it before, darling. Sometimes you need to improve upon perfection.
We'll be having words. Words will be had. Yeah, I do a lot of video games. That's me. What else? What are we supposed to do?
Endorse his podcast.
Yeah, you need to endorse this podcast.
Oh, no. Guys, that clearly was it.
What's the podcast?
That was very much
That was probably when I thought I was breaking the chair. So, what's the podcast name?
Our podcast is Pass the Controller.
Controller.
Hey, everyone.
Yes, thank
Everyone,
you. Yes,
listen up to
Pass the Controller. What's your name?
My name is Brian Civic-Minded Lessick.
I like how you had to
My friend.
amp up.
I don't get asked by Lady D many questions, so I get a little flustered. Sorry, but yes, my name is Brian. You can call me Civic-Minded. My co-host right there is the Smoke, and we have a couple other members throughout the crowd there. We don't mention them until tomorrow. Anyway, hello.
Obviously, you can tell we kind of hijack most.
I love it.
Most situations.
Well, I hijacked this whole thing because I'm not even supposed to be doing this.
You're
I
killing
just saw
it.
that there
You're not
was
even
a
supposed
mic
to be
on this.
working today, man.
This is me trying to get voice work. Figured you would know some people. You know what I'm saying? All right.
Hey Nick, who are you?
Last but not least.
It's been so long. It's been so long. I forget the
question.
question. What?
Tell him about yourself. For fuck, Jesus' sake. Listen.
Maggie is also a musician, and she's going to be featured on my new rap album coming out. I don't know why she's laughing, because we've talked about this.
You want to give him a little sample?
Dad joke coming.
Nikki Dead Hands?
No, I don't want to spoil anything.
Nikki No Knuckles?
I don't want to spoil it, but
Ice cream may or may not be involved.
yes.
Ooh.
Maybe. Anyways, my name is Nick Apostolides. I do a lot of creative type things, but you probably know me from this franchise here as Leon Kennedy in RE2 and RE4, and also Infinite Darkness. So I'm just here to be with my family up on stage here and hang out with you guys. Are we having a good time?
All right. right, guys, thank you so much. That was awesome. Now we know a little bit more about you. I have a bunch of
Back to you,
geek out
Brian.
questions that I know.
This is your only time to speak, and then it'll be another 20 minutes.
It'll become madness again.
Enjoy it, man.
You are so blushing right now, man.
Before you all came up on stage, we were kind of vamping in the crowd here a little bit, and one of the things I had said is a reference to the original Resident Evil game, which everybody remembers as a great game, right? But one of the things that everybody kind of stands out in their memory is some of the voice acting was, for its time, since it was a new thing in video games, some of it was a little rough, Jill, Master of Unlocking, I hope that this is not Chris's blood, stuff like that. So, the deliveries were just maybe not up to what we've come to understand and love over the course of the past 25 years. So, here's my question. So, when you look back over sort of like the trajectory of this franchise, is there a sense, how do you feel about how you've helped to mold what the game has become? Because honestly, each and every one of you does a fantastic job, really brings the characters to life. What sense of pride do you have in that? What sense of ownership?
I think, especially because many of us have stepped into roles that were iconic before we ever had the opportunity to touch them. There's such a legacy of this entire franchise, and it is so special to meet the fans that have been fans since the 90s and come up and are like, wow, I really, really love your version of this character. And I won't speak for my other peeps, but I feel like we all definitely have a deep respect for sort of what came before, even though it was very different and sometimes cheesy or a different energy and genre. We got to step into these roles in a rather kind of cinematic version and cinematic take. So we had creatives that were also incredibly passionate about the franchise, guiding and kind of giving us the guidelines of like, hey, I'm gonna bring my flavor, and I'm also gonna be in the genre of this style. And when people come up and go, well, I really like the original, I say, and you still have it, and I'm so glad, because so do I. And it was such an honor to get to kind of like play around in this grittier, but there's still so much humor and heart, I think. It just is pervasive throughout the series.
Good job, Nikki.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. Like, I feel like, you can't really compare two different types if you're doing remake to original. Like, there's a reason why we were able to do it, and it's because of the originals. There's a reason why it's because of that. So I think sometimes people put this like hard and fast, like, oh, well, the remake is so much better than the other. But like, you have to think about the confines of where it started. There wasn't even room for enough VO in there. Like, there's only so much room in like whatever, depending on what you were using it on, whether it be your like CD for PlayStation or like your little cartridge thing. Like, there was no space for it. So the fact that they were able to storytell in such a still dramatic and terrifying way, in the, 16-bit or whatever it was at the time, you know what I mean? Like, that was still terrifying. We still imagined it. We still felt it. We still envisioned all of it. And so I think being able to take something that was so iconic that we, some of us, which Nick for sure definitely grew up on hardcore, like, it's a privilege. It's a privilege to play some iconic characters, and to be able to have given that free reign to make it our own is beautiful. And for you guys to open your arms to us and say, hey, I accept your version too, and I really love it, and you gave me extra, that's a big freaking deal. What are we doing here?
There's a massive screen, and I just realized.
Yeah, I shouldn't have sat next to Maggie.
Well said, Stephanie.
Some of us were listening.
I hope you guys were listening.
No.
Nick?
So
Or
you,
next.
Stephanie, you touched on something, and I want to kind of parlay this into a bigger, broader question. So when you're doing any kind of voice work, to me, it seems at least like to do voice work for something that is horror-based seems almost intrinsically more difficult than like anything else, because it would be so simple and easy to come off as like, throwing too much behind it or making it sound corny. How do you genuinely work to help convey that sense of terror through nothing more than just your voice?
Well, can I add something to that?
Absolutely. Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Because it wasn't just voice for us.
What? The physical part too. We're getting to that.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah, but that's also part of that question, though.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's the thing about like Because you did a full performance as well, right? Yeah. So all of us did full performance on each of the franchises we were involved with, which also helps with as an ensemble, because you're not isolated in a booth. You're living it in the present moment as a group, in the actual volume, which does change things dramatically, I think. So this is a question for Stephanie. I just wanted to add that.
No, I feel like it's a great question for you, though, because you direct as well, so
Yeah.
you have a lot of opinions on multi-genre
Sure.
as well, which really, I think is part of it,
Right.
like the horror element of bringing a story to life. So
I think it's important that if you're going to build an atmosphere like that you can create a play space that actually can really help the actors by giving this atmosphere between the different actors for all what you're doing in the scene. Like I was multiple zombies for this one over here, and you know we did the family scene all together with all of the actors for Resident Evil Village, for instance, and having that collective playtime in a volume physically, I think is a big difference from what they used to do back in the day when it was just voice work. That would have been harder for them, I think, to have conveyed that kind of story. Where for us, I think it was easier because we had each other to play with as actors in the volume, and we can create that sense of horror together with a lot of fun. Whereas when you're doing booth work, you're usually alone. So to do that kind of work is a lot more challenging, I think. And that takes a steady hand from a director, but also takes a really good, solid idea and a good actor to be able to fulfill that. So sorry about going.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I was going to get to the mocap part because I think it's interesting that there's still that physical aspect of it where you know that you have to be so much in tune with your character, move how they move, talk how they talk, react how they react. A couple of years ago, we had a very similar panel with the cast of Red Dead Redemption 2, which was awesome. Exactly. And it was one of those things where you really saw that chemistry come out even more because they were really in the scenes together. So with something, again, sort of to circle back, because I guess what I'm looking for is when you have such great chemistry together and you clearly have a bond, dare I say even a friendship, except for one. Does that make
nobody
it?
likes we don't like these people.
Does that make it easier to get into a scene, or does that look a little bit harder because
easier.
Easier.
Because you start trusting friends. I think that trust means you can play more as well. So yeah, I mean, you guys obviously you have a friendship and also a working relationship, and especially so I directed this one in a game called Deliver Us Mars. And Nicole and I can speak very directly with each other if there's like an issue that we need to work through without worrying, am I going to upset this person or is there an ego involved? It's just like, okay, what's the problem? Okay, let's work the solution.
What do we need? Okay,
what do we
great.
need? Okay, let's try that. Da, da, da. So I think to work with friends is always the ideal because you get that trust element very easily. Whereas if you're working with strangers, you can still have the trust element, but it's a big leap of faith.
Sure.
I think. So yeah.
Sure.
I think a lot of people here became friends really fast.
Some of us haven't even worked with one another. I have not worked with everybody. I've worked with two, but I haven't worked with you two.
But it doesn't feel that way, does it?
It doesn't feel that way at all. At all. I feel like the day that we go and we all hopefully work together one day, like it would just be easy. It would just be easy.
So going right down the line, just a question for each of you. What is your favorite thing about what it is that you do?
Telling stories. I mean, as a gamer, I'm 40, but I've been playing games for 35 years. Started with Atari back in the day. Any Atari people? Come on now, show your age. Yes, okay then. And so now to just be able to be a part of the collaboration effort and to create my favorite hobby with these developers. Capcom's been my favorite developer since Mega Man days. And so, you know, to work with them is a dream come true. And now, you know, the fact that they care about my input, that means everything to me, you know. So that's what I like most, is that I can help create the memories of like my childhood. You know what I mean? For new generations and old, you know.
Nice. Thank you.
Oh God. I love performance capture specifically because it is so reliant upon imagination in order to make it feel real. And for me, what that does is it takes you back to the root of, I think, why we all wanted to be actors anyway, which is the sense of play. And you get to have kind of that childlike sense of wonder when you go into the volume. And there's nothing that...
Just had to add that.
Yeah. There's nothing there to help you tell the story except you, yourself, and you. So No props, no, hi.
I just wanted to make sure
Hi,
you
me.
moved your mic so that your tattoo was showing off while you, because right now you're, the mic's like in front of it, and I require, just hold on, I'm just gonna. Keep talking. There you go. Ah, it's perfect.
Everyone, I have a tattoo. It's my very first tattoo that I ever got. I woke up on a Monday and I said, Nicole, would you like to permanently etch something onto my body? And she said yes, and here it is.
Oh, wait, the plot thickens. Wait,
It
you
does.
did the tattoo?
I sure
Correct.
did.
Nicole is a burgeoning tattoo artist.
That is
Everyone,
awesome.
Thank you.
reach out to her for some tattoos.
I have to point out, the only thing she tattooed before Maggie was rabbits.
No, and Colleen. I tattooed Colleen.
Oh, that's
and
right, you
then
had a guinea pig.
One
Yeah.
human before me.
Yeah.
There's a lot of faith.
Anyway, I'm so sorry. Keep going. I really wanted to see it like.
No,
in
now
its
I'm
glory.
done.
Okay,
I have
great.
nothing more to
She's
say.
done. That's it. Steph, what's your favorite thing about what we do?
Yeah.
Oh wow, sincerity.
There's
Here
a
it comes.
lot. There's a lot. This is gonna get really deep, but that's just who I am anyway. So I think I've learned. I don't have a tattoo, but I think I learned.
can fix that.
Maybe one day, Nicole, after your 100th tattoo.
Line up, guys. We're
Yeah.
gonna get to 99, and then I'm gonna do Steph today.
Shit. No, I realized that one of the things I really love, aside from community that we build and, being able to play and being able, to storytell, is acting is really cathartic. It's gonna sound weird, but acting is creativity, right? It's the most human form of storytelling that we could possibly tell. We're putting ourselves in somebody else's shoes, and we are authentically telling you guys something either wonderful that's happened, something terrible that's happened, something, there's just so much, and it is incredibly cathartic, and I hadn't really realized it. I knew it was a thing, but I hadn't really realized it, but I've been doing this since I was a child. I was imagining things to help me get through something since I was a little kid, and now I just get to do it as an adult, and I get to express it, and I get to really fully go through these emotions and these feelings and these stories, and then we all get to experience it, and it just connects us right back, and in a weird way, it becomes a healing for everybody. I know that sounds weird, but we connect with these storylines in ways that maybe it's not the identical story, but it's a similar feeling. And so I think I just really love that, because I hadn't even realized it was just the human experience of it all that I really love. So
I love that. I'll echo that all day long. I think I'll extend on that a little bit of, something he's already touched on. The people make all the difference, and I think one of my favorite things is getting to work with people that inspire me. So watching someone else throw down and being like, oh, I need to show up and rise to the occasion is one of my favorite things in the world. So when you get to work with another creative and be like, dang, heard, yes, sir. That kind of energy and getting to play off of each other is something that really excites me. And then genuinely, the people's stories that come and the number of people that come up and will tell me their story or what a character meant to them. Maggie said this before, and I love stealing it all the time. Which is that once we've done the roles and gone through the storytelling process and the art, once we've done that, really the role isn't really yours anymore. Instead, we get to give it to you. And so once we've done our job, it's now yours. It's out there in the open, and the way that you interpret and bring it back and tell those stories.
Oh, I'm still going.
Yeah, it's done.
Oh, okay. It's done. But know that I said that first.
So the way that you take on those roles and then bring it back to us and go, this was so meaningful, or I found this, I learn things about these characters from fans all the time, and I go, wow, I didn't even, oh, wow, you're deepening my understanding in magical ways. Okay.
Wow. I like that little, improv. That was very cool.
We're professionals.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Highly
Very cool.
trained.
Neil?
No, I actually ask another question because I have a scoot after this. Apparently I'm being asked to go. Bye. I'm not supposed to be here.
I'll tell you what, one last question before you have to skedaddle.
Yeah.
Because you guys brought it up. I was not going to bring this up, but there's this little rumor going around. Maybe some of you in the audience have heard about a particular remake, possibly a Resident Evil 1 remake. Don't look at me like that. You know, they know. Don't they know? Do you not know?
Do you understand how our line of work works? We know nothing.
You need to call your agents like as soon as you get off the stage.
Ever.
We are the
And when
last
we know
people.
something, we still know nothing. Ever.
We never know anything.
We're just actors.
The word on the street right now is that they are going to go back and remake the original Resident Evil game.
That would be cool.
So hopefully, God willing, we see you all as part of it. I think that would be really awesome. Anyway, do you have to go? Can you stick around?
I'm being dragged back. So I can do one more question.
I understand.
I can do one
sure.
more question.
Okay, one more question. Okay. Oh my God, pressure's on. Okay, how about this? You own your own company and you do this now on a more professional level from the top. So when you work with budding voice actors, with people that do their motion capture, things like this, what kind of advice do you give them? What kind of tutelage and direction do you think is best for them to receive?
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah. So we've got any actors here, by the way? Yeah? Can you put your hands straight up? Hello, actors. You've made a terrible choice. But if you need to do it, keep
Neil
doing it.
Newborn, everybody.
Yeah. No, I'm joking. So the bottom line for the work that we do, I do film and television as well, but I also used to do theatre. Now I do mainly performance capture. If you are studying, or even if you finished your studies, it's a lifelong craft. For performance capture and for voice, you need to study theatre, film, and television. Study all of it. Don't just go, I'm a voice actor, that's all I'll do. I actually don't like the term voice actor, funny enough. I think it's a little derogative in terms of it's misleading. Because I think people need to just get into the mindset of, you're an actor, you should be able to do everything. Whether you get to work in everything or not is immaterial. Because if you train in theatre, you'll understand how to take the stage with very little props around you, how to own your centre, how to be able to take command of the stage and use your imagination to fill in all the blanks. If you're a film actor, you understand about camera positionings or possible movements of cameras, how to play the story intimately. Because in performance capture and also in voice, everything is a close-up and a wide simultaneously. So I think theatre and film, in the middle is performance capture. And voice work in a way as well. Because you have that intimacy, you need to be able to build character. You have to have a useful body that you can connect to. Doesn't mean, by the way, body size doesn't matter in performance capture. It doesn't make a difference what you look like in terms of the size of you.
So you're telling me I have a chance?
I'm telling you, got a chance, kid. It just has to have a useful body. So you need to be connected to the body. You need to understand characterization, how to create a character that has habits and all that kind of stuff. And that comes from theatre as well as film and TV. But if you only have one or the other, you're going to miss out on the opportunity that a role can present you. The other thing I would always say that people, when I audition actors, I've even auditioned you actually, when I audition actors, I want them to treat the audition as the job. I don't want them in there going, I really need this, or I really like it, I really want the job. I don't give a shit about that. What I want is people go, this is the job, here's my work, I'm going to give you everything I've got. I don't care whether or not there's anything beyond that because this is the moment to live in. And if I see that, somebody coming in, not with arrogance, but with confidence of, I get to work right now, this is my job, let me show you my idea, then great, I'm excited, I'm into it.
There are no little roles, in other words.
No, in mocap there aren't, because when I used to work with some of these guys, I was a supporting character, and I did 5 roles, and I was on every single day that you were, for instance.
It's been so cool, honestly, just before we lose him, to watch. Neil's been doing this for 7 gazillion years. So while he's got a huge line now, he did years and years and years of the most amazing work and characters and all of these things that never were appreciated in the same way as being a Starian. So it's lovely to now have that level because, I mean, he's just done everything under the sun, and that kind of work ethic is what keeps you alive, because this is not about fame at all. It is about craft work, and I can point to so many zombies in RE3 that are all Neil Newman, just dying.
I played Zombie Brad.
Yeah, you did. You played Zombie Brad.
Honestly, guys, his resume is the only one with chapters that I know of. Just saying, look him up. You'd be surprised.
My show reel is disgusting. It's like a legacy reel now. But I mean, winding back to the actors in the room, anybody that's aspiring to be a voice actor, drop the voice bit. Just be an actor that does voice work. Study everything. And I still study. I still go in the studio. So I've got a teacher, Giles Foreman. I studied method work, went to Laban work, Amalgamous work, Meisner work, Community del Arte, mask work, animal work, on and on and on, including doing martial arts and all other stuff as well. I don't believe in stopping the craft work. You're always learning. And if you can do that mentality of, here's my work, they think I'm good enough because they gave me the audition is the job, try and learn as much as you can, then you're in a good place. And then you're not in competition with anybody else. It's you showing your work to them. And if they like you and you like them, by the way, it's a double thing, yeah? If you want to work with them and they want to work with you, if that gels, you're going to have a great time. Because then when you turn up on set, you've got nothing to prove, you just got the work to do. And all that insecurity nonsense, people act out with ego, that just isn't there because you're just having fun. Because it's supposed to be fun. Yep. Mike.
Bye, Neil.
That is awesome. I gotta go. Neil Newborn, everyone. Thank you so much.
All right.
Guys, so we just want to take a quick time out here. I think what we're going to do is if everybody can calmly and...
Yeah.
I didn't get to the good part yet. Oh, something else happened. If everybody can make start to form a line right behind my associate here, the smoke, right at that microphone, what we're going to do is we're going to do a question and answer period. Think of some good questions. Keep them brief, please, to the point, and we're going to get through as many as we can in the remaining time that we have. So, we look like we have somebody that's already ready.
Preferably yes or no questions.
Yeah, or multiple choice. You know, multiple choice.
If I can answer it with a magic 8-ball.
Magic 8-ball.
And remember.
Sorry, not this time.
And remember, make sure your question is straight to the point, not a lingering question, not a 25-minute question, a question, okay? If you don't, I'm going to correct you, okay? First contestant, come on up.
No pressure.
All right.
Come on, smoke.
First Resident Evil game.
That we played?
Yes.
Resident Evil 2 original.
Same.
Nice.
I gotta be honest, I played RE3 Remake first.
There you go.
LOL.
I played my own game.
Right. Technically, I've never played a Resident Evil game, so TBD. Blah, blah, blah.
All right. Great question.
Awesome, that was great.
Nick?
Also, Nicole, you're almost a Jill sandwich.
Jill sandwich.
Oh, no. It's all about falling out.
I didn't pay attention to the schedule. So, quick question for you guys. You guys do the motion capture, and it's awesome, but I don't think I've ever heard you guys talk about, do you guys also do the motion capture for the death sequences, which are a big deal in Resident Evil games when the character gets killed, zombies, impaled, they can be some pretty gruesome deaths. Do you guys do the mocap for that as well?
That's a good question. Most of you mean when someone's killing you, they do
death animation, in other words.
Death animation?
Yeah.
Biting the neck, all that stuff.
No, I don't think anyone here has done those, but we have to do the facial capture for that, and so the body is kind of pre-animated because of the violence, right, in the movements, but we will record the face and the voice to match that, and then they stitch it all together to make it brutal.
Yeah, so we technically, another thing too, which Neil was talking about, when people think voice over, and they'll be like, oh yeah, but do you do any real acting? I freaking hate it when people say that crap. So it's because we really are. So even when you're just doing voiceover, we are physically moving our bodies, contorting ourselves to create that. So although we don't have the motion capture for it in that essence, because I don't know where you end up getting us killed through, we couldn't possibly get the physics right every time. So we do get all the other physicality of it there.
Right, because if you're getting choked, it could sound like this and go, or it could go,
Nick knows this
you know
really
what I mean?
well.
I've done both.
That's the difference.
If you guys know the story
And that's
here.
why he was hired.
All right, thank you guys.
Good question. Come on up.
So I want to ask, what is your favorite part about bringing these characters to life? Like at the voice acting or the physical motion capture, or even just seeing the finished result at the very end?
I think the finished result at the very end is really fun for a lot of us because this process involves so many people. It literally takes a village, is the cute joke. the final product
Dad
is
joke.
still so different and so surprising for us. We get to experience what the players are experiencing for the first time in the first way. So a lot of people go like, well, don't you know what's going to happen? And it's like, yes, but we didn't get the music, the graphics, the final art, all of the other crazy things that come in to make these games genuinely scary. So as far as like playing the final product, and especially for those of us that like to kind of stream our reactions, I know Steph and I and Nick have all kind of played. It's really, really cool, and it does surprise us, and it does scare us, because we don't know every zombie that's going to jump out. We just did 7,000 reacts to zombies jumping out.
And you don't know the select they choose, too? So, like, we may have done a scene, however many times. We don't know what was chosen always. So we get to see what's chosen then. And then we can be like, oh, I forgot about that. Or like Mr. X, we didn't have Mr. X in there. Like, we got to experience Mr. X just like you guys did, which is really traumatically. But anyways, that's what we did. So.
My favorite part is once in a while, Nicole invites me onto her stream, and she's very, very gullible, and sometimes I can trick her into going into like a safe place, and then something might come out and grab or kill her. And her reactions are brilliant, and that's why I'm no longer invited on her streams.
Thank you so much. You can watch them on YouTube.
So just before the next question, I have something just to ask. So because Nicole brought up something, and it's about just how you're able to get into the character and how you're able to put a piece of yourself into it. To what degree do the directors get involved with honing you, or is it very strict, the direction you get, or is it kind of you're allowed to kind of feel out scenes and feel out the voice work and the character work? What kind of creative leeway do you typically get?
Really depends on the director. Every job is different. Everybody works differently. So that's also part of putting in your 10,000 hours in advance as an actor, so that you are versatile and flexible enough to make those changes and to be able to do the work that you need to do regardless of what kind of direction you're getting, or being able to pivot on a dime. If the director's like, actually, we're going to take this in the complete opposite direction, then you're like, yes, and. So full stop.
And as much of a goober as Maggie is, and we love, she's also one of the most professional, prepared, excellent, able to pivot kind of actors that
As I have clearly demonstrated today, my professionalism.
But genuinely,
is...
we joke, and also there still is, you can feel it in Neil's severity as well, right? He has a lot of sincerity and a lot of passion, and that's echoed across the board here. Everyone here is very professional, and we show up, and of course we have fun, but first you come with your work, and you know what your work is, and it's important to you, and you make it important. So, okay.
Awesome.
Good job, Max.
Thank you.
And I think the other thing too is like, I personally love to ask a lot of questions, which I'm assuming probably like some of us are. Like, I'm a little bit of a pain in the butt, because I'm like, why am I saying that? Why would she even say that? Like, I just don't get it. You know what I mean? And if I don't like it, I will ask or question it. And then either we'll rework it, or they'll let me kind of play with it, or next thing you know, like on 2, sitting down with the writer, and I was like, he's like, after a while, he's like, Stephanie, do you like this? Are you good with this? Do you want to change anything here? Do you feel like she would say this? Oh, this is awesome. Thank you for loving on me like this, But that's the beautiful part, is when you have that collaborative space. But again, not every director is like that. And you have to be able to go, okay, it's my job to take direction, and I have to be able to take that direction. And sometimes we have an idea of what we think it's gonna be, and then when we finally listen to what that other person's vision was, we're like, oh my gosh, I just discovered something else in my character I didn't even know was sitting in there, so.
Because realistically too, we have such a microscopic view of the big picture. So we really rely on the other creatives that are in that room with us to provide the macro view. And we trust them, and we rely on them to help guide us to where our performances need to be within the context of the entire game, because we have such a narrow field of vision. So that's part of why you have to be able to take direction and pivot.
Absolutely.
Full
Thank
stop.
you. Awesome.
Next.
Yeah.
You guys spend so much time as these characters, and I was wondering, do you ever find yourself having a personal attachment to them in a way that's beyond just, playing them as your career? Because, you spend so many hours with them. Yeah.
Of course, Leon has been one of my all-time favorite characters since '98, and so when I got the role, I was very excited, very happy, but then the pressure
Which I think
set
is
in.
the coolest thing about Nick, because you guys, he's such a nerd, and he was such a Leon fan before he even booked Leon, and then for him to have this dream role come true is so exciting and so thrilling, and go on.
Thank you. But stuff like this doesn't come around often for a guy like me, and so there was pressure. I knew the shoes that I had to fill. You know, I'm friends with just about every actor who has portrayed Leon in the past, and they're brilliant performers. So yeah, I understood the pressure, but now that I'm playing him, yes, it's very special. I just want to do him justice because I liked him so much, and now it's become something different because now we get to sit here and connect with you guys, like all fellow fans and everything. So it's kind of taken on like a different life after the games come out. So it's a whole different thing, playing them and then experiencing this together. What's happening? Is she making
It
fun
was
of me?
an Aquaphor ad,
sponsoring.
and she was applying it, and I
you.
was like, that's definitely on screen.
And Nick, not to put you on the spot here, but one of my other favorite horror franchises I mentioned before you came out here is Dead Space.
Yeah,
I understand
Dead Space.
you did some work with Dead Space as well. Do you remember which character that was offhand?
Yeah, I gotta make a small correction. So I didn't voice characters in Dead Space. What I worked on is the vertical slice. If anybody doesn't know that, it's in early development. They throw some ideas on the table to see what a game is going to be like and feel like. And I got to portray Isaac Clarke for a few select scenes.
Nice.
Early on in development, and then some of those scenes actually made its way into the game. So I've actually did some mocap for the lead character, and yes, I've been playing Dead Space since it came out in I think 07, 08 or something like that.
08.
Real, if you guys like horror and haven't played Dead Space, it's like Resident Evil in space.
Evil in space, exactly. Yeah,
That's what
that's
it was.
awesome. I geek out over that game too. That's one of my top 5, so I had to ask.
It's great.
Very
yeah.
cool. Awesome.
Hi. Sorry,
Hi, Sarah.
Hi. I'm a little nervous.
I just got her more nervous. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to know, is there like a specific line or a moment in the games that you feel personally attached to, or is one of your favorites?
Bitch can't even swim.
You want stars?
I'll give you stars.
Wow, Nicole, you're so good.
I'm an actor. You should cast me.
I'll slice you to ribbons. Is that it?
I'll slice you to ribbons.
Yeah.
Where's everybody going? Bingo?
Come on up, Ken. All right.
Oh, hold on. No, wait. The party's still going. Hold on. We're brainstorming.
Or say one of your favorites. What's your favorite? What's your favorite Claire?
You stupid man thing.
Even better.
Nice.
Yes. No notes. Next.
Awesome.
So, I was wondering what game outside of the Resident Evil franchise that you've played is like scared the absolute crap out of you?
Alien Isolation, and I never finished.
Excellent.
Son of a gun, this freaking game, I was playing it and I got stuck on the part where the alien is murdering me, so I never even got to finish, and I was streaming it live, and it is forever a channel joke now on my channel, but anyways, I freaking hate it, but I also kind of wish I had finished it. Done.
I'm such a little baby, so whenever they make me play horror games, so outside of Resident Evil, which I've played most of them at this point, many of them at least, I played Little Nightmares, and I think it's really scary.
It's cute scary.
Really scary.
Yeah.
For me, that's easy. The original Silent Hill.
Yeah.
To this day, that was the only game that I've played. I don't know, I was 14 or something like that. I would play at night at like midnight, 1 o'clock when everyone was asleep. I was downstairs in the dark. That's the experience I wanted. And that was the only game where I would get to a part where I had to open this door and I did not want to see what was on the other side of it. And I would just shut off the console and run upstairs because it was dark. And that was the only game that did that to me. So I got to give love, Silent Hill.
If I may, I'm going to answer the gentleman's question too. I know he wasn't really asking me, but you did bring up Silent Hill, so I'm just going to, Silent Hill scares me and Resident Evil scares me. Outlast terrifies me. That is pound for pound, I think, the scariest game I've ever played. Outlast, anyone? If you played?
I did the trials.
Yeah, that's,
Trials.
oh man, yeah, it's very, very scary. Awesome. Go ahead, next question.
Next.
Yeah. Thank you everyone for being here today. I just have a casual question. What's the best or most complicated food or meal you know how to make or prepare?
Ooh. I'm not a cook, so grilled cheese and tomato soup.
I'd say 2 Greek dishes. Any Greek people in here?
Nick is actually
That's
a
a no.
really
Nick's
good
an
cook.
amazing
So there's
cook,
a long
though.
list of
It's
things
really
to do for him.
unfair.
There's 2 dishes, spanakopita, which some of you might know as spinach pie. I don't know. Anyways, that one's complicated, but there's even a more complicated one called pastitsio. It's a Greek lasagna.
Nick, can I ask a question before we move on? Can we get a ruling on this? And I mean this in all sincerity. Is it gyro, gyro, hero? How is it? I'm from
Gyro?
Philadelphia area, so
Where
I
was
hear
gyro
everything.
in there?
Is it?
I'm just gonna say gyro.
I said
Gyro?
gyro.
Okay, he got it.
Sorry,
Nice.
real quick, I still have to answer my food one, damn it. So I come from, my father is an executive pastry chef. So for those of you guys, I don't know if many of you actually
Pastry's
have been able to
so
eat my food
complicated.
yet, actually, now that I think about it. But 2 of the most complicated dishes.
Whose fault is that, Stephanie?
Yeah, actually.
I don't know, we're all really busy.
Where's our invite? Over for dinner. Whose fault
Sorry.
is that?
Anyways, so I made a dark chocolate mousse cake with raspberries and a dark chocolate ganache. That is complicated to do. With a nice glaze over it. Getting that shimmer is a big deal. And then I would say a paella is always, there's a lot of steps to get that rice correct and get every single thing in there. So, done.
I love eating food. I don't love making food, but recently I've been trying really hard to make an excellent French omelet, and I've yet to really achieve it. They still come out a little, but I've really sat there with the slow egg moment. Just really, anyway, I put a lot of effort in, and that's the
I
end of
thought
that
we were
story.
going to get a Jill sandwich joke.
Oh, that would have been a great opportunity.
We set you up.
Jeez, wow, failure. The most complicated thing I can make is a Jill sandwich.
Okay, we got 3 more questions.
All right.
All right, go ahead.
Hi, I don't know if any of you are familiar with the classic Marvel vs. Capcom games, but because Resident Evil is technically part of Capcom, I gotta ask, if you had the opportunity to, who would your respective characters interact or fight against, whether it's like a Marvel or like a Capcom character, like a Street Fighter character, for example?
I would like to take on Guile.
Oh no, it's me. So Lady D, okay, would she fight anybody or would she have to fight the heroes? I think her and Hella, I don't know if Hella's in there, but she should be, and I think they would be bosom buds and they could just kill everybody together. So she wouldn't be fighting her, but they'd team up, for sure. Yes.
Claire, I don't know. I feel like she would just like to it would be more just for saying that she's able to kick someone's ass. So probably Ken. I feel like she'd just be like, hey Ken, yeah, nice ripped up shirts. Let's see if you can back it up, kind of thing.
They're both in red.
I feel like Jill would take on someone that there's just no way in any reality she could actually win against. So someone with all of the magic, probably one of the Marvel characters. That, or I'd love to see
the Hulk.
Yeah, right. Just like Jill v. Hulk. I love Chun-Li, so some Chun-Li moment.
Nice.
That could be fun.
Nice.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Hi. I was wondering, what was one of the most memorable notes that was given to you by the directors or the other creatives behind the scenes in the Resident Evil franchise?
Gasp, but this is vulnerable.
I'm going to say it from our director, Steve Kniebly, which many of us have worked with. I'd say the best note that I got from him was, yeah, that was pretty good. We agree?
So
that's about all you'll get.
Steve's gotten nicer and nicer through the years, and I worked with him really early on, and you would know it was time to move on. The way that he would tell you a scene was good, and this was the note that I would get a lot, and I just had to kind of put a gauge and be like, all right. He'd be like, that'll work, let's move on. And I was like, oh, okay, great, I'm so glad.
Go ahead.
Mr. X.
So, a lot of the lines in some of the older, in the original Resident Evil games, 1 through 4, obviously not all of them are going to be featured in the remakes or have been featured. What's the one line that you guys either wanted to say or wish you could have said in any of the remakes?
A line from the original that we didn't get to say?
A line from one of the original games you wish you could say as your new character if there was a remake, right?
Well, for RE4, there's a lot of them, and a lot of people missed some of the classics. But for me, as a diehard fan of the original, I would say if I got to say, your right hand comes off.
Nice.
I thought that would have been
one.
fun.
Nice.
I mean, I said like a version of it, but it would have been really cheesy, but I was okay with this line. But don't shoot, I'm a human!
Oh, I almost forgot about that.
This one's not a funny one, but I just love it, and it was September 28th, daylight. Monsters have overtaken the city. Somehow, I'm still alive.
That's a good one, too. Nice. That's awesome.
Are you an actor? You should think about it.
On
That's
Tuesdays.
really good.
Guys, this has been a lot of fun. Everybody have fun. These were great questions from the audience, great responses. Thank you all so much for your time. This really meant a lot. We're all big fans. These are your people. One more time, give it up for Stephanie Panisello.
Panisello, Panisello, however you want to say.
Panisello. Maggie Robertson. Nicole Tompkins. And Nick Apostolides. My name is Civic Minded. We are Pass the Controller. This is Too Many Games. You guys have been a great crowd. Take care.
Thank you, everybody. You rock.
Come see us at our tables, guys. We'll be here all weekend.
Okay, so another Steam Blum fact I looked up not too long ago was I think he had 4 different aliases back in the 90s. It was like, yes, it depended on whatever production he was. All right, that's... you tried the funnel cake?
Yeah, okay. I'll hit it all, dude.
Okay, very cool. But yeah, it's a great honor to see you,
Thank you.
and be here because I definitely was one of the many that played so many games, seen so many cartoons, and just like heard your voice in so many things.
So I invaded your childhood?
Yeah, kind of. You have over like almost three decades of a career that just spams in so many roles and pieces that like just to name them is going to be like 20 minutes or more.
Well, we don't have to do that.
No, it's just rambling here now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I gotta say, like all the things I've caught you in your roles, I can never figure out what was your first role that started you into the industry.
The very first one I did was a show called The Guyver. And you know The Guyver? There's people who know The Guyver?
There is one super fan here.
That's amazing. Well, The Guyver, I was working in a mailroom at the time and in Hollywood, and I was the only person in the mailroom who was not interested in acting. But I had the deepest voice in the room, and they needed a creature guy. So they offered me free pizza. I came in on a weekend and auditioned for it, and my first character was a creature called a zoonoid, who was basically ripping the arm off of another one and beating him with it. That was the first thing I saw. And so they just asked what that would sound like, and I just went, that sort of thing. And they said, all right, you're hired. And the only question I had was, do I still get pizza? But I kept doing it with that company on a bunch of shows and for fun for many, many years. And I eventually became an executive at that company. It was a film company. And hated going to work every day. I was a part-time musician, and I really wanted to do that, and that industry sucked. But voiceover was really fun, and I loved the community of voice actors, and the fans were awesome. And I just kept doing it for fun until it finally worked itself into a career. So it was a very happy accident.
Wow.
And the long way to go, and I made a lot of mistakes, which is why I'm now trying to teach people a better path at bloomboxstudios.com.
Yeah, you could sign up and watch videos of him coaching and meeting special guests, I believe.
Yes, yeah, we've had, I think 60 or 61 guest speakers in my classes, and they're all people you guys know. It's the top voiceover actors in the industry and directors and dialect experts, coaches, studio owners, engineers. So we try to give a really well-rounded education with the best people in the industry.
Very cool.
So, at bloomboxstudios.com. Yeah.
So without giving away so much of your lessons, but yeah, like your creative approach to a character first started with a growl, and now it's moved on to so much more complex details. Can you explain how your initial creative approach was to start with that?
Yeah, well, I didn't know back then that the acting component was the most important part of voice acting. I didn't even know that I was acting until probably 5 years along the road. I just considered myself to be a guy who made stupid voices until they told me that I was actually acting. But when I realized what actually went into it, I started studying, and I realized how much better I could become if I knew what I was doing. And so now I still do more homework doing this than I ever did in school. So even if you don't like homework in school, just find something that you really love, and you'll be interested in it, and it makes it a lot easier that way. But the one thing I always tell my students is that whatever it is that you do creatively that inspires you, whether it's art or dance or cosplay or music or whatever, do that thing at all costs. Make that your #1 priority to seek that joy in your life. Because you'll be just a more fulfilled, happier person and better in relationships too. And then do everything that you have to do to support that thing. And so for many years I had 3 other jobs to support that voice acting habit until it finally kicked in and I was able to make money at it. But yeah, I still do that to this day. I work harder now than I ever have in my life. I'm in my 60s now, and I still bring a portable recording studio with me to conventions. And I'll be going back to my hotel room tonight and recording for broadcast in my hotel room. And I schlep it all over the world. So, but you have to be that passionate about it because it is kind of a 24/7 business. Nowadays, they expect auditions to be turned around very quickly, and they expect it to be great quality. And so the other piece of advice I could give you, if you are an aspiring voice actor, is to do it because you love it. And the auditions, as tedious and grinding as they can be, the audition is the job. And then if you book something, that's just gravy. You have to love it enough to really enjoy that process.
I feel like we just got a small preview of the first intro to your lessons in your Blum blocks. Yeah.
That is contained in the first 30 classes of BloomBoxStudios.com. So yeah, we actually have a free masterclass though. If you're just interested in voiceover and you don't necessarily know if you want to do it either professionally or invest in it financially, we do have a free masterclass, and it's on my website. And it is, you just look up my name, BLUM is my last name. BloomBoxStudios.com will come up, and on the front page of the website is a link to our free masterclass. Or if you come by our table, we'll send you a link for it also. But there's no obligation for that, and I try to cover as much as I possibly could in an hour to at least give you an idea of how the industry works and how I work as a teacher. And if my way of teaching isn't right, I will actually refer you to other teachers, because I want you guys to get off to a good start. It is a predatory industry.
Wow. Oh, yep. Okay. But yeah, I guess before I hand this over to the crowd, everyone can line up to the mic. Is there no mic for Q&A?
Do we have a mic for Q&A?
All right. I'll come down and do that in a moment. But yeah, what can you say about the change in the industry? I mean, you mentioned that it was predatory still, but I couldn't imagine what it was back then.
Well, back then, it was a different kind of industry. There weren't that many voice actors in the business. It was just a small business. Celebrities were not interested because it paid crap, and they thought it was beneath them to do it until Disney came along and started putting celebrities in all their movies. And the celebrities realized that they didn't have to dress up, and they didn't have to memorize lines, and they could actually work on something that their kids would be interested in.
Wow.
And so it kind of exploded. And back in the day, conventions were not like they are now either. I was doing mostly anime back in the day, and we got hate mail, and I had my life threatened because it was the subbers versus the dubbers. So the industry has grown up a lot. People got used to anime and video games as being viable mediums for friendships to develop remotely, which is kind of amazing. All over the world, people, you guys know as gamers, you make friendships from all over the world, and you come to conventions, and even if you like only the weird stuff that everybody gives you crap about in your normal life, you come here, and we all speak the same language, and it's a community of acceptance and inclusivity, and it's just amazing to be part of that. So those are the good things that have happened in the industry. We have problems now with AI creeping in, and we're fighting that and trying to get language written into our contracts to protect us against that. So for new voice actors also, if you're offered a big chunk of money to have them clone your voice, just know that you may never get to use your voice again if you agree to that, because they own you if you do that. So please be careful with AI. I know that the money can be enticing. These AI companies are offering some pretty big sums to clone your voice, but please think twice about that. So those are the main big changes.
Wow. Yeah, AI is like still unknown, but definitely there should be regulations.
It's amazing. It has incredible positive uses, but that is a nefarious use of the technology when they replace voice actors or on-camera people too. So you just have to be careful and be your own advocate for it.
Wow. Oh, well, hope everyone looks out for each other in that world. Okay, so I think that mic is now set up, so if you want to come and ask a question, please.
Awesome. Thank you guys for setting that up. And
Thank
guys, you. During the weekend, make sure that you thank a staff member, because we couldn't do any of this without these guys. So thank you guys. Especially the audio guys. I love you. All right, fire away. I'm ready.
Hey, Steve Blum. It's an honor to be speaking to you. Thanks for being here.
Thanks.
Thank you. At my home, one of our favorite shows of all time is the Netflix series for Bee and Puppycat.
Oh, nice.
And there's an episode where suddenly I hear your voice, and it's probably actually my favorite episode. I was wondering if you could say anything about just the show, the episode, the character, something about how you got involved, or anything at all about that experience.
I think they hired me only because there was something about a space cowboy,
Basically.
Yeah,
that'd be it.
I auditioned for it like everything else. I auditioned from home, and they gave me a few lines to read, and then I get the call from my agent that I booked it, and I haven't seen the show, and I don't
check
really
it out.
remember what I did on it, but I heard it's awesome.
Check it out. It's a trip.
Yeah, when I'm home for a little while, I will do that. I've been traveling a lot, so I just haven't had a chance to catch up on that stuff, but eventually I will. Thank you for watching, though.
Absolutely. Have a good con.
Thanks, you too. Hi.
Hello. I made a commitment to ask you this question using my Starscream impressions, so... Hello, Steve. Starscream has always been my favorite Transformers character, so one Starscream to another, it is an honor to be in your presence. I must ask, what was your favorite part of voicing Starscream in Transformers Prime?
The best part of voicing Starscream was working in that room with Frank Welker and Peter Cullen and Darren Norris and all of those crazy people. It was such an amazing room to work in. I've been a Transformers fan for a long time too, but to get to work with that caliber of actors was an incredible experience. We had so much fun in that room. It was hard to get anything done because we were cracking each other up. And also when, Peter Cullen and Frank Welker are in there, it's like a masterclass just watching those guys work. And Peter, especially, I knew Frank's work. I was a fan of Scooby-Doo and all of the bazillions of things he had done. And Peter, we had passed in the halls when we were working on Toonami back in the day. Peter was one of the main announcers for Toonami back in the day, but I didn't know him very well. The most incredible thing was to watch him walk into the room, and he's not a very large man. He's very slim and very well dressed and very proper old Hollywood look with the pencil mustache and very polite and very quiet. He would walk into the room and gently shake your hand and say, "Hello, how are you? I'm very happy to be here, very happy to know you." And then he'd clear his throat at the microphone because he's a smoker. "Okay, are you ready for me? Okay. Transform and roll out." And everybody in the room turned into an 8-year-old. And we all go, "Oh my God, it's Optimus Prime." It was the most uncanny thing. The rooms, the walls were flexing because of that voice. It was like the voice of God coming through. It was astonishing to get to work in that room. So that's really my favorite memory, is just watching the people do their thing. It was cool.
All right, thank you. And
Thank you.
One more thing. All hail Starscream.
Yes. Don't tell Megatron, though. And drink your Energon.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going? So obviously, growing up, I think a lot of us know that you're Spike Spiegel. We know you very well from Cowboy Bebop. So my question for you is, when you initially took on the role as Spike in Cowboy Bebop, did you ever anticipate the profound impact it would have pop culturally on all of us? And looking back on it now, what are your thoughts on that?
I could only hear part of that. Can we get a little more feed in the monitors? Okay, thanks. What was it?
I could reset. Oh, okay, that's a lot better. So when you took on the role of Spike Spiegel in Cowboy Bebop, did you ever anticipate how much of an impact that would have pop culturally? And now looking back on it, what are your thoughts on that?
Oh, no, we had no idea. That was a throwaway show back then. It wasn't doing very well in Japan. They gave it to us, and they said, "We don't know what this is, just do something with it." And so it was one of the few shows that we had at the time where we weren't supervised by the Japanese client. They basically just, they wanted to make a little money back on it. It wasn't making money for them. So they licensed it to this company and brought us in. And the lady who is now my wife, Mary Elizabeth McGlynn, was directing us. And I met her on that show, and we've been friends ever since. And she just said, "You know what, let's make this for us. We have time, we've got a little bit more money than we normally did at the time." We didn't get money, but the show did. And we made crap on that show. But we just had a good time, and we loved the show so much at first watch that we just didn't want to screw it up. It was beautiful. It was unlike anything we had ever seen before. So we just did it for us. We just made a show that we'd want to watch. And we had no idea if anybody was going to see it, because back then everything was on VHS, if you could find it. You'd find 1 to 3 episodes at a time on a VHS, and it was like $85. So we didn't know if anybody would ever watch it. And then Toonami comes along, puts it on the air, and all of a sudden it gets out to this audience nationwide and ultimately worldwide that otherwise never would have seen it. So thank you, Toonami. Thank you for the Toonami gods for doing that. And people connected with it the same way we did. And we were just so grateful that we were part of something that was touching people's lives. And here we are, whatever it is, 25 years later, and people are coming up to me having seen it for the first time within the last few weeks, and it's still touching them in the same way. So it's just one of those alchemic reactions that none of us expected. And it's the right cast at the right time, phenomenal music, beautiful visuals, great storytelling. It was lightning in a bottle. And so we're so grateful to be part of something like that truly did help change the culture. So thank you for watching.
Yeah, loved it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi. Known to Marvel, you've been Wolverine for a very long time.
Yep.
So how would you summarize your experience of being Wolverine, from knowing how to portray the person to all the culture around it, from Cal Dodd, the original voice actor of Wolverine, to the Wolverine popcorn bucket?
Yeah. Well, the Wolverine that I did was basically the voice that I was hearing in my head the first time I read the comic. That's the way I work. I'm an organic actor. And of course I knew their work, the previous actors' work. And I met Cal recently. We've become friends. In fact, I've known pretty much all the people who have played Wolverine throughout the years, except Hugh Jackman. He won't return my calls. But basically, what was that?
He said Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, I've asked him too. He's still not returning my calls. So, and I still support him. I still pay to go see his movies, man. I'm watching Wrexham right now. Yeah, but I just did basically the voice that was in my head when I read the comics, and they agreed. It was really as simple as that. I love voicing Wolverine. It used to be the character that tore the crap out of my throat. Now that's actually one of the less stressful characters that I do. Baraka from Mortal Kombat is the one that really kills me now. But back in the day, Wolverine really hurt, and I wasn't as adept at screaming as Wolverine when he would go into Berserker Barrage. But every session that I did was, is all that stuff. And that hurts after a while. But it was worth it. I love Wolverine. He's the best there is at what he does. And what he does is pretty nice, bub. So thank you for watching. And please do support Cal and X-Men 97, all the other incarnations of Wolverine. We're all one big happy family. So thanks for that.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
I'm getting chills just hearing all those Wolverine quotes is right here live.
Back off, bub. Hi.
Hi. So I saw you around 10 years ago at KatsuCon while Transformers Prime was still happening, and I just want to say it's great to say all these years later that I love the way that you voiced Starscream in the current Transformers show.
Thank you, my dear. I appreciate that.
Do you have any notable similarities, differences between your experience voicing Starscream in Transformers Prime versus voicing him for Earthspark now?
It's all the same character. It's not quite as goofy as they let me go with Prime. I did, occasionally they would let me kind of go into that Chris Latta area. They have, he went, ah! The girly voice scream is what they called it, which was super fun for me. Earthspark seems to be a little bit more straightforward, at least in the recording process, and I haven't seen it yet. But Starscream is Starscream for me. It's all the same guy. He's always got the plan that never works. And a little bit of heart still in the spark there somewhere, we think, we hope. And I don't get to rock the heels anymore, so that's a little disappointing. But no, I love Starscream, and for me personally, as an actor, it hasn't really changed. It's the same guy, different suit.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi there. So I'm a big fan of yours for like a few years now. Big Toonami fan.
Oh, thank you. Only
fan,
Toonami.
Yeah, from way back when. And
nice.
So you've been voicing him for like Tom from Toonami for over like 23 years now.
Yeah.
And it's like pretty interesting to think about. Like you weren't like came in as Tom too. And
yes.
so I was just curious, like how was the process? So like transitioning between like the voice for Tom 1, and when were you brought into the process as
Well, when
Tom
they brought
2?
me in, I didn't know there was a Tom 1, and I've been apologizing to Sonny Strait since. For those of you who don't know the Toonami saga, basically there was this alien that came in and ate the original Tom, and then they regenerated me out of that. And Tom has gone through several incarnations since then. They brought me in based on my work on Bebop, actually. The guys from Cartoon Network at the time brought me in to host this new programming that they had for Toonami. And I just thought they had the wrong guy, honestly, because I'd never hosted anything before. I was terrified. But like the pizza story, they offered me free beer. And so that's all it took. And we met at a convention, I think it was Anime Expo or something, and brought me in, fed me beer, and told me what they had in mind. And I said, yeah, as long as I don't have to memorize lines, I'm good, let's go. And they brought me into a studio, and we clicked immediately. We're still really close friends, all those guys that I used to work with back then, and most of them are still at the network at Adult Swim. So we are still that family, and we have a different Sarah. Dana is an amazing Sarah, was a different one back then. But we're rocking it, and hopefully we'll be doing it for a long time to come. And we're on this afternoon with Toonami Rewind. They're actually bringing back some of the really old shows now. And then tomorrow, like every Saturday night, only Toonami, starting at midnight. So thank you for watching, I appreciate it.
Great, thank you.
Hoping for more Big O. They rewind
Big O,
that.
I hope so, that'd be nice.
That'd be really nice.
Hi.
Hey there, my name's Evelyn, pronouns they, them. I have three things for you. The first, I don't need to tell you that you have obviously been a huge impact on basically anybody getting into voice acting nowadays. But a little bit of a deep cut for you. I don't know if you remember Mad World when you were
Mad
Jack.
World, yep.
That one, that and Toonami was always my favorite.
Oh my God.
The other two things is thank you so much for the masterclass.
For which?
The masterclass.
Oh, yes. You're so welcome.
You said some stuff at the very beginning that honestly made me cry, and that kicks ass. The third is I'm going to gently threaten you as a future coworker. I'm excited to work with you.
Fantastic. You call that a threat? I hope it's a promise.
It's a promise.
Yeah, let's do it. There's always room for more.
That's
Come on
all I
in.
got for you. But, you know, I appreciate you being here.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. Is it possible to close the door over there?
We cannot. That is just a gaping hole.
It's so loud over there. Okay, I just want to
We
make sure I
gotta
hear
be
you guys.
louder, you know?
Yeah, I know.
Got to.
I just have old
you know,
man ears.
got to
It's
stage.
really
Remember the
hard for
best
me to hear.
stage.
Okay. Hi.
Hi there. We'll be super loud. I have just like kind of an off-topic question. Obviously, you're prolific in all sorts of genres and industries for voice acting.
Yep.
I know you've kind of dipped your toes into audiobooks. I personally listen to a lot of audiobooks. Is there any book that you can like your favorite book, and if you got the offer to narrate it, what would it be?
Oh, man. God, that's a really hard question. I don't do a lot of audiobooks only because it's so time-consuming.
Right, right.
And I can do 10 different projects in the same amount of time that I do an audiobook, and there are people that love it. My focus is not that great, so I can't sit there for 8 hours and read. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that question would be, except maybe children's books, because it's a shorter commitment.
Okay. I mean, that's still a valid answer.
I did one that was really fun years ago called Kashmir the Flying Camel.
Yeah, that's like the one credit that you.
Yeah, and Bryan Cranston was the narrator, and Colleen O'Shaughnessy, who's here, played all the female roles. I did all the male roles, so it was amazing. I don't think I can top that. I can't even think of a book that I'd want to read.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not really my thing. There are people who crave that.
Yeah,
So.
there's a lot of people who have, hundreds of titles underneath their name. It's all that they do. But
Yeah, I love
to
Chuck
each their own.
Wendig's books. I don't know if
Okay,
you know
yeah.
Chuck Wendig. I've been listening to a lot of his audiobooks, but he's got good people doing it. And his books are also 14 hours long, so that's way beyond my ability to hang in there.
Well, cool. Thanks for your answer.
Thank you. Hi.
Hey. Thanks for coming back to Philly.
Of course, thanks for having me.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. My question is, what is your advice for self-criticism, especially when practicing or trying to improve your voice by yourself?
Self-criticism?
Yeah, just to try to not with a group, because I think it is better with a group, but when you're just by yourself trying to practice, like what would you say is like a way to like kind of create that healthy like mindset? Like, okay, this sounds good, this sounds bad.
Oh,
Just
to break it down?
Yeah.
That takes time. The short answer to that is you have to be patient. I used to hate my voice. I hated the sound of my own voice. One of the first classes that I did at bloomboxstudios.com was called Making Friends with Your Voice. Because your voice is coming out of you and projected out into the world. It actually sounds different to people on the other end than it does to your own ear. So what I would recommend is record yourself a lot. Read anything. Pick up anything you can find and read it. And try to get the enunciation together, but most importantly, try to get an authentic performance, whether it's commercial, narration, instructional, cartoon copy, video game copy. If you believe it, your audience will believe it too. So rather than concentrating on the quality of your voice, concentrate on the authenticity of the storytelling as your first priority. That will immediately draw your focus away from what is bad or what you perceive as bad or what people might tell you is not great. Because I had a lot of those voices in my ear when I was starting too, including from my parents. My parents would say, this isn't a real career, you're just making stupid voices into a microphone. Those voices were in my head as I was recording in the early days. You have to be able to clear out all of that nonsense, and the best way to do it is by focusing on the quality of the storytelling. So read something out loud into a microphone, record yourself, even your phone has a recording ability on it. Listen back to it, and if you get engaged in that story, you're on the right track. You build it out from there. Other than that, it's a 4-hour conversation on acting, and which there's a lot of that information out there, that you can dig up yourself or find at bloomboxstudios.com.
I absolutely love that answer. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
I appreciate you, man.
That's definitely like a mentor answer you're giving. It's
Yeah.
very detailed.
There's a whole inner game that goes along with what we do, with any kind of creative expression. There is the inner game too, and you have to sort through those negative voices that all of us have in our life. People are very happy to give you criticism, and then we're organically designed to take that in and make it our own, and we start being our own worst enemy. So it's kind of hard to focus and get through all that stuff, but it's possible. If I can do it, anybody can do it. Faye.
Hello, Spike.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Good. Can I have my woolongs back?
We're broke, so.
We just need some beef for bell peppers and beef. Tired of eating those plain noodles.
I'm also tired of eating dog food, so. All right. So, I'm a huge fan. I've been watching you for many years. I've recently gone through, when they announced you as coming to TooManyGames, I actually rewatched a lot of your major animes like Samurai Champloo, Big O, Cowboy Bebop, and also I recently finished watching Great Teacher Onizuka.
Nice.
So I wanted to ask, how was that like working, doing the voice for Ikichi Onizuka, and what was the process like working on that dub? Because I think between you and Wendy Lee, you guys had a ton of roles in that.
Yeah.
So I wanted to know what it was like working on that dub, especially for such a silly yet remarkable character like Onizuka.
That was a crazy show. I actually just started watching it for the first time. I had surgery a couple weeks ago, and I was home, and I popped it on, and I watched the first 3 episodes. That was almost entirely an improv exercise, actually, because they didn't have enough money to hire what they call an ADR writer that will conform it from the original Japanese to a script that we can use to match the lip flaps.
Right.
But I was writing ADR for Digimon at the time and a few other shows, so I had a pretty good understanding of how to fix it. And so I actually ad-libbed every line in the show based on the original Japanese translation, and I wasn't sure if any of that would work.
I think it worked great.
Oh,
it actually matched. It works great with the comedy.
Well, thank you. It came out really good. I was actually happily surprised. But the content and the context of the show was so funny and so weird that it was engaging enough for me to take that on. And I didn't get paid extra to write those lines, by the way. I just got that flat, crappy fee with no residuals. But it was such a fun challenge to do that. And as I think for all of you actors out there, you kind of crave the challenge. And if you don't, you probably shouldn't be doing it because it's hard. But that show in particular was really fun, really stupid, and so wrong in so many ways. So not for children.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, when you grow up, watch that show because it's funny. It's a good ride.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for watching it. Appreciate it.
Yes, I have some stuff for you.
All right, take care.
All right, Steve. Unfortunately, I have to say there's a bit of a double question here.
Okay.
But one's very short, I promise you. The first one is, how was your day so far?
Pretty darn good, dude.
I'm glad to hear it.
I'm
man.
above ground, so I'm happy.
Hey, that's the best all of us can hope for, right?
To be grateful for the little things.
Absolutely. You got up in the morning. That's worth $1 million.
Right.
The second question, what is, and this can be in any way, shape, or form that you determine, what was your favorite role that you've done so far from any game, anime, really anything, whether it was the most fun, you know, whether your delivery, you felt it was the best, or you had the most fun doing it, etc., you know?
Well, like my answer before with Transformers, it's all about the people for me, the people that I work with. So my best memories are really in the studio with my friends. And we're all working remote now. I live in Hawaii, and I don't get to go into the studio at all anymore to see anybody. It's a good problem. It's a really good problem. But I do miss that camaraderie in the studio. And fortunately, I got to meet most of the people who are still working today back in the day when we were together. So I think it was probably the cast recordings that are my favorite memories. Even shows like Superhero Squad, it was sort of a silly show, but I got to work with Stan Lee on that show. It was crazy. He was the mayor of Superhero City, Excelsior. And watching these masters do their thing as a fan was the most inspiring thing for me. Working with guys like D. Bradley Baker, who's the master of creature voices, he and Frank Welker, because I started in creature voices, that was my initial inspiration and gateway into the industry. So anytime I get to work with those guys is incredible. Working on a show like Box Trolls, I don't know if you guys saw that movie, but D. Bradley Baker and I got to create the voices and a language for that movie. Ooh. If you haven't seen it, it's a Leica production. Phenomenal movie. It's so much fun.
I'll be sure to watch it.
Yeah, those are the kinds of things that really stick out in my mind over 35 years of doing this, is just the people. And also meeting Mary Elizabeth McGlynn back on Cowboy Bebop, becoming friends with her, working as an actor. She was directing me in so many different shows throughout the years. And then eventually, late in life, we're both single, divorced. We found each other and got together as a couple, and now she is my wife. So, of course, yeah, that's amazing. And yeah, I got to be with Julia, and she directed me the other day on something. It's so much fun. From the other room in our house, she has a studio too. So just to be able to work on opposite ends of the house and have her direct me at this late stage of my life is amazing. So those are the things that really stick out. It's not individual characters, it's really life experiences.
Of course, of course.
Yeah, but thank you for that.
Yes, and thank you for inspiring us all.
Of course, man. Thank you. Hi.
Steve, hey, great to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
So I think one of my favorite projects you've done is definitely Regular Show, and I was
Nice.
wondering if you could talk about who are your favorite characters to play on there and some of your favorite experiences, like getting to work with the cast they had on that show.
Yeah, that was an amazing show. Roger Craig Smith, oh my God. He's become one of my best friends because of that show. Working with the creators of that show was amazing. Those guys came straight out of art school, basically, and went to that show at Cartoon Network. The whole cast was insanely talented. Tecmo was incredible, super fun. The Sandwich of Death Sensei, I probably couldn't get away with doing that anymore, but getting to do that voice and something as ridiculous as that was,
It's okay to me. I'll allow it.
oh my God, super fun. Everything about that show was weird. We didn't understand what the hell we were doing. Working with Mark Hamill on that show,
Yeah, I was going to ask, what was that? Did you ever get to record lines with him?
we recorded all the shows together.
Oh, no.
So for those of you who don't know Regular Show, there were these two astronauts that appeared in a few episodes, and Mark was one of the astronauts, I was the other one, so they paired us up a lot on that show, and I got to work right next to him. And watching Mark work was an incredible thing, 'cause he was very into reading and politics and things, and I wasn't sure if he was really into recording at the time. So he would sit there with a book, and he'd just be like this, between his lines. And then all of a sudden, it would come up, his part would come up, and the director would say, Mark, can you put down the book for a second? Oh, yeah, sorry. Can you tell me a little bit about what's going on here? Because I don't understand any of this. It makes no sense. And we worked from storyboards, which, if you don't know what a storyboard is, it's basically drawings of what's happening in each scene. But the storyboard book is that big for every episode, and big, huge pieces of paper. They would send that to us digitally. We're supposed to go through it, but it's super time-consuming. So they would show it up on a screen, and they would show us what's happening, and Mark would go, I'm sorry, I still need more context. So the director would give Mark the context, and he'd go, okay, I got it. And he'd launch into his character, and it was perfection. First take was so good. He's an amazing, amazing actor. And so far beyond what he did in Star Wars or Joker or any of those other things, I got to watch him in real time create these characters, and he's a genius. He played a character called Skips on the show. Hilarious. It was
Sort of like a Harvey Firestein sort of thing.
And just genius to watch him work. That was one of my favorite memories, actually, working on that show. So, and I can say that I got to work with Mark Hamill, and that he's my friend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope you get to be involved in the reboot that comes out soon.
Oh, is there a reboot?
It's not official yet, but there are sources that say it's going to happen.
Amazing. I'm always the last guy to know, so thank you. That's why I come to these things. I learn about my career. It's great.
You got to start auditioning again for that one.
Yeah, I'll start auditioning. Yeah. Hi.
Hello, Steve. So, as of last month, I've held a genuine interest in pursuing voice acting. So, not too dissimilar to your situation, I've always been the deepest, arguably the loudest, the most booming voice in the room. And I appreciate and cherish voice acting as an introvert for allowing myself to express without an audience, or to an audience of one.
Yeah.
I can't afford this with other performing mediums. If anyone's seen The King's Speech, this is something that I attest. This having been stated, the general question is, how do I get your job? The more specific question is, how viable is it for an aspirant vocal talent to pursue joining a union, and can you say if the likes of SAG-AFTRA covers and compensates for them?
Okay, that's a huge question.
Simple. How do I get your job?
First of all, I don't recommend joining the union immediately. Okay. I recommend that you do all the non-union work that you can in the beginning, because it's a very big financial commitment. And also joining the union means that you're not allowed to do non-union work anymore. And so it may preclude you from making a living at first. So for the first several years, I worked as a non-union actor. I learned the craft of acting, I learned the business of acting, and I learned who all the players were. And that takes time. And if you jump right in, a lot of people put the cart before the horse, and they want to join the union, they want to make a demo, they want to start shopping themselves out there before they've even had training. Do the training first. Take your time, do everything you can in every medium that you can. And that would include taking improv classes, doing anime, reading for charity, read for kids, read for the blind. Read everything that you can out loud for a very long time. And get that skill set up, and also get the confidence level up. I too am an introvert by nature. You wouldn't know it now, but I was terrified to be in a room with people. I used to be a musician and felt like throwing up every time I'd go on stage. So voiceover was actually kind of a cool release for me, because yes, there was pressure once I got in the booth, but it was with people that set the space so that I felt like I was safe. And that's what a good director will do for you too. So in the beginning stages, work with people who are kind, who understand what you're trying to do, who are patient with you. And don't worry so much about the business aspect of it or the union aspect of it.
You naturally want to look into the logistics of matters, because it's just everything is out there.
Yes.
As you're well aware, you've mentioned this before, just oodles of information
Yes.
present upon the net. But,
Yeah.
right, from a professional.
Yeah, but the great thing is that once you're ready to make a demo, and you'll know when you're ready. Don't do that until you have got a lot of chops under your belt, because a demo is going to be your calling card. It's probably the most expensive thing you'll invest in your career, and I highly urge you to hire somebody who knows what they're doing and does it professionally every day. Don't have a friend do it. Don't have somebody who kind of knows audio equipment to do it. Get a professional to do it, to put your best foot forward, because your demo is going to be listened to next to everybody else who's been doing this forever. You want to make sure that you don't make that mistake. And then in terms of joining the union, once you're ready to join the union, it's great. The union it has its problems for sure, but at this advanced age, I can tell you that it is so great to have health insurance and to have a pension. I actually have that to look forward to. If and when I ever do retire, I've got a pension that I've developed for over the course of 35 years. And that's my security blanket. You can't get any of that non-union. The other thing about non-union is that there are no protections physically for you in non-union. So initially, when I was screaming and doing creature voices, I would do it for 8 hours at a time. They won't allow that in the union. There are 4-hour sessions. Now I only do 2-hour sessions, and they will protect you. They've got lawyers that can protect you legally, and directors, typically, not always, but directors that understand how fragile the instrument is, and they will protect you with that too.
Right.
So don't rush it. You do have a beautiful voice, but the acting is more important than the voice, so work on the acting part of that first.
Thank you very much.
All right, and I'll see you in the booth, and please come and take my job. Please do it.
Dude, and look, at least I have a good resource at bloomboxstudios.com.
Thank you, there you go.
I was gonna say that.
Hey.
Hi.
I'm David.
Nice to meet you.
What was your favorite, I guess, like, show, I guess? I mean, it's kind of cool that you're in regular show. I'm a big fan of that. Big fan of you. Like, what was, I guess, like, favorite show? Like, I guess, doing. Yeah.
Favorite show that I've worked on?
Yeah, you worked on.
It's whatever I'm doing Monday, because it means I'm still employed.
Oh, okay.
Lately, that answer is different every day. Lately, it's probably anything Star Wars, because I've been doing a lot of stuff in the Star Wars universe, and will hopefully be doing more in the future. I've been a fan of Star Wars since 1977, so I still squeal like an 8-year-old fanboy every time I get to do anything Star Wars. So any of those shows, probably Star Wars Rebels most recently.
Yeah, that's cool, yeah.
And it was super fun to work on the movies too, because as a kid, I couldn't even imagine myself working on Star Wars movies, but I got to work on Solo and Rogue One and Rise of Skywalker, and I was screaming inside, just getting to work in a big room full of people doing that kind of stuff. It's amazing, so.
Yeah, it's really cool. You were in Mad World, right? Was that, you playing Jack?
Mad
Jack?
World, yeah.
Yeah, Jack, that was cool.
Yeah, that was really
Great
fun.
game, yeah.
Just Jack.
Yeah, just
Love
Jack,
that.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks for
appreciate
playing.
it.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Kyle.
Hi, Kyle.
My question to you is, was there any point in your career where you improvised a line, either accidentally or otherwise, and the voice director is like, we're keeping that in?
Yes, it doesn't happen super often, but every now and then, well, I was just talking about GTO, almost all of that was improvised. Star Wars, we get to improvise a lot. There have been quite a few of them that I'm not really sure if it was my line or the director's or the writer's lines, because I don't see the shows usually until 6 months or a year down the line if I watch it. And in some cases, I don't watch the show till 10 years later, and I don't remember if it was mine or somebody else's. But generally, and this is something I do tell my students all the time at bloomboxstudios.com, when you're reading copy as an actor, you want, and generally as in auditions, it starts with auditions, they'll give you a line, and I always recommend that you give them 2 or 3 takes if they allow you to, but always do as written, at least on the first take or 2, with some differentiation. Wait till the 3rd take before you start your interpretation of it or ad-libbing, because there are people, the writers, who have spent months or sometimes years working out that copy. So if you're in a room, don't be too eager to change the words up at first. Do it as written first. And then, if they give you that opportunity, then go for it. And that's where the improv is going to happen. The other thing that the improv is very helpful for is that quite often you'll get information before you walk into the room, and it'll all change as soon as you walk into that room. Sometimes the whole script will change, the character that you're playing will change, the dialect will change. I can't tell you how many times I've practiced a dialect the night before, and I walk in and they change it up. So there's a game, I can't remember the name of it, it was Dead something, Dead Island, I think. And they told me, I see some heads nodding, I think I got it right. I was practicing a Caribbean or Jamaican accent the night before. I walked into the room, and they said, oh yeah, we decided to go Australian, so go. And I went, oh my God, all right, let's go, let's do it. And you just gotta pull it out of your arse. So you have to kind of be prepared for anything, but also be honest. If you can't do the accent, don't do it unless they're open to like a really bad interpretation of the accent. Sometimes that works. I did a commercial years ago where they told me I had to do an authentic Irish accent from southwestern Ireland, and I studied it all night long. And I get in there and I do this super authentic accent. They said, no, we want something more like the Lucky Charms guy. And I went, oh, you gotta be kidding me, really? All right, here we go. You know, and I just did this silly little Irish lilt that didn't sound very authentic, but it's what our ears are used to hearing. So those are the kinds of ad libs that are sometimes unintentional or unexpected, but you have to prepare for anything. And we talk a lot about that at blueboxstudios.com. Yes. Thank you for that.
Thanks for answering.
All right, take care. Hi.
Hey, sorry, Steve. Still no pals of chicks.
Nice.
I was hoping you'd get that. I'm a big fan of Mass Effect, and any Mass Effect fan will tell you, your ship is your family. You're just that tight with them. I'm just wondering if there was ever a moment recording for Grunt where you felt that as well. You felt tight-knit with your crew and Shepard, and you just felt like one big happy family.
Well, Jennifer Hale is one of my best friends. And so to do anything opposite her is amazing. I never got to work in the same room. But yeah, everybody in that cast and crew, we became close, mostly in the convention circuit after the fact, because it was basically just me and the writers and the director and the engineer in the studio and a stack of paper that thick recording the grunt lines. And those sessions were 4 hours long, and I would go through 300 to 1,000 lines in that session. And it was just a matter of getting through it and the context being held for us by Chris Zimmerman, our director at the time. So everything was kind of out of context. So we didn't really get that familiarity that we get in a cast record. But after the fact, I mean, going to the cons and meeting the rest of the cast was amazing. So yeah, the family thing came later with that show, like most shows that I worked on. But meeting the people who consume this stuff too, the players, you guys are family too to me, because we wouldn't be employed without you. The game wouldn't mean anything if you guys didn't play it. So thank you for letting me into your family, and thanks for taking me along as a companion.
Absolutely, and Renegade for life.
Awesome. Thanks, Shepard. Hi.
Hey there, Mr. Blum. I just wanted to say it is an honor to meet you. I
Thank
grew
you.
up, with many of the shows that you voiced in. One of my favorite shows, Spectacular Spider-Man. You were the voice of the Green Goblin.
Nice.
And of course, we know that show was unfortunately canceled. It should have, gotten the 5 seasons it deserved. I just wanted to say, with all the people over the years who are still hyping it up and want it to come back, would you be willing, rejoin that show and just have fun with it? And another question would be, what was your favorite, line or moment from the show?
The short answer is yes. I loved that show, and I love Green Goblin, one of my favorite villains of all time. And what they let me do on that show was crazy, and it's what I heard in my head for many years. I don't remember much from the show. It's been many years since I've seen it, but the line that sort of remember is,
"We all wear masks, Spider-Man, but which one is real? The one that, the one that's on your face, or the one that is your face?"
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, that
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what the line was, but that would be it.
Yeah, that was pretty much it.
Yeah, thank you for watching.
Yeah, no problem.
Amazing cast on that show, too. Everybody on that show is still, I'm a very close friend, so.
Yeah, Josh Keaton, he's an amazing voice actor.
Incredible. Everybody on that show is amazing.
Yeah, I should have also mentioned that you are one of my favorite voice actors. I have a list, literally, I list them out. I know people, they generally think of actors and their favorite actors, but voice actors, to me, just growing up watching so many cartoons, you are one of my favorite.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Watch out for that spider.
Hi.
Hello again, Steve.
Hi.
Once again, love your work, all that stuff.
Thank you.
I'm curious. How did you get the role as Sub-Zero in Mortal Kombat? Was kind of surprised. It was like a really dramatic shift from the guy from 9. I wonder, how'd you get it?
I auditioned for it at home, as most things come across. My agent sends me an email with the audition sides in it. I audition from home, hope for the best. and forgot about it, like I tell my students to do, because you have to let the auditions go. And I didn't hear anything back for a little while. And then I got a call back for it, went to Warner Brothers and did a callback audition for it. And eventually they hired me, and I got to record all of that franchise at the Warner Brothers lot, which was really fun.
Yeah.
With the water tower and everything. It was really cool. They had this great audio booth that they built in the basement at Warner Brothers Studios. And so super fun to work on that. It was a character that didn't hurt my voice that I loved. It was just very laid back, and I could feel the chill recording that character.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun. I'm actually glad that they're doing what they're doing with it these days, and Kaiji Tang took over in another incarnation of Sub-Zero. Once the mask was removed and I realized it was actually an Asian character, it was so much more appropriate for him to do it anyway.
Yeah, that's understandable.
So I had my time, I had a lot of fun with it. If they decide to bring it back and bring me back, I'm willing. I'm waiting by the phone. I'll do it at any given moment. It was amazing.
Yeah, didn't you voice Reptile and Bo Right Show as well?
I did. Yeah, Reptile was another one that kind of hurt the voice. It was that gross thing in the back throat.
Normally he doesn't speak.
He doesn't speak. It was mostly that kind of stuff. Baraka is one that hurts from that franchise. Everything is spoken like this. And now he's doing like these soliloquies in the recent things in that voice. Rachel, drunken master, I cannot do that anymore. The industry has changed. We're not allowed to do that. I'm actually glad that we're not allowed to do that. So if they bring back Boraicho, I hope they bring in an Asian actor. I will suggest Keone Young for that, because I think he would be amazing.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, it was a good run and super fun to do that. So thank you for playing. I appreciate it.
Sure thing.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, an Asian actor, huh?
Yeah? Are you an actor?
No.
Hello?
Oh, okay.
Dempsey?
Oh, there you are.
Oh no.
Shut up, I hate you.
I hate you too, Richtofen. Quit licking that goo.
I'll do it anyway.
I know you will.
All right, anyway, how you doing, Steve?
Great.
All right, so I'm Alex. I've been a huge fan of zombies ever since I was 15. Black Ops 3 hooked me, man. Like, you and Richtofen, two of my favorite characters from there. And one thing I wanted to ask was that at the end of Black Ops 4, Tag Der Toten, the last map you recorded Dempsey for, like, whatever, like, you were recording with Craig, whether it was either Craig or Jason, and they were just like, all right, that's a wrap. Like, how did you feel, like, knowing it was probably the last time you'll ever voice him, maybe?
It was really hard. We became really close in that room.
Yeah.
Especially with Craig, because he unveiled a lot of his personal life in that room, and would tell us that he'd be staying up all night, racking his brain trying to get these crazy lines done, and he'd come in hungover, and it was amazing. Most of the great stuff that you hear in those later games came out of his mind. It was a wonderful experience working on the game, but I don't think it really hit me until we went to the studio and we had that interview at the very end to say goodbye.
Yeah, I saw that on YouTube.
Ooh, and
I saw how hard you were taking. You're just like, I do the voice, but I'm kind of crying right now.
Oh my God, dude, it was so hard because I didn't realize that it had been 10 years because we did it in very small segments and we were never working together in the same room. So that was a rare instance when we actually got to be together in that same room to say goodbye. And Tom Kane started crying, I started crying, the whole room fell apart. It was,
my God.
we became very attached.
Even watching the video, I could feel it. I'm like, oh man, this is rough.
Yeah, but man, if they'll ever allow me to come back and splatter more meat sacks, I'm ready to go, baby.
If they
Ready
ever
to go.
decide to bring Dempsey back from the dead.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Oh yeah.
Hey, crazier crap happened, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally. All
Thank
right,
you.
one more thing. I hate you, Dempsey!
Go lick a zombie.
Thanks, Steve.
Richtofen sucks, by the way.
Hi, Steve. How are we doing?
Hi, I'm good, man. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. My name is Rob.
Hi, Rob.
I'm an aspiring voice actor. Did theater and all that other shenanigans.
Awesome.
A little bit of improv and stuff. But my main question to you is, when you're in the booth doing auditions, besides going to Steve Blum, BlumVoxStudios.com,
Got another plug.
how do you do with the isolation of being in the booth?
Personally, I really like it. I started in anime, so I was used to being in a booth alone, usually with the director on the other side. The hard part for newer actors is to be able to interpret the copy and not be too judgmental about it. It's good when you have a director because you're getting feedback. So if you have been doing this for a little while, I would highly recommend taking classes or coaching with directors who have actually done this work. There are a lot of people teaching voiceover that may have had some improv experience, may have had some theater experience, even on-camera experience, very different from voice acting. So if you can find a great voice actor who has become a teacher to coach you, they're the ones who are going to give you the best feedback, I think. And the hardest thing really is to get those negative voices out of your head that are telling you that it's not good, or it's not right, or you're not hitting the mark with the character, or it's not believable, that kind of thing. As I was saying before, the best thing that you can do is just to record yourself over and over again and be kind to yourself in the beginning. When it hits, you'll feel it in your gut. If you believe you, if that authenticity rings true in your head to the point that you can lose yourself in that moment and stop hearing your own voice and just hear the character and get lost in that story, that's when you know you're doing it right. Keep doing more of that, whatever that thing is. And if you have to take notes in that moment so that you're marking down the things that can be trigger points or launch pads for you to get yourself back into the character to that degree, that's where it all begins. That's where the magic really happens. So beyond that, the isolation can actually be your friend once you get beyond that, because you don't have the distractions from all the other people around you. As fun as it is to work in those groups, it can be distracting. And in many cases, working on shows like Transformers Prime, Kevin Michael Richardson, John DiMaggio, some of these guys that would come in, they're so funny that they would have to separate them so that we could actually concentrate. And sometimes we'd go back into the studio alone, and we'd have to be able to do that. So what I would recommend in the beginning, especially if you're new to the voiceover part of it, is get a piece of copy that has multiple characters. Read all of the characters, change the voices up a little bit, but make those characters believable so they could be in a scene together, because sometimes you will be called upon to do that. That exchange of energy between the characters is not too different from having an exchange with people in the booth with you. The advantage to having those people is that they might change something up. You might have to think on your feet and change what you were gonna do. Do that for yourself too. Surprise yourself. Record something and then maybe just take a completely different take than you were gonna try the first time and see how that feels. Try it all on. And in the privacy of your own studio, you get to do all that stuff. And we actually did a whole class on looking stupid and embracing that. Get out there, man. Make crazy faces. Spit on yourself. Do whatever, contort your body to get those voices out. That's where you get to be able to do all that stuff without worrying about what people are thinking on the other side of the glass. So take advantage of that time now.
Beautiful. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
So I hate to be that guy, but we are almost out of time. I know. Okay. For those who want to come for another session for Q&A, we have one again tomorrow at 3 at the Emerald stage. So this will be the last question.
Okay. Hi.
Hey. So my name's Reno, and
Hi, Reno.
I guess to make this a special question, I was always a voice actor enjoyer. I've always liked the idea of just like watching something and then being like, oh, that's Steve Blum. Oh, that's Tara Strong. Oh, that's Mark Hamill, like, etc. So my question for you is, well, first off, I also want to say, like, one of the deepest cuts when I had that happen was when I was playing Vanquish, and randomly you're just the main voice actor of there, and I was like, oh, this just enlightened the experience for me for an already great game. So for my question is, out of all the media that you've worked on, what's like your favorite to watch or rewatch again, even though you still hear yourself talk? And you mentioned you didn't like your voice at the start, so I was kind of curious about that.
Well, media, it would probably just be cartoons or movies, that kind of thing, because I'm not a gamer, unfortunately. Okay. But in terms of a specific franchise, you mean?
Yeah, like a show or anything specific.
That's really rough. Of stuff that I've worked on, particularly?
Yes. Yeah.
Ooh, probably again Star Wars. I would probably go back to Star Wars just because as a kid, I was 17 years old when the first Star Wars movie came out. And so that was, it holds a really special place in my heart. I know that you guys have certain shows that really touched you, and it helped me through a really rough time. I hated everything and everyone at that time. My school was falling apart. I didn't know what I wanted to do for a living. I wasn't really happy at home, and I was very average at everything at best. And I just remember sitting in the theater the first time and watching the destroyer come across the screen for the first time and hearing that sound vibrating, and all of a sudden I cared about something again. And watching that storytelling, the hero's journey and all of that, it just inspired me and touched me on a personal level. So I think in recent days, watching Star Wars shows, Ahsoka and Mandalorian and all these shows now, some of them that I got to dip my toes into, some I didn't, doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
They still hit all those feels for me, the childhood feels. And I think that's what I connect to most. So I'm slowly going back to my catalog now and starting to watch some of the shows that I've been in. I've never seen Naruto, 700 plus episodes to watch of that.
Yeah.
I've never seen Samurai Champloo. There's so many shows that I've worked on that I just haven't watched. I just don't have the capacity to, the time.
I highly recommend Champloo. It's really good.
Thank you. I've heard that. Yeah. So I don't know if the favorite question is I can give you a proper answer for that, because I don't know what my favorite would be.
So I guess Star Wars is applicable because you saw Mark Hamill in person, and that
Yeah.
kinda, fulfilled a childhood dream of yours.
It's
maybe.
really cool. And
Yeah.
as he came back in the more recent movies, I would cheer him on. Even if a lot of people were hesitant about it, I loved it.
Okay.
Even live action Cowboy Bebop, I didn't have anything to do with that, but I wanted to watch it as a fan of the franchise.
Yep.
And I was cheering on John Cho taking up the mantle of Spike. So
Yep.
yeah, I like going back to the things that make me feel something.
That's a great answer.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you so
All
much.
All right, and with that, I think we're done for this Q&A session.
All right,
If
thank
you
you
need
guys.
more of
I
Steve
appreciate
Blum, no problem, no problem. But yeah, he has another session tomorrow at 3:30 in the Neko stage.
All right, thank you guys. See you, Space Cowboy.
Thank you. That was awesome.
Come on, Crusaders!
He was just going to ask for Robert's Particruise on SGB again,
Yeah.
but don't mind him.
What's up?
First off, sorry I can't make it to the signing after this, the
How dare
Jimmy
you.
Jin movie.
Well, thank
How
you.
dare you have other obligations? What's your question?
All right. Well, and also, thanks for both LA Noire playthroughs and both Heavy Rain playthroughs. Fantastic.
Thank you for joining. There were a lot of goddamn fun.
The one thing that,
getting
we went on the hiatus for a few years, initially because of the pandemic, and then because I moved to Georgia for my Georgia arc. But I still logged into the SGB channel, just to make sure everything was up to speed. There was no sudden content IDs that I had to deal with. But I also viewed the
Or
analytics.
the channel caught fire?
That sort of thing. And it warmed my heart, but also holy shit, that the most consistently watched playthroughs was LA Noire, the revisit, and the Heavy Rain revisit. are some of our most consistently watched Let's Plays, and like for good reason. Like I don't want to, like no one here is like, no one here carries anything by themselves. We are a collective. We work because we bounce off of each other, and we try to tolerate each other's existence for at least
And I'm going to boost my ego by saying both playthroughs were by me. Therefore, making me the favorite.
Yep, we bounce off Elliot, all right?
Excuse me, sir. You were in the last playthroughs. What was the new element in the revisit? I was there.
On that note, actually, I'm going to get a little sappy here. Because starting last year, we introduced my uncle as a fourth member of the SGB. And I want to make really clear now, it's not as if I wasn't enjoying myself years prior. I love these assholes, that's why we're still doing this. But I'm now doing co-com with a man that I grew up
calling
with
me an asshole.
as my, yeah, because you are.
Okay. I mean, I'm not denying it, but that felt good.
I am now doing,
tactless ogre, you.
I now have the privilege and I guess honor, the worst that comes out of my mouth, to share that couch with the man that influenced everything that I've done growing up. Because even before he became a member of SGB, anyone that watches my review channel, man, it's like he mentions his uncle a fucking lot. It's like, holy shit, like what did his uncle not tell him? Well, the answer to that is Bubsy.
You know what the funny thing is like when I was younger, I look up to you, and then we started SGB, and it's like, all right, sweet, I get to do what I like to do that I got the influence from with him. And then the uncle joins in, and it's like a passing of a torch in a way.
Yeah.
Well, we share the torch. Listen, hold on.
Don't pass the torch, it'll catch fire.
I'm going to jump on your sappiness here, and I'm going to tell you that
Every single one of us here has a dynamic that I feel is accentuated when we cover certain things. I love talking RPGs with Matt because that is how we bonded. That was our bonding moment in, in high school.
I saw him drawing Cloud in Final Fantasy VII one day, and he's like, I was like, dude, his eyes are round, not square. He's like, how the hell do you know? It's basically how I always make all my friends. I'm loud, they're bored. Hey, let the conversation.
Yeah. Elliot says random shit out of his mouth, but he's a joy to bounce off of.
Yeah, and it is fucking, and when he hits gold, oh my God.
When he hits gold, and also it's like
keep him away from hammers.
Yeah.
Hot dog carts and
my uncle, for years, I've had conversations with this man. I've played games with this man. He has influenced a lot of what I am. And if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be up here talking with you guys right now. I'd probably be an art teacher or some other shit.
So it's or working a cherry picker.
Which means you would have just lost your job.
So essentially, it's Uncle's fault for John being the way that he is.
I saved your career. But from the bottom of my heart, thank you for being a part of this.
Give it up for Greg!
Because you make this, I cannot stress enough how much easier he makes SGB to just record. Because it's not a job, it's not work. We're just four assholes sitting on a couch on the verge of breaking with how much weight is on that son of a bitch.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I lost a futon. It was Mario Galaxy.
Mario Galaxy,
and a couch. We kept it in there.
Me and Serena sat on it, then Elliot sat on it. That was one too much. I was like, I heard the creak. I was like,
We're just normal men.
We're just innocent men. Please understand, America, there is an obesity epidemic. Studies have shown that 1 in 3 Americans weigh as much as the other 2.
Adding Uncle to the group was, I think, one of the best decisions ever made for the thing. And I am, like, obviously we're on a part-time basis. We don't upload nearly as often as we used to.
Yeah.
But you know what? It's better that way because I don't want to get burnt out. I don't want to get tired. I don't want to get, oh God, SGB meeting Sunday. All right, that sort of thing.
That makes sense. What's your question?
Yeah.
When you get to
the whole thing.
I'm so sorry, by the way, to those waiting on the line and that sort of thing.
Sorry about
I want to emphasize my meet and greet is immediately after this. Well, not immediately after this, because it's at 8 o'clock over at the meet and greet area, whatever the fuck it is.
Over there, that way.
So if you can't get to us here, you can sure as shit get to me there because I'm there for 2 hours.
All right.
When you eventually get to Tales of Symphonia: Dawn of the New World, will you use the Wii version or the PS3 version?
There's a PS3 version?
Tales of Symphonia Chronicles.
First off, what's this whole win shit that you're saying?
It was like your most successful RPG. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'd rather play a whole bunch of other Tales games before I touch that one. Berseria,
I want you.
Vesperia. I'm not touching
You know what I want you to play? I want you to play Abyss.
Oh, okay.
Because Abyss I hear so many contrasting things about that game, and it all centers on the main character.
It is love or hate. It's either you're gonna enjoy Luke von Faber and enjoy his character growth, or you're gonna want to bash his head into a wood chipper. There's no middleman. It's like Squall, but actually an asshole.
I'm saying it could work. I'm pretty confident you guys can make it really fun.
It probably, just for the sake of making it easier to record the Wii version, because the PS3 is a shithead to record off of.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hello. Greetings.
I know you.
Yes, hi.
Hey, DK.
So, like, I need some advice.
Oh, you come to the wrong place.
Here's the thing. Hold on, hang on.
Go on, go on.
Advice, so, I can't believe I'm saying this right now. I'm currently playing Super Mario Sunshine.
Right.
100%.
Stop.
Yeah, that was your first mistake.
And
I think you should exit the mountain.
yeah, I just need to know, how do you guys not lose your sanity?
Well, it depends. Are you
You assume we're sane.
Are you going for everything, or are you just playing the base game?
I'm going for everything.
You're a lost
You
cause.
dumb bastard.
Okay, so
I love the game, okay?
This is just advice I have in general because I have not played Mario Sunshine.
Smart man.
But here's my thing. I'm gonna try and make this quick. I play Dead by Daylight a lot, but there are days where it's just like I need to stop. I need to go out and touch some grass for a bit.
He won't do that either, but
my advice is just know your limit, and when you feel it's about to hit, stop everything and just back away.
very valid.
You see, Elliot's actually giving you genuine, like, life-enhancing advice. And I'm just here saying, continue, please, burn. Because
I lost the tournament, okay? I lost the
hate
tournament.
the game like
if you want genuine advice for that,
Yeah.
do not touch any of the blue coins until they're the only thing you have left. Because if you collect just one, you can no longer follow a guide coin to coin. Because, wait, did I collect that one already? The one that's only available in this episode? The one that's only available in this specific spot in this episode or in this specific time? I don't remember. And there's no blue coin tracker. Not even in the All-Stars re-release.
Yeah, that's...
I hate that fucking game.
Same.
Fine game.
It's a fine game.
By itself, it is fine. Like, I've said it before, I think base game is better than 64. How dare you? You know,
You laughed at my
I
Melee
would
Ultimate
genuinely love to see another Mario game with FLUDD.
Like, remember like Robotron and games like Smash TV? It's going way back to the arcade era, but those were fun games, and you know, it was kind of like you had a totally different isometric view of the field. It was neat. So when I jumped into Helldivers 2, I was like, wow, this all looks super familiar, but now you're like right there, like third person, right behind all the action, and you know, it's like overwhelming, but it's so cool how like Arrowhead Games, like they totally took a really successful formula and made it all, you know, much more successful. Now everybody's talking about that game. It's crazy. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, it's a weird time in gaming right now because you have this sort of thing going on, and we've talked about on our show. If you've ever seen any episodes, we talked about this. It's like, what's going on right now with all these developers and things like this? Like some of these developers who are cranking out really good games, like Arcane Studios and all these other, you know, really quality studios out there, that they're either getting laid off or they're just completely going under. It's like a scary time. And I ask this, and not in a rhetorical way, but why is this happening? This is the first time, I think, in about 35 years that I've seen the industry kind of doing this little wobble. And what's really weird is it's coming at the heels of, like, last year was probably one of the best years in gaming ever. I mean, we got more top-tier, excellent games last year than maybe any year I can remember. And there was a Spider-Man game, too. You know what I mean? Because he's so freaking predictable. I knew he was going to say Spider-Man.
Well, here's
Anyway.
why. Like, dude, I can agree to your point because, like, I'm looking through my catalog. Everything I play currently is, like, old. It's nothing current until, like, I don't know. Like, I just don't want to pay those prices. Like, the only reason I'm considering Call of Duty again is because it's going to be on Game Pass. If it wasn't, it'd be like $120 or something probably. Like, and I ain't doing all that. Like, it's not worth it. I'm playing Black Ops 2 with my girlfriend, like the old one, and having way more fun than, Robo Dogs or whatever we're up to now in this one. Oh, we got Kevin.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat with the Call of Duty thing. Game Pass is the only reason I'm getting it. However, I'm not prepared for that download size. It's over 300 gigabytes.
I am no longer considering Call of Duty. You heard it here first. I'm taking a stand. No more. Oh my goodness.
So if we had such a great year in gaming last year, and the gaming industry makes more money than every other form of media put together, let me explain what that means. So radio, TV, the music industry, film industry, streaming, all that stuff. If you took all of that revenue and put it all together, that does not equal what the video game industry does. It is the #1 entertainment industry in the world, and it has been for several years. So all this success, why are we seeing all these layoffs? Why are we seeing closings? I need to hear some answers. So my man right here, come on up and tell us what you think. No wrong
there
answers,
isn't
by
a
the way.
quiz after this, right?
I think it's because a lot of games nowadays have just lost their replayability. So when people play them, especially a lot of like the story-driven games, like Still Wakes the Deep is a game I just played, you can't replay that and get like the same experience or even a different one from when you played the first time. And that's why games like DayZ, where every life you live is always different, it's an older game, but it keeps bringing me back because you never know what's going to happen.
No, that's actually very insightful. So, yeah, I mean, that speaks to like what the game is at its core. Like, I mean, I played Last of Us 2, and I thought it was amazing, but I only played it once. Like, in a couple of years when I have a hankering to play it again, like maybe right before the third one comes out, like I'll play it again, but I don't feel the need to necessarily like replay it right now. What do you think?
I played Spider-Man PS4 maybe 5 times. I've only played through Spider-Man 2 once. I feel like that, like, it's crazy to me because, like, I replayed 1 to play for 2 again, and then, like, I went back and tried to replay 2 recently just for, like, when they had the, like, mission replay just for some cool stuff. And I was like, I didn't remember how to play. I was doing the original game's controls and everything like that. Like, it's weird. I don't know. Like,
all right, Princess
I'm
Peach
noticing
has
parallels.
a theory. What do you got?
That's so cool.
I think that it's because people spoil things, and the window of spoiling, like when it's acceptable, is getting like smaller and smaller. So you can just go online and everyone uploads cutscenes within a week of new games. Like
streaming, yeah, and
Yeah.
all that YouTube.
all them YouTubes. So it kind of ruins the appeal of let me go play this when I can just watch somebody play it and then it's done.
Sure. But that defeats the purpose.
Yeah,
You're a
there's
pirate.
that phenomenon with people just like watching other people play video games online. That you think that kind of waters down the product. In other words,
That and like when games are like so expensive nowadays and so many people are playing the same thing, you might as well just watch somebody play it and it's like, oh, I'm watching your friend play it, which is kind of parasocial, but at the same time, like I'd rather watch someone play it.
Someone who got a review copy
A
for
little
free.
bit, yeah.
They don't think take my $80.
all right. So guys, we have a microphone set up right over there. If we want to kind of
ahead.
walk over there, just speak clearly into the microphone with a
We
little bit
turn
of
one of
volume.
them-
We don't have a monitor up here. It's a little difficult to hear, but
We
just
could always
go
just
ahead.
turn one to face us.
Well, speaking about all prices and all that, it's all good? Still good? Okay.
Yeah.
Particularly with even Spider-Man in question, it's budget controls. Particularly, I remember seeing, I forget the exact charts, but it was comparing Sony and Nintendo's like profits. Like Sony had made more money, but they didn't actually profit as much as Nintendo did, for example. So they're just putting too much money in, not receiving it back.
Well, it's funny you mention. All right, so one of the games I play a lot is I've mentioned this before, but it's Dead by Daylight.
It's the
right?
Marvel approach.
So there are like those service level games, right, that have to always create and generate more revenue. So they have these DLCs, but then you get people that complain that there are DLCs, which are optional. But how else do you expect a game that came out 8 years ago to survive? I mean, you have
8
to draw
years?
revenue. Dead by Daylight came out 8 years ago. and they put out DLC that's just
Wow.
optional. You know, nobody's forcing you to do it. But I always hear people complain like, "Oh man, they always make me spend money." I'm like, well, number one, they're not making you, and number two, they have to substantiate that game. They have to always drive new revenue, especially with the, licensing rights and things like this. They have to keep things fresh. So, yeah, I mean, I think like understanding the economy of making a game and sustaining a game is important. I think it's fine that we all know this. That's fine. Why do big companies not know this? Why does Microsoft not understand this? I mean, they're one of the most financially successful industries in the world. Yeah, he's got some. Yeah, I'm not trying to beat up on Microsoft, but like, why is this happening? What do you guys think?
I don't know.
You're more in tune with like the Xbox scene than I am. What's going on? What's with the closures of all these studios?
Well, as far as the price increase, or are you talking about as far as?
I'm talking about why do they buy studios and then they go under 5 minutes later?
It's a matter of having that corporate. It's a corporate thing. To me, it's always been a corporate thing. And as I've talked about this before, I was never a big fan of when you had Hi-Fi Rush. Xbox had one of the best games that came out, last year, right?
Yep.
All of a sudden, they closed down the company, knowing that this, and yet they want to brag and say, yeah, we're innovating and we're changing the face of gaming and all. But yet you're killing all these companies. And for what? To make a little bit of profit or a tax return? Come on. I really get irritated because they're trying to put away all these people that are creating games, independent gamers, independent game companies. My thing is to that is like, I just get sick and tired of these big companies. Like PlayStation, to their credit, at least they're trying to put out all these independent games on their systems and everything else. But I just don't like how the practices of Xbox and Microsoft is putting out. Like anything that they've been putting out lately has been trash. Come on. I'm like, Starfield. I was rooting for that game to be good, and it was trash. It wasn't like a Cyberpunk 2077. It was trash. And they're like, oh, we're gonna update. We're gonna make promises, and falling short. And yet we're putting out all this money, $70. I mean, the only thing they have going for themselves right now, I say, is Game Pass. Game Pass is the only thing they have going, because they do have a vast variety of games that you can play, but at the cost of just what?
Well,
cutting other companies under their legs?
But is that like, I mean, Hi-Fi Rush, no one really like bought it. Most people, I think, played it.
Well, because
on
they
Game
didn't
Pass,
come
so-
out with physical copies.
Exactly.
Until recently.
So like, they
And
push
even-
the Game Pass thing, and then it's like they don't get the physical sales
Right.
like they
but
used to.
Sid
yeah.
made a good point a while back. Right when they were about to put out the physical copy, was it limited? Or?
Yeah, so funny story. I didn't even
Right.
tell you this. So one of the vendors that's here, who's always been here, is Limited Run Games. And I always support their stuff. I think it's cool that they come out with physical media. And when we were setting up our stuff, I went over, I talked to one of the guys from Limited Run Games, and I said, so what's up? When are we going to see the physical copies of Hi-Fi Rush come out for PS5? And he just kind of looked at me and goes, I can't really talk about it. And he didn't look very positive. I'm not trying to infer anything, but it's just kind of like, it's just a sore subject with everybody because it feels like it's one of those games that's like, darn, man, like I hope this thing doesn't get buried in time. Like, it's a great game. I want the physical copy of it, but he just looked at me like, yeah, we kind of can't talk about it. And I was like, oh,
The
you know.
physical and the digital.
Smokes, I'm like, oh wow, unbelievable. How's everybody doing tonight? Woo!
Yeah.
I've
Oh
been
my
made
God.
aware of a small rivalry between stages. So what I need everybody to do right now is start cheering for the Gato stage. Ready? Gato, 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 Gato. awesome. Yeah. We got to divvy up our dice here. Hold on. Oh,
Yeah,
my goodness.
yeah.
You guys are unbelievable. Ah, welcome.
Oh, my
Welcome.
God.
We're Legends of Avantris.
Hello. And now that I have a Secret Labs chair, I can finally become a Twitch streamer.
Yeah. That's very funny.
I'm just missing my kitty ears headset. That's it.
I have it in my backpack.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm ready.
Say no more.
Well, that's it. Thanks,
Yeah,
everybody.
thanks for coming out, everybody.
Good night.
It's been real.
Thanks for coming. We're leaving.
It's been fun.
Is everyone having a lovely and wonderful Too Many Games?
No,
Yeah,
apparently
don't
not.
everybody cheer
They
at
did
once.
not.
Jeez. You know, I put these on to look cool, but now I took them off. I'm like,
Yeah.
No.
Should I like
I'm
make
actually
love
like,
to the mic? Is this better? This sounds oppressive.
I'm not just
but
trying to be like a douchebag.
I also, it's
like-
very loud in here, so I don't know what.
Can I just sit on the end right here so I can...
Please
Yeah,
make yourself
do whatever you want,
comfortable.
Nikki.
Seriously, make yourself
It's a
comfortable.
free country.
Yeah.
Yeah, there
Make
we
yourself
go.
comfortable.
Yeah. Can you see me?
Here, we can like slide down a little bit.
Oh,
we got look.
yeah.
Tight?
Let's
Oh,
pretend
yeah.
like we like each other, you know?
That'll
Hold
work.
on.
These are yours.
Okay.
Oh, get off my beard,
Okay.
you know? Jeez
Perfect.
Louise. Okay.
Let's squeeze.
All right.
Hello.
So we're here to play some Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
What's that, Andy?
Do you guys like Dungeons and Dragons? It's
Don't
okay.
scream at anything.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's amazing.
If you like Dungeons and Dragons and folk horror, you can pre-order the Crooked Moon
That's right.
at thecrookedmoon.com.
I'm actually using
This-
Crooked Moon dice right now.
Yeah.
I'm like
Oh my
using.
God.
Yeah.
This is an ad spot entirely.
That's very funny.
Too Many Games had no idea that I am the shill miser. And
That's
here we
right.
are, thecrookedmoon.com. Get free dice. We have a booth. Free
There's
pins.
also a pin.
Oh, exactly right.
Ah, there's a pin.
Are you ready to play some D&D?
Yeah.
I would like to, yes.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Are we
Let's
going
do
to
that.
start playing some D&D? Should we introduce ourselves?
Well, yeah.
We are a cast that's been assembled. You can find my socials here. And I'm no.
That's a joke.
Hi, I'm Derek.
No, Derek.
He's jumping out of line, Derek. Jeez
No.
Louise.
No?
Nikki, introduce
No.
us.
Andy, the announcements.
No, I'm not doing announcements.
announcements
No,
guy.
I don't care. I'm not doing it. You
We
can't
only
make
have
me.
2 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's right.
26 minutes.
26
Thank
There's a
minutes.
huge clock right here, and it's stressing me out.
No, we're
Yeah.
fine. Just don't look at it.
I'm teasing.
We are Legends of
I'm not gonna
Avantris.
stop.
We are going to be doing a wacky one-shot. I do want to make sure that you know we are a mature stream. We might not be streaming, but we're a little bit mature. Watch us at your own risk. With that, we're going to go down the line. I would like you to introduce yourself. I'm Nikki. I'll be your dungeon mistress for the evening. Thank you. It's not what you think it is.
Oh.
But we're going to go down the
Unless.
line. Unless. We're going to go down the line and introduce yourselves, and if you could tell me who you're playing and a little bit about your character for those in the audience who may not know who you're playing.
Hi, I'm Derek.
Oh, yeah.
And for this one shot, I'm going to be playing Morning Frost. And he's a tabaxi who uses his mind powers to shape reality, and sometimes he's socially awkward.
What class is he?
He's a sorcerer.
There
but
we go.
well,
Say it.
He said it.
Say it.
Say it, Derek.
I'm a psionic. Damn it.
Yeah, a psionic sorcerer. My name is Mikey Gilder. I am a, That's right. I appreciate it. I am a greasy internet clown. Also, I play Chuckles.
It's very funny.
Chuckles is a clown. I think he's a bard in this scenario. In this one shot, I gotta pull up my character sheet. And I am, no one really knows where he came from. No one knows where he's going. And, you know, he's a pathetic, sad, drunk clown.
Oh man. We're doubling up on too many sad, pathetic, drunk characters. Hi, I'm Andy Flynn. And I'm playing Torbeck. And this evening, he will be an assassination rogue. And he is a bugbear. He's tall. He smells terrible. He has a drinking problem. He works for Mr. Creme LaCrue. And he has depression. So, you know, we're going to see how that goes. You know, it is what it is.
I'm Richie Gilder, and what to do? I'm playing Creme LaCrue.
Woo!
For those who don't know, I am the 100% stakeholder of Creme LaCrue's Carnival LaCrue LLC, and I may or may not be ironically married to one Gideon Cole.
Oh, ironically? You sure about that?
I'm an alligator man, a warlock of the voodoo variety. Creme is a con man, carnival owner, and failed businessman.
I know that feels.
He's not failed. He's not failed.
And with that, we will go ahead and get into the session. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, one
Always end with
person.
thank you. Always end with thank you.
We're glad to have you here. You have all been sleeping. You've had a nice 8 to 14 hours of sleep, depending on how much you drank the night before.
Oh my God, it's a fantasy game.
And you wake up not to the peacefulness of the forest around you. Your carnival has traveled all throughout Avantris, and you found yourself in one of the most beautiful verdant forests, attempting to sell tickets and bring joy to the people of this land.
Oh.
Business has been slow. The carnival is in a ramshackle state, and you are running out of money quickly. But the drinking helped lighten your spirits as you fell asleep, but it is not to the beautiful sounds of the land around you that you wake up. No, it is in fact to the sounds of strange carnival music. The crashing of cymbals, loud, cacophonous laughter, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12 different sets of voices laughing in horrified unison. You hear the slamming of some hammer on the side of your caravan where all of you sleep. The caravan rocks this way and that with the force of whatever it is. It sounds in succession, bam, 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 as if someone is nailing something to the front door of your caravan. And after a while, when you realize that this is not, in fact, a horrible nightmare or a hallucination, the caravan starts to slow. The knocking stops. The laughter begins to fade. But the carnival music is still present. Not the carnival music of Carnival LaCrue. Your speakers have been broken for years. And that is where you find yourselves.
Oh gosh, does anyone else feel like they slept for as many hours as they had whiskey sours?
How many is that, Chuckles?
Oh, I don't know. Be a solid like 16. A baker's dozen.
Oh, but something is wrong.
What?
You don't hear that music? That's not our music. Something's wrong.
No, there's no music, Torbeck.
What?
You're crazy.
What?
Wait, no, I hear it too.
No.
Wait, we're at Carnival. Shouldn't we have carnival music?
Our speakers have been broken for years, Crummy. I hear the music, and I also, as I woke, heard a strange banging sound and laughter.
Oh yeah, the sounds of joy and laughter. That's nothing like our carnival.
Hey, cool it, all right? We're making some improvements. I'm making some big investments, all right?
Like what?
Well, there's that new confection.
What?
Elaborate.
Dirty boiled hot dogs.
Oh.
For only 10 gold pieces, all right? You get one hot dog from a questionable vat of steaming water, I guess.
Confection, you said?
Well,
my doc says I have a whole bunch of confections.
Are you sure that people are really going to buy hot dogs just floating around in disgusting hot dog water for 10 gold pieces? That seems outrageous.
Well, as long as there's no other option, they're a captive audience.
That's fair.
Wait, hold on. Where's Gid?
Uh-huh.
Gideon.
Roll a perception check.
Gideon, where are you?
Uh-oh.
Oh, my dearest friend, Gideon.
4.
My oldest friend.
I have no idea what Rich said.
Oh, a 4.
Thank you. You look around, and on the bed where you slept, where both you and Gideon just passed out, you were drinking.
Oh, yeah. Just,
Late, yeah. And it's not unusual.
Drinking buddies.
What are
That's
the
like a
odds
normal
of that?
thing to do.
It's just,
It's ironic.
it's guys' night.
Guys' night.
And
Guys' night.
you look over and you see a mound there. I mean, clearly Gideon is asleep under all of those pillows and blankets. He sleeps really soundly, and you imagine that he probably needs his beauty rest after the night before.
Hey, Gid. I know you need your beauty rest, but there may be a rival carnival in town, so I need you to get up, take your knife, and go on over there like you normally do, all right?
Yeah, come on, get bushwhacking, Gideon.
Eliminate the competition.
Gid?
It's the free market, Gideon. It calls.
All right, enough. I don't know. I will pull the blankets off of the lump. That surely is Gideon.
You find nothing but soiled stuffed animals, the stuffed animals that have had things spilled on them, ketchup squirted on them, that have been dropped on the ground and trampled. These are years worth of the stuffed animals nobody wants, and Gideon's always felt kind of bad for them, and so he's collected them, but there is no Gideon beneath them.
Uh-oh. Where's Gid?
What do you mean, where's Gideon?
Oh my God, that's disgusting. Look at all that shit.
Yeah, why are they so soiled?
Why are they covered in mustard? Why is there so much mustard here? There shouldn't be any mustard here. This is a bedroom. It's like eating cookies in the bed sheet. What an animal.
Do you think that possibly Gideon went outside? I didn't hear him leave.
Is this strange to me?
It seems very strange to you. Gideon doesn't normally leave without direction from you in some way.
Don't worry, Cremmy. Gideon's my oldest and dearest chum.
Uh-huh.
I'll find him for you. I'll figure out where he went. I'll walk outside. I'll open the door.
You open the door and you see that the entire outside of the wagon that you all inhabit is completely covered in paint and graffiti.
Okay.
Different expressions and faces have been painted on it. The words
Okay.
"ha-ha." All sorts of strange symbols and emojis for all
Oh, that's normal.
For the lack of any other
Why are
word.
there so many eggplants? And droplets? What could it mean? And cherries and peaches. It's the fruit of the loom.
What are you talking about, Chuckles?
I don't know.
Can you roll a perception check for me?
Yes, I can. Oh, it's actually quite good. I'm a bard. Perception.
That's very good.
16.
Oh.
1 6.
As you look around at all of the eggplant emojis and the water droplets, you notice that
What
that
could
is
it
not the
mean?
only thing that's changed outside of the wagon. There is a piece of parchment that has been nailed to the front of the door.
Oh, it's just a bunch of evangelists. They're trying to get us to join their cult again. Maybe get some free lemonade or some Arnold Palmer's out of this.
I'll stick my head out of the caravan and look at Chuckles and say, okay, well, read it. Tell
Let me
us.
hold on. I need to get my bifocals. Jeez, my eyes aren't what they used to be. All of them. Never mind. I'm gonna read.
You begin to read, and immediately you recognize the script, the handwriting in which this is written.
Okay.
Dearest Carnival crew, your carnival is a mess, and frankly, a disgrace to carnivals everywhere. And in this mess, I imagine it would be difficult to notice when something goes missing.
So, given that I'm a pillar of kindness and generosity, I should tell you that Gideon is missing. Stolen, actually. Stolen by me and Cirque du Jolly, the best carnival this side of the Feywilds. I'm willing to give him back, but only for a price. Make your way to Cirque du Jolly, find my fun house, and manage to make it to the end, and we can play a game. And that's a very big if. I will trade Gideon for Chuckles. Wifey misses you, love bug. See you soon, or the Genasi has a date with the pig pens. XO, Jolly.
Did Chuckles read this out loud?
No.
No.
Not a chance. Not a fucking chance.
What did it say, Chuckles?
You guys aren't gonna believe this. Like, you're seriously not gonna believe this, but you gotta believe me.
What is it?
I start rolling it up as quickly as possible. Gideon left a note. And he said he was going on a long vacation. And he wished he could have said goodbye, but just the timing wasn't right. And you know how bad he is at goodbyes. And he said, don't go looking for him. He's fine. Don't worry about it. And all this clown shit is like, a prank or something.
I would like to determine the validity of this statement.
Roll an insight check for me, please.
I'm rolling a deception.
Yes, please.
Natural 20!
What's your bonus?
For a 23.
Oh, I got a 21.
He is full of shit.
You're lying! And I'm gonna try to snatch it out of his hands and
Why
hand
would
it
you
to
take
Kremlin.
private Gideon information?
Oh my God. Chuckles.
I can't believe he went to the spa without us.
Who the fuck would marry you?
That's what I was saying.
And give. All right, look, Chuckles, we had a good run. We've had a lot of good memories together. You've been our clown for at least a few months. I mean, you know what? It's time to pack it up and go back home. What do you think?
Grammy.
Yeah.
I would rather go into a kennel full of hellhounds, or meet a Tarrasque, or go to a Dracula's castle, or encounter any kind of fantastical, silly D&D monster, copyrighted or otherwise, than go back with my ex-wife.
And Chuckles, why is that?
You haven't met her. We got married at Ye Old Las Vegas.
Oh.
There was a guy dressed as Ye Old Elvis who did the ceremony.
Oh, ye old Elvis?
Yeah, that's how it's fantasy. That's how it's fantasy themed.
Well, what makes her so terrible is what I'm asking.
Have you ever met someone who just saps all of the ambition out of your life? Someone who just doesn't want you to live for anything beyond just a boring, domesticated life of scrolling through social media and watching Netflix on the couch next to each other?
That sounds nothing like you, Chuckles. Why did you marry her in the first place?
Well, she's built like a bowling pin. And I don't even mean a ye old bowling pin. And she's got the spunk of a bowling pin on those 3D displays when you get a strike.
Wow. Well, I think I agree with Kremmy. Gideon seems to be in great danger, and frankly, you may have to pay your dues.
So it's unanimous. We get rid of Chuckles
All
and
right,
we get
Chuckles.
Gideon back.
Whoa, come on! I mean, we could talk about this. I mean, remember that time Gideon left a bunch of gross-ass shit in the bed? And remember the time he smoked? Kremmy, you hate when he smokes, right?
I smoke, Chuckles.
Oh, shit. Remember that time when he bushwhacked all of our competition, leading for a short-term gain, but a great long-term loss?
I mean, that's every other day. Look, Chuckles. Isn't that tried old adage, distance makes the heart grow fonder?
No!
Now that you've spent some time, a few years away from your ex, doesn't that sound pretty good right now? Think about the bowling pin.
I mean, I won't lie, Cremmy. There's some times when I'm several whiskey sours deep. I think about pulling out my sending stone and saying, "You up?" Or maybe WYD. But even in that drunken stupor, with all the thrill joy in my system, I still put it away. That's how bad it is, Cremmy. I don't know how else to tell you.
Torbeck,
Yes?
you mind making Chuckles a whiskey sour?
Torbeck would be honored. And I will go back into the caravan and begin to mix up the strongest whiskey sour that I can possibly make from whatever we might have left in the caravan.
You are able to find all the things you need. You even find a small barrel. You look to one of the glasses, and you think about what Cremmy's told you and the things that Chuckles has been saying. You look back and forth between the glass and the barrel, and you pick up the barrel. And you pour in just a small amount of ice, and you begin to make the whiskey sour.
I stir it with one of my disgusting long fingers so that when I hand it to Chuckles, there's like hair, there's bugbear hair in the glass. Here you go, Chuckles. You look like you could use that.
Oh, well, thank you. I was quite parched, Torbeck. Thank you for being so generous. I don't know why you made this to me. Hey! Wait a minute. Torbeck, does this have egg whites?
Torbeck is so sorry.
Oh,
Torbeck will fix
gosh.
that.
Who taught you how to make a whiskey sour?
I come back with the egg whites. It's all mixed up.
Oh, well, that sounds nice. Oh, that's pretty good.
All right,
Oh, just the hair. Okay, it's fine. I down the whiskey sour.
Now, Chuckles, just theoretically, all right, ironically, if Jolly were to be around here, and let's say she stole Gideon, where do you think she may or may not be presently?
Chuckles, we need to find your ex-wife.
You're here?
Yes.
I forgot.
We need to find Gideon so that we can exchange, so that we can talk to your ex-wife.
Oh! I mean, bowling pin. Pull out my sending stone. Maybe I should use some of the eggplant emojis.
If you can call her right now, then...
No. That's a bad idea.
All we need you to do is point us in the right direction.
Okay.
And come with us, without resisting.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, how much whiskey did you put in that thing, Torbeck?
Torbeck made it exactly how you like them.
Yeah, that's right. Does seem right. Okay. Let me think. If I was Jolly, where would I be? Well, there's the forest with the blood-sucking harpies.
Uh-huh. Where?
There's the spooky hills with the screeching banshees.
Go back to the blood-sucking harpies.
Oh, they will suck your blood.
Torbeck thinks we should look there first.
I mean, might as well. It's as good a guess as any.
I'll look outside. It's like a giant arrow pointing.
There is very clearly a giant
What could it
arrow
mean?
pointing. You can see over the tree line the huge dome of the big top. Jolly's carnival is very clearly well put together. Instead of the reds and whites of the big top that you would expect, hers are in pinks and black.
It's a mystery, guys. I think we're gonna need to split up and collect clues.
I look around for clues.
Roll a perception check. At disadvantage because of Chuckles. No, I'm just kidding. You can roll it normally.
That was very good either way.
Yeah, I got the same value twice.
Perfect.
I will enjoy a 18.
That's not enough to see the giant illuminated sign that says Cirque du Jolly and points down the road towards the giant big top towering over the trees. Or it wouldn't be enough for Chuckles, as drunk as he is. But you, Frost, are in your right mind. And you look over Chuckles' shoulder out of the wagon, and you see it's very clear that Jolly wants you to find her, and she has left clear signs for you to be able to make it to the
Thank God you said "eind." As soon as you said Jolly wants you to, I was really nervous.
Grammy, I think that we just need to follow these signs towards that big top. If we
thank
follow
God.
the music, we'll probably find Jolly there.
All right, let's get on with this fucking heist. Chuckles, why don't you join us? And we're not going to turn you in, all right? Just come with us, and we'll somehow play some trick or prank.
Oh, you're
and
gonna...
We'll still get back.
One of your iconic Cremy Con?
Exactly right.
You'd really do that for me, Mr. Cremy?
Of course I would.
I believe you full-heartedly. Let's go.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. A quick 2 hour, 3 minutes and 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 second adventure.
5 seconds, 4 seconds.
Whoa. You guys are the best rep that I ever had.
All right, Frost, lead the way with your mind being.
And just follow me.
And with that, you all make your way out of the wagon and begin heading towards Cirque du Jolly. You leave the initial. You can
the
hear.
clowns,
You
they're
can hear the
honking.
sounds of the rides creaking. Your carnival is falling apart. The Ferris wheel completely splits in half and tumbles into the underbrush. But you ignore it. You're on a mission. Gideon is far more important than your decrepit carnival. As you make your way through the tree line, and you notice that the signs start getting bigger and brighter and more intricate until eventually you see in front of you what is very clearly the entrance to this large carnival. It is pristine. It is immaculate. The flashing lights, the sound of the music spilling out over the forest around you, and something that you have never had at your carnival. The sound of laughter and joy billowing out from this space. You see the illuminated entryway, and there is a small ticket booth at the front. As you get closer, you see that there is what looks to be a human man, slightly balding, slightly cross-eyed. As he looks at you from beneath this ticket booth, he has a smile plastered on his face. He's a little bit older, wiry mustache, patchy beard. He seems to notice you, and you see he lolls his head back and forth happily as you make your way forward.
Hey, how the hell did she do that?
Tormek isn't sure, but Tormek is sure that this is a lot better than our carnival, Mr. Cremy.
No. There's gotta be some kind of fucking catch. I don't get it. I mean, we have squeaky rides that sometimes occasionally kill people. We only charge 2 or 3 gold pieces for ice. I mean, it's pretty decent. Look.
Yeah, I bet these guys in their tunnel of love doesn't have a bunch of perverts lurking within. I mean, what's the fun in that?
All right, look, there's gonna be some kind of catch. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this, all right?
Okay.
What to do there, fella? The name's Creme Crew of Carnival Crew, right down the road. May we please have 4 of us? 4 tickets, please.
There's 3 of us.
The smile
4 tickets, please.
on his
3
face
of us.
alights.
4.
Ooh, I am stupendous! Welcome to Cirque du Jolly! Tickets will be 500 gold pieces per person. Or you can offer me a bit of joy in the form of a story, and your ticket is on us.
That's why they're having so much fun.
Stupendous laugh, and you can head right in.
Tormek doesn't like this guy. Happy people are so arrogant.
No wonder everyone's having so much fun. It's free. All right, look, fellas, we don't have 500 gold pieces times 4, all right? So go on with the, what was it again? How do we get in free?
Tell me a story and make me laugh.
What was your name again?
Stupendous.
That's a stupid name.
That's
Stupid is my brother.
God, your clowns aren't even drunk?
Sober as can be.
Oh, this isn't a carnival at all.
I'm as scared, guys. If he was here, he'd punch this guy's skull in and we just walk right over his dead corpse.
No, Gideon would never raise hands against a clown. It's in his code of honor
You're right.
and ethics.
It's so out of character. You're right, Chuckles. What am I thinking?
Either way, we gotta get through here.
Does anyone know any funny stories? I'm not much of a storyteller, to be honest.
Torbeck's entire life is kind of one big joke.
Well, you're gonna have to pick something specific. I don't think we can stay here for that long.
Torbeck will try. Hello, stupendous.
Hello,
person.
Torbeck.
Torbeck's name is Torbeck. Torbeck lives in a dumpster. People laugh about that a lot, but Torbeck doesn't find it funny. One time, Torbeck found licorice, which is really rare for Torbeck, because Torbeck doesn't normally get real people food. But then the licorice turned out to be rubber tubing. Torbeck's pretty sure it's still down in there somewhere.
You should hear him sleep.
Torbeck never saw the rubber tubing come out.
He looks at you for a minute, and you see his face change from an array of different emotions before eventually his face goes completely stone-faced. And he looks at you, his head turns to you slowly, almost mechanically. His jaw drops, and then you hear, ha, 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 ha. Where a tongue should be, a ticket pops out.
Whoa.
Thank you.
That was stupendous.
Oh, the ticket's a little wet.
Wow, that's it? That was worth 500 gold pieces? That was terrible.
Hey!
No offense.
None taken.
Good. That's when you say no offense, you can say whatever the hell you want. Try it at home, kids. Well, I have a story. It's a pretty quick one. You want a story for instead of 500 gold pieces?
He looks to you and he nods.
Okay. A moth walks into a podiatrist's office. And he says, Doc, things aren't looking good. And the doc says, well, tell me what's wrong. He said, well, my name is Jeremy, and I went to university to be a writer. It was my dream to become a writer. I wanted to be a journalist, break all the great stories. And I met my wife there. Her name was Cheryl. And we had a whirlwind romance, and I graduated, and all I wanted to do was be a writer. But then they offered me a job at a pencil factory as a mid-level manager, and I gave up my dreams, Doc. I gave it all up. I took the job. I went into middle management. My wife, Cheryl, she convinced me to give up my dreams of writing, and I threw it all away, and it's been 20 years working that same job. I hate my boss. We had a son. His name was Jeremy Jr. Then we had a daughter. Her name was Little Moth Susie. And I hate both of them, Doc. I gotta tell you, they're just crushing disappointments. Every night I go to bed and I don't recognize the moth that I married. I look in the mirror and I recognize him even less. And I think, what if I had just decided to go into writing and not taken that job and not gotten married and not having kids? And I think, what was it all for? And I realize, am I gonna wake up and 20 years have gone by and I'll be dead? and all for nothing, and I'm just miserable, Doc. And then the doc says, well, Jeremy, this is terrible. But I'm a podiatrist. Why didn't you should go see a psychiatrist? Why did you come into my office? And Jeremy looks at him and says, the light was on.
The clown scratches his balding head, puts his hand on his patchy beard. You see an array of emotions flash across his face before his head almost mechanically turns towards you. And then you hear, and a ticket pops out of his mouth for you.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad you found that. I mean, that wasn't why it was funny. There's nothing to laugh at.
Torbeck would like to use something he learned from Chuckles moments ago. No offense, but Torbeck hates you, Chuckles. You can't be offended now.
Oh, well, since you said no offense, that's fine.
And it has to make you laugh, is what you say, Mr. Pendus?
He nods towards you.
It requires some sort of a setup, I imagine, and then some sort of punchline.
Christmas. We'll be here till fucking Christmas.
No, Frost can do it. We believe in you, Frost.
Mr. Pendus, there once was a boy who ate fire. He died.
What the fuck, Frost?
That's not funny at all.
What is now clearly, you can tell after this interaction, what is very clearly a mechanical clown that is working this thing. His head turns towards you, and he begins to, his eyes start rolling around his head as he's trying to figure out this joke. And it takes much longer than even Chuckles' horrible joke. Before he finds it funny, he opens his mouth, he begins to laugh, and a ticket protrudes from where his tongue should be.
Hot damn!
Good job, Frost.
Well done, everyone. Good luck, Mr. Kremmy.
I believe in you, Kremmy.
All right.
And your iconic cons where you're not going to give me over to Jolly.
Well, I mean, this was allegedly funny. I still don't get it, but I'll tell a story that got some laughs. This is a while back when it was just me and Gid, running cons and trying to start a fledgling carnival. We had Curly the Clown at the time. This is way before you, Chuckles.
Oh.
Gideon punched him in the body so hard that he laughed until he died. It was an accident. He didn't mean to do it.
That's ridiculous.
But we fed his body to the pigs, and we had to lay low for a while, right? So we went on down to Ye Olde Las Vegas, just to kind of, stay out of Dodge, avoid the authorities. And we were sort of drunkenly stumbling through the Ye Olde city that day, and we found a Ye Olde chapel. And Ye Olde Elvis was there, weird enough.
Oh.
And Gid and I looked at each other and said, wouldn't it be kind of funny and ironic if we got married?
What?
So we did. And it was just ironic. I mean, I don't know if it's like legally binding, but I guess with you and Jolly it is, right? And so we celebrated at Ye Olde Hooters afterwards. And we happened to notice another couple of business partners on the other side of the bar, and we kind of liked their vibe. And we were drinking, and we were getting to know one another. And Gid was making them laugh, as he does, right? And then he tells this joke. He says, what's the difference between 3 cocks and a joke? And I'm like, what, Gid? And he says, Kremmy can't take a joke. And everybody laughed and laughed. And to this day, I still don't get it.
I don't get it.
But I mean, chickens are tasty and they make a mean gumbo, but anyway, what do you think?
The mechanical admissions clown turns towards you, turns towards all of you, as he thinks through this joke, and you see a look of shock on his face for a second, that you would dare tell a joke like this in mixed company. But eventually, he laughs, and a ticket pops out of his mouth where his tongue should be.
Ha! Too easy. All right, fellas. Wait, can we proceed, or is that it? I mean...
Enjoy the carnival!
All right, let's go, let's go. We going.
The gates swing open. The sound of music erupts out. It's almost as if part of the joy was being blocked by these gates, but as it opens, you are surrounded by the cacophony of joy and laughter. The smells of the carnival are overwhelming. You see hundreds of people milling about, enjoying rides and games and treats, actual confections. Not the kind that your doctor would prescribe you something for, but actual treats. And everyone seems to be having a phenomenal time.
Standing way too close to Cremy from behind and breathing down his neck, you hear, "That guy was really creepy."
Yeah, what the fuck? Was he real? I mean, what kind of fucking nightmare place is this?
Torbeck doesn't know.
This is a real marvel. Look at everyone seems to be enjoying themselves. I mean, regardless of what happens with our business with Jolly, I think we should consult with her. She clearly knows what she's doing.
No, we're gonna trick her. Remember?
As you say that, you see that down the main thoroughfare, gymnasts in tight bodysuits, all bedecked in sparkles and gemstones, begin tumbling forward. You see streamers popping out of their hands. Balloon animals spill up into the air. Everyone stops and claps and cheers as they begin to tumble towards you. And as they do, you see that two of them are twins in matching but mirrored outfits, jester hats on their heads, their faces completely painted white, with speckles of pink makeup here and there. As they dance and tumble around you, they wrap you in ribbons for a second as they jump backwards. And where they had been, as they tumble opposite from each other, you see that where there had been nothing, there is now this beautiful fortune-telling box. Inside of it is a mechanical fortune teller. And as you take in this scene, you see that the fortune teller, you can hear the movement of the joints, but clearly they're oiled and well taken care of. The music that spills out from this is ethereal in nature and almost drowns out the sounds of the circus music that are all around as you feel yourselves overcome with interest in this for a moment. Steam pours from the bottom of it, or smoke pours from the bottom of it, and really sets the tone for you. And then you realize that all of the gymnasts, all of the performers have disappeared. All of the people have gone back to what they're doing, not even paying any attention to you as you stand in front of this box, the words misfortune written on the front.
Okay, is this the place we gotta go?
It's just a small box.
Yeah, look at this beautiful piece of machinery. This is amazing. Why don't we have one of these, Mr. Cremy?
Look, something's, first, I mean, look at how expensive this thing's look.
Yeah.
And second, I mean, look at all these fucking employees. How do they afford to, like, make payroll? I mean, this is insane. This carnival's free. Something's gotta be up.
Yeah.
This is a remarkable feat of engineering. I remember Cremy put me in one of these boxes for one of the carnival days, and unfortunately there wasn't any restroom in there, so that stopped happening immediately.
You were a very convincing robot, Frost.
Thank you. It was difficult to get the motions correct.
That's good. Okay, misfortune box, let us proceed so we may parlay with Jolly, the leader of the carnival. You may have heard of her.
You see a big purple button at the front that says, "Take a ticket, know your future."
Yeah, Chuckles, lighten up. Let's have some fun. And Torbeck will press the giant purple button to receive a fortune.
Immediately, the music gets louder, the smoke billows out even more. The mechanical fortune teller inside begins to swirl their hands around the crystal ball, which begins to flash different colors. Lighted, essentially mirror images, major images pop up inside of it with sounds and scenes, and it's all very beautiful and interesting. And when it's finally done, a gilded ticket pops out of the base. Can I have you roll a d20 for me?
Oh, yeah. 18.
You pull the ticket out and you flip it around. The words are completely gilded. It is quite beautiful. And you read the words. People don't laugh at you because you're funny.
Whoa. And what does it say, Torbeck?
What does it say?
It says, you're a really nice guy.
Oh, it only speaks in lies and riddles.
Hey!
Well, let's see. Well, I'll press the big purple button.
Roll a d20 for me.
15.
Your ticket is roughly the same size, but there aren't as many words on yours. The only thing that you see are the words, "That wasn't chicken."
That's getting a little weird.
What did you get, Chuckles?
It knows too much.
Well, you know what they say, second time's a charm. And Torbeck will press the button again.
Roll another d20 for me, please.
Could this machine really have the power of clairvoyance?
What are you spying on?
I swear I got another natural 20.
Oh!
I'm confirming.
Let's
Chris
go!
can confirm. He's verified.
Wow.
You get 2 fortunes.
Yeah!
It's almost as if this machine were destined for someone like you.
Things are coming up, Torbeck.
The first one you see says, "No amount of emotional eating will fix your personality."
Keep it in game, Nikki. Jeez. Keep it in game.
The rest of the group, as they see Torbeck read the first ticket, he nothing changes in his face, just a single tear begins to roll.
And the last one is gilded, but not in the same way. The ticket itself is black with golden gilding on it.
Oh.
And you see the words, "You will die at Ye Olde Arby's in Ye Olde Columbus, Ohio."
Oh, gods! I can't imagine a worse fate. Ye Olde Columbus, Ohio.
Torbeck is not long for this world!
What does it say? What does it say?
A fate most grim! Torbeck will die!
Oh no!
When does it say when?
At something called a Ye Olde Arby's.
A Ye Olde Arby's?
In a Ye Olde Columbus, Ohio.
Torbeck.
Oh, what?
Have you gotten mixed up in the mob?
Torbeck isn't sure!
They use Ye Olde Arby's as the front because no one chooses to eat there.
Oh, no!
Oh, Torbeck's gonna get whacked.
Wait, what?
You're gonna get whacked, Torbeck.
What does that mean?
It means you're gonna be killed.
Oh, are you sure?
Yes, I am.
I'm pretty sure.
It sounds
yeah.
way better than being killed.
You're gonna get whacked very thoroughly in Columbus, Ohio.
How certain are we that it means death?
100%.
Now that I say it out loud, I'm not sure anymore.
Either way, we shouldn't be playing with the fates. This machine is a nightmare.
Well,
Torbeck will take several steps back.
I have to be sure. I need to find out if it really tells the future.
Roll a d20 for me, please.
I will take your finest 6.
You receive a ticket. This is not one of the tickets like the second one that Torbeck got. This is similar to all the others, the beautiful, almost holographic gilding that's on it. And you see the words, "Pigeon poop burns the retina for 13 hours. You will learn this the hard way."
What the fuck?
What heat?
Pigeon poop burns the retina for 13 hours. You will learn this the hard way.
You having fun yet, Frost?
Is that true?
Look, something's not adding up. None of us are having fun. Hey kid, is there like a child running around?
Yeah, sure.
Press that button.
Hi. Whoa, you're like an alligator or something.
Would you kindly please press the fucking button like Cassie
I'll
Jackson?
press this button, and he's gonna go in and press the button. He drops the ticket and runs.
I pick up the ticket.
You pick up the ticket and it says, "You will die alone and poorly dressed."
Wow. And poorly dressed.
It maybe only speaks truths.
This doesn't make any sense.
I have a morbid curiosity. I have to. I'll hit the button.
Roll a d20.
Are you prepared, Cremmy? It could tell your fate, your fortune, your death.
A 3.
3. Feel free to waste the day away. It makes no difference in your case.
I mean, that's kind of positive, right? I mean...
Oh yeah, it's like, that's like maybe a cryptic, clownish fortune teller's way of saying like, treat yourself. You know?
This doesn't make any
Self-care.
sense. This carnival is way too happy for things like this to be happening.
You're right. That's an excellent deduction.
I'm a clown. My whole life, my expertise is making people laugh and happy and shit. I don't know. I'll try one more time. Thunk.
Roll a d20.
8, if that hasn't been done.
It hasn't.
Oh.
Your wishes don't even come true at Yuletide.
Dorbeck has reached a second level of depression that he wasn't sure was possible.
The fabled double depression?
Yeah.
Surely the machine is broken. Everyone seems to be having
Not
such a
even
good
at
time
Yuletide?
here. I'm sorry, Chuckles.
Well, I guess we have to move on. This machine has not helped us save Gideon.
Is there any sense of where Gideon might be in this carnival?
Well, you have the note that Jolly gave you, which tells you to go to the Fun House, also known as Jollyland. And as you look around, now that you're no longer distracted by this thing, you look around through the sea of people enjoying themselves. And as this happens, the speakers begin to boom, and you hear a familiar sound. Gideon's laughter begins to spill out over this carnival. I need you all to roll a wisdom saving throw, please.
That's very funny.
Natural
Do we have any twists of fate?
Oh,
No.
Nice. Yeah.
Plus 4 is a 5.
I got 11.
Got a 19. Oh yeah.
I got a 3.
Oh boy.
Everyone except for Chuckles falls to the ground laughing, as if overcome by hideous laughter. You all begin to chuckle and giggle and laugh and roll around, and
This is fun.
that feeling that you had in that pit of your stomach after getting these misfortunes completely fades away. You are just overcome with joy. Everyone around you seems to be falling to the ground laughing. Chuckles, you watch as you look around, and you are essentially the only person not affected by this. You still feel that pit of sickness in your stomach as you realize there's another misfortune stuck to the backside of one of yours. And you see bad luck and misfortune will infest your poor soul for all eternity. And you can't shake the fact that you feel depressed. The three of you, however, are having a grand time.
Dorbeck has forgotten his own death.
It's kind of fun if you don't care anymore, right?
It's not that funny, guys. It's not that funny already. Stop it. Knock it off. Knock it
Like he'll
off.
live forever.
This carnival's way better than ours.
My eye!
Right. Yeah.
It's not even that funny.
Let's just stay. No one to get left.
It's not even funny, guys.
Oh my God, kids joke. I get it.
It's not even
3
funny.
cocks in a joke.
You guys. You guys.
It's true. It's
It
true.
takes
What? I'm just vamping with
No,
everyone else.
DM, continue, please.
By all means. No, it takes about 10 minutes of you watching your friends roll around on the ground with laughter. Frost, the pigeon poop in your eye burns, but it's hilarious. And eventually, you find yourself able to stand again, no longer overcome by the laughter, but the sadness that you felt at your misfortunes is completely gone. All except for you, Chuckles. You're still sad.
That was weird.
I don't know why you guys thought that was so funny.
Torbeck thought he heard Gideon's laughter and joined in.
Something about the laughter being broadcast over those speakers was hilarious. It was intoxicating.
Torbeck misses Gideon.
Just right fucking here to go to the fun house. What are we doing wasting our time here? Get out of the way, kid. And I like knock some kid out of the way. And I'm gonna start power walking towards the fun house.
You don't have to go very far. The funhouse is one of the centerpieces of Cirque du Jolly. You see that there are flashing lights that direct you towards it. It's this beautiful facade, which, Chuckles, you immediately recognize is Jolly's face blown up much larger. You see the black and pink makeup, her jester headdress, and that her mouth is open wide to let people into the funhouse.
Oh my God!
Chuckles, is this an image of your ex-wife?
Oh God! Oh, it's the worst thing I've ever seen. Oh!
All right, well, why don't you go in first?
Oh
no! Oh no what?
Oh!
He's not done yet. Keep going.
It's something specific? A specific?
Oh no!
Oh just?
Oh no!
Chuckles, we have to go in.
Oh gosh!
Chuckles, we have to go.
This is really bad.
Chuckles.
Oh no, this is the worst.
Chuckles, we're gonna.
Oh no!
We have to go inside.
Oh gosh!
Chuckles, come on.
I would like to attempt to shove Chuckles into the opening.
You don't even need to roll for it. You shoved You all make your way into Jollyland, the fun house at Cirque du Jolly, and immediately are overwhelmed with dizziness as you find yourself spilling out into what is very clearly a hall of mirrors. Mirrors everywhere that you look. There are hundreds of you behind yourself. You get so confused at one point, you're not even sure if you are you or the mirror is you. And then as you begin to look around, the dizziness sets in even more as you see all of your friends, hundreds of them, being reflected back at you. It becomes so overwhelming that I need you all to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. I got a 2.
14?
Okay.
12.
17?
Oh.
Cremmy, you are able to get your bearings about you. As you look around, you have seen these, you have seen the three of them do weird shit all the time. This does not shock you as they run around screaming, being scared of themselves and scared of each other. And you're able to calm yourself down and watch this from afar, sussing out which ones are the mirrors and which ones are not. The three of you, however, get incredibly confused. I need you each to roll a d4 for me, please.
A D4? Oh no, that's the wrong set.
4.
I also got a 4. Should I reroll?
Reroll, please.
I got a 1. Reroll if you get a 1.
3.
Perfect. Frost, you look around and you are staring at these images of yourself over and over and over replicated. Then you turn and you see Chuckles, and then you see Chuckles reflected over and over and over again. And as your mind starts to melt in this space, you look down and you realize you are become Chuckles.
Oh!
Please give me Frost.
What's
Please give me Frost.
happened?
Give me Frost.
Chuckles, you hear yourself scream out, and you become even more confused as you look around and you got a 1, you said?
Yeah.
You look around and you are met with nothing but the gigantic form of a bugbear. As you see Torbeck reflected back at you over and over and over again, and you realize You are become Torbeck.
That means I got the easy one.
Torbeck is the worst one!
Torbeck, here, Torbeck is the worst one, and you feel sadness overcome you for a second. But then you see Frost in front of you. You rush to Frost to gain some sort of comfort, and then you see another Frost, and then another Frost, and then another Frost, and you are just overwhelmed with frost everywhere, and then you realize you are become Frost.
Yes, and that sadness is just another day that ends in wine.
Cremmy, you are looking on at this, and you realize that this room is actually very small. There are only about 8 mirrors on the wall. And it's actually not that disorienting. And they are all standing in the very center of what is clearly a circular room. There are no extra hallways, though they think there are, as they are running around now pretending to be each other.
Yes, of course. Well,
Fellas, what the fuck?
Torbeck is still furry, but smells much better, and is enjoying this, and is not sure that Torbeck ever wants to become Torbeck again.
Wait a minute, Torbeck is unclear of the prompt. Does Torbeck think Torbeck is Torbeck? Or did Torbeck actually become Torbeck?
You all look like yourselves. You just think that you are the other person.
So does Cremmy see anything happen?
You are watching Torbeck pretend to be Frost.
Yes, Torbeck is very sure that Torbeck would continue to speak in Torbeck cadence, but only sound like Frost. Get with the times, Chuckles.
Oh, so then I shouldn't be using I and me.
Torbeck is very certain that that is correct.
Oh, man. I feel like I'm Torbeck, but I don't even... I look down.
Why are you talking like Frost?
Dang it,
We're all doing
Kirsten.
this. Oh, look at me, I'm Frost. Let's all be Frost.
What a terrible vein.
I can read your mind.
I
think to become a clown.
What the fuck?
Mr. Cremmy, why are you looking at us strangely? We need to continue through this funhouse and find Jolly, and then turn over trick Jolly into giving us Gideon, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Goodness! Is there a way through these mirrors? Is there a secret path?
Torbeck is very dismayed to find out that the entirety of his character can be boiled down to a single noise.
Torbeck has become slightly less marketable, but still incredibly highly marketable.
Fellas, will you quit it the fuck out? Can you help me? There's only 8 mirrors. Let's just break them all.
Well, if Torbeck has the intellect of Frost, then Torbeck should be able to solve this puzzle no problem. Ow! That hurt. Torbeck is not sure where we're going to go next.
Did I miss the memo? Fucking quit it. Just Torbeck, just beat Torbeck and break the fucking mirrors.
There is nothing to quit. Torbeck is a Tamaxi now and has incredible intel. He's the smartest Torbeck has ever been.
Is that why you're touching your index finger and your middle finger to your forehead again and again?
Torbeck has to be honest. Andy cannot do the voice without doing this to his forehead.
I mean, that's fair.
Torbeck doesn't think it works like that.
At least you can do the voice at all.
Torbeck thinks you're doing.
Frost.
Torbeck thinks you're doing a tremendous job and a commendable job, Franz.
Oh, thank you.
It's not bad. It could be a lot worse.
It could be better, though. I mean, let's be honest.
Well, I mean, all of this could be better. We all could be doing better.
I would like to go to the mirrors and start looking and pressing against them to see if there's some kind of a...
Roll an investigation check.
Do I have abilities in D&D?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Natural 1.
You make your way. You heard Cremmy say that there are only 8 mirrors, but you see hundreds of mirrors and hundreds of Chuckles and hundreds of Torbecks and hundreds of Cremmys, and you are confused and overwhelmed as you run into one mirror and the other. Cremmy, you watch as Frost, as Chuckles, runs into all 8 mirrors, one right after the other, just running in a circle. And you were easily able to see, without an investigation check necessary, that there is one mirror that is very clearly a doorway.
Everyone stand back. Torbeck will handle this. Torbeck positions himself in front of one of the mirrors and says, Torbeck is preparing to use his incredible mind powers.
All right, go on. You got this, Torbeck. Don't hurt yourself. Don't hurt yourself now.
Torbeck thinks he popped a vessel.
Torbeck, I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Oh no.
Oh no. Chuckles thinks that Torbeck has been watching too many episodes of Dungeons and Dragons Ball Z.
That's very funny. Torbeck got an 11 for a Constitution saving.
You watch as a vein in Torbeck's head throbs and throbs as he does this. And then just as he finishes screaming, you watch as his eyes become bloodshot. You've popped a blood vessel, and you now have a throbbing headache.
I thought something else was going to happen.
Yeah, me too. Chuckles too.
Something is severely wrong with
What?
Torbeck. Torbeck needs medical attention.
Oh my
What's
God.
that smell?
Oh my God.
Does anyone else smell burnt toast?
Torbeck, are you okay?
That's not how psionics work. That's not how psionics work at all.
Thank you for asking, Mr. Kremmy. You've never showed a shred of interest in Torbeck ever.
What do you mean, Torbeck? What about that time that I made you that whiskey sour and asked you to go up the Ferris wheel to great personal peril to give it an old fix?
Yes, Torbeck is sure that the whiskey sour had glass in it, which he enjoyed, and then he fell off the Ferris wheel. Yes.
But you lived, didn't you?
Torbeck is still here talking, so yes, that must be true.
Oh, look, Torbeck, you did it. Your mind powers. And I just take my cane and the mirror that he was looking at, I just break it really quick. Look,
wow.
Torbeck.
Torbeck was successful.
Wow, good job, buddy. You did it.
Chuckles think Torbeck did a good job. Fire, good.
Is there a door behind the broken mirror?
Yeah, you imagine that you could have just swung it open, but
Well, it's
breaking
broken
it
now.
had a very similar effect, and you can now step through the frame of the mirror and walk down a darkened tunnel.
You know, it's bad luck to destroy mirrors. I always wanted to be a mirror maker. It's something I could see myself doing.
Hey, that was pretty good.
That wasn't bad, actually. Wow, I'm impressed.
That was good. Stop stealing Chuckles' material. Chuckles is gonna say that joke.
I'm the clown now.
Chuckles walking through now.
All right, fellas, through the men. Let's go. Come on. Let's go.
The moment you step into the next room, you immediately feel yourselves become dizzy, but you no longer see the mirrors and the reflections reflected back at you. And it takes but a minute for you to get your wits about yourselves, and you realize that you had begun to go mad, but you are now feeling yourselves back in your right body.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm back to my normal, completely sane and coherent self. Thank goodness.
Chuckles, the urge to drink whiskey sours was so powerful.
Oh.
Is that all the time?
Even that brief moment in Frost's shoes has led Torbeck to believe that for the next campaign, he should pick a less stressful voice.
You're damn right in my shoes.
Well, do you wish to have this power of whiskey sours, Frost?
I'm not sure. What benefits does it provide?
Have you ever heard the tragedy of Darth Honkus the Wise?
No, I don't believe you've shared that tale.
It is a story the psionics will not tell you.
Oh, psionics, you say? I'd be interested in learning more.
Well, we don't have enough time in this one shot.
Oh yeah, we only have an hour and 20 minutes.
And 30 seconds. And 28, 27, 26.
25.
Guys, what the fuck was that?
Oh,
Can somebody explain this?
No, Torbeck isn't sure. Torbeck proceeded forward and then saw lots of frost in the mirror, frost and frost and frost. And then suddenly Torbeck was Frost, and now Torbeck has a pounding headache.
Yes, there was a magical aura or effect or enchantment in that room that made me think I was Chuckles, Crummy.
Wait, hold on. Are you sure it was magic? I think the reason they're having fun at this carnival is because of drugs.
Drugs?
Oh! Yeah, y'all must have been drugged.
Torbeck doesn't remember taking any drugs.
Well, those tickets were kind of sticky and
Wait
wet,
a minute.
weren't they?
It could have been the tickets.
Are you saying that they drugged us without our consent?
That's exactly right, Chuckles.
Or perhaps the cards that we got from the fortune teller. Those could have been laced.
Well, gosh, thanks. Drugs are expensive.
That's true.
That's real nice of these. Man, why are they so much better than our carnival?
Torbeck can barely do math, but now he sees what Mr. Cremmy is saying. There's no way that this adds up to be profitable.
Exactly.
No one can just give away drugs.
How do they have the cash flow? There's just no way.
Something is up. Torbeck is convinced.
All right, let's proceed.
You continue down this hallway, and you eventually come to a large circular room. The walls gleam like that of a bubble. You step in, and it feels almost bouncy-like, effervescent even, as you feel yourself in this space. It is quiet. As you turn around to leave, you realize that the entrance that you came in through is no longer there. You press your hands up against the walls and it gives a little bit. And as you try and look out, you see that it looks like there's almost a sea of stars outside of this room. You feel like you're almost floating in this space.
Whoa.
And then bubbles begin to pour into the room. Some large, some small, filling this room. You look around even more and you see at the very top, in lights, the words bubble trouble.
My God.
This is beautiful.
It's full of stars. And bubbles.
Whoa, and they're also, from the noises I hear, I think they're also airing a trailer for the Fast and the Furious 27. Wow.
Family.
It's a double feature.
This is so nice. It almost distracts Torbeck from the little bit of blood coming out of his eye and the fact that he can't remember his own middle name.
At least you can still see out of both of your eyes.
Torbeck, can I take a quick look?
To where?
Just at you.
Okay.
Real quick. Oh, God. Can you sign this?
Sure.
Just a simple waiver. Yep. Just to hold me not responsible for anything that happens on the job. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I'll make sure your next of kin is very well taken care of, Torbeck.
Torbeck's not sure what that means or if he has any kin.
Well, there's the cardboard cutout in the dumpster, right?
You mean Clementine?
Yeah, Clementine.
She's not a cardboard cutout. She's Torbeck's wife.
You married too?
Yeah, from a certain point of view.
Am I the only unmarried man here?
Yeah, don't get married, Frosty, or you'll end up like us. Your spirit's crushed, your ambition gone, miserable.
I always felt like if I met the right person.
As you monologue for the 15th time about the woes and trials of marriage, you open your mouth and you breathe in one of these bubbles. It pops against your tongue and it tastes like cotton candy.
Oh.
It's spectacular.
Oh.
And then your mind begins to change. I need you to roll a d20 for me, please.
17.
Pretty good.
More
17.
For sure.
You
love
the taste of this bubble. There's only one thing in the world that would be more delicious. Human bones.
Fellas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyone feeling a little peckish?
You're changing the subject very abruptly. We were just talking about marriage and its woes.
Yeah, talking about my crippling fears always makes me a little hungry.
I could eat.
Yeah, Torbeck could eat too.
We did skip breakfast.
And what are you thinking?
I feel like we gotta find some humans.
What?
Okay, what does that have to do with anything?
Oh, it's a surprise.
Chuckles is a mystery, Mr.
It's a surprise, fellas.
A surprise that the humans will be giving us food or bringing something?
From a certain point of view.
I mean, I think we saw some humans out in the carnival, Chuckles. I mean, I don't get what they have anything to do with anything.
I looked to see if there are any human children.
Roll an investigation check.
Oh, pretty good.
That fortune teller made me so angry. I'm so glad to be in this fun house.
Investigation is a 17.
You look around and you're in a bubble-like sphere. There are clearly no children here. But in the carnival proper, there were hundreds of children. But not just children, their parents too. Maybe even their cousins. Humans and their plethora of bones, all in one place.
Did it look like there were any, perhaps, rent-a-cops?
None that you could see.
Their bones are unguarded!
What? What are you saying, Chuckles?
Their bones! I'm giving up the plot. I gotta eat their bones. I gotta eat some freaking bones.
What?
Are you saying bones or scones?
Stop this, Mr. Kremmy, stop this!
Human bones.
Chuckles, we're stuck in this room. There's nothing...
As you begin exclaiming and screaming the words "what," a bubble lands on your tongue and pops. That delicious taste of cotton candy is not nearly as good as the licorice, but it's nice.
Yeah.
I need you to roll a d20 for me, please.
Okay. Okay. An 11. Very mediocre.
That is very mediocre. Quite sad. Your intelligence drops to 4.
To be fair, it didn't go that far.
Frost, Kremmy, you are listening to Chuckles exclaim about the bones, and you realize that you have to find a way out of this space.
Grammy, we have to find a way out of this space.
We gotta Frost, get me the fuck out of here, please.
I'm gonna look around, but they're changing behavior. I'm worried that they might come for us next.
Chuckles, you feel the same way. You have to get out of here. You can't consume bones while you're stuck in this bubble. The bones are all outside. You have to get out to get the bones.
I gotta get those bones out there. I'm out of here, fellas. I'm out of here. I never liked Gideon anyway.
No, wait, Tollback, get him, restrain him.
You begin to run in place, and like a hamster in a wheel, the bubble begins to spin as it is tossing and turning you inside of this buoyant sphere. Frost, you slip and fall. You go to wipe the pigeon crap out of your eye. It still stings, and as you do, one of the bubbles pops, and it just exacerbates the pain, because though it may taste like cotton candy, it's soap, it's bubbles, and that hurts. I need you to roll d20 for me, please. Thank you.
How do you do that? That's so good.
I also got 17.
Okay, well that's great because each number has 2 different things that it could be.
What?
A 17 is also a 3, and a 3 is also a 17, and 17 means your legs fuse together at the knees.
Yeah!
My legs! My fucking legs!
Yeah! He said the thing. I mean, oh
What's
my God,
happened to my
Frost.
legs?
Are you okay?
No, look what's happened.
Oh, what's happened to your legs?
They fused together.
You do see what's happening because Chuckles does not stop running.
God.
Like a hamster in a hamster wheel, he runs and runs and runs. The bubble spins and spins. Frost's legs are completely fused together as he's thrown this way and that throughout the bubble. He can't, there's nothing he can do as he's just thrown against the sides of the walls.
Oh, I can't. I need them. Oh, guys, I just realized. Frost, stop being dramatic. I just realized. I was once human.
You are human.
Torbeck, I need an assistant.
Funny clown man.
Okay, remember when I taught you how to tie a tourniquet?
Yeah,
Here you go. Here's a tourniquet.
Who's
Okay.
Torbank?
Okay. Here, remember when I taught you how to tie a tourniquet?
Torbeck, tire.
Okay. Okay, remember when I taught you how to use the bone saw? Okay. Tie the... No. No. No, Torbeck. No. Remember, what did I teach you? No.
Torbeck, tire.
Okay, I'll do it myself.
Frost, your fucking legs. What happened to your fucking legs?
Grammy, I don't know what to tell you. My fucking legs are fused together. I have nothing. I can't fix this problem. I'm stuck in place here.
No. It's gonna be
Remy,
okay.
you begin to speak to Frost. You are talking a mile a minute as you accidentally swallow a bubble whole. You don't even get to taste the soapy cotton candiness of it before you roll a d20 for me, please.
Oh no. 13.
13. Let me see. That could
Wow,
be
there's
a
so many
13.
convincing bubbles in here. Well done, the audience.
You cannot tell the truth. You love lying.
Frost, it's gonna be okay. It's not gonna be okay, Frost. I don't know how else to say this. I don't think we're...
Grammy, I need your support here. Can you help me up?
Well, I can get you help if you sign this real quick here.
I've read that waiver. I'm not signing that.
Which one is Frost?
Torbeck, I'm Frost.
Oh no.
Are you okay?
Maybe.
Torbeck, you're acting very strangely.
Okay, I'm gonna have some bubbles to marinate this arm. Oh, I'm gonna eat these bones. Okay, I need to saw my arm off.
Grammy,
Are you all ready for this?
Chuckles is gonna saw his own arm off and eat it if we don't do it
hold
something
on,
soon.
Chuckles, before you do that, sign this, please. Please. I need it for reasons.
Let me take a look at that. I'm very hungry, but...
Cremmy, you can't tell the truth. So though you do need that for reasons, you can't tell him that.
I need this because if you sign this, I will give you 3 million gold pieces. Go on.
3 million gold pieces?
3 million gold pieces.
Hot damn! I won't even look at it. 3 million gold pieces, please. I'll celebrate with a little bit of a bubble.
Roll a d20 for me, please.
Oh, jeez.
Natural fucking 20.
Gotta give it up.
You are tying the tourniquet around your arm. You have the saw in one hand. You have the ink stains on your hand from the other where you've just signed
the bone saw,
potentially
guys.
your life away to Cremmy for 100 million gold pieces. As you feel a weight appear in your pocket for a second, you...
Oh, I pooped myself.
Chuckles, what?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
No!
You do worry that you pooped yourself, but you realize that it's in the pocket towards the front of your pants, not the back. And you reach into your pocket and you find what feels like a deck of playing cards.
Oh.
As you pull them out, you have heard of this before. How this got in your pocket, you have no idea. It appears to be a complete set of a deck of many things.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Funny clown man, keep making dinner.
Torbeck, come here, good lad.
Torbeck, you lick the bubbles off of Chuckles' tourniqueted arm, and I need you to roll a d20 for me, please.
Oh!
I thought you were actually going to do it.
17.
17, which can also be a 3. So your legs aren't going to fuse together. Instead, well, we already got both of those. Roll it again.
Okay. Yeah,
Roll it again.
Give me 12.
12.
Well,
One more than last time.
that might be very difficult for you, and I kind of like, you know what? Your hands shrink and become incredibly tiny.
You beckoned me over, so Torbeck doesn't. He's -3 to his intelligence. He
Young
probably doesn't
Torbeck.
even notice that his hands have done this.
No, probably not.
Yes, clown man.
I want to do a little experiment.
Okay, what is it?
Draweth from my deck, child.
Sure. And with a tiny hand, I pull a single card from the top of the deck.
Sorry, I forgot to.
No,
pull
that's
up
okay.
this, so, I need you to roll a d20 for me. Your
Okay.
tiny hand. You notice that as Torbeck reaches out, at the tip of his very elongated arms, Chuckles, you see the tiniest of Torbeck hands you've ever seen. How they got this small, you can't possibly figure out. As he reaches out, and the card dwarfs the palm of his hand as he pulls it away and looks at the card that he's drawn.
5.
That's not ominous.
You don't know how to read.
That's true.
And that's unfortunate, but you do like pictures.
Oh, pretty picture.
And pretty girl pretty, but it's not even just one pretty girl. There are 3 pretty girls on this card. One of them holds a spool, the other one stretches a string, a taut, and then the third one holds a pair of beautiful golden shears.
This is lovely.
Torbeck, what is that?
Pretty card.
Do I know what this is?
Are you looking at it?
Yeah.
I would have showed it to
Roll
him.
an
Yeah.
intelligence check to see if you would know what this card is.
I'm holding the card with my incredibly
Whoa,
tiny
why do you get to draw 3 hot chicks? Give it here!
I got an
I'll draw
8.
a card.
What did you get?
8.
Oh, an 8. You've heard tell of the deck of many things. I would say even with an 8, you would know that that's what this is. What you can read on the card is the word fate, but what it does, you have no idea. You do see that, you know that legend tells of how things can go awry with this deck, but Torbeck, with his tiny hands and his lack of intelligence, still seems to be standing there in front of you. So things could be worse.
Torbeck, that's a mighty fine looking card you got there.
You can't have it.
Well, why not?
Because it's pretty and it's Torbeck's.
Oh, Torbeck, you like how pretty that card is?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, cards are kind of my whole thing. You know what I mean? Like, they're in my hat. I'm really good at shuffling, kind of in that weird, annoying way. You know, how when your friend's really good at, like, playing poker and like to show off about how good they are, like chip shuffling and bullshit like that. Yeah, that's sort of, you know, what I'm all about. So, how about this? You give over that card, you'll have my eternal love and affection. What do you think there, Torbeck?
That sounds like a pretty good deal. Could you throw in another pretty card?
Done. I pull a card off the top of the deck.
Chuckles, roll a d20 for me.
Oh, that's right. I rolled 2. 16. 1 6. Ah!
Oh,
My
this
fight or flight activated.
Yeah, this is so bad.
The home invader hit me with a baseball bat.
As you say this, Cremmy, you immediately feel time start to slow around you for a second. You notice this because of just your phenomenal perception. Frost, sure, you notice this too. As all of a sudden, the 3 of you are held in stasis.
My legs.
Chuckles, however, you watch as the people around you are completely held still. As the bubble around you begins to darken, an eerie darkness mixed with shades of purple, or shades of greens and blues. A spectral mist begins to fill this bubble as you pull the skull card. A dread wraith appears before you and looks towards you, swings his scythe in the air, and in a horribly skeletal voice, you hear the words, "You must challenge me."
Oh my God!
Die. I need to roll for initiative.
Wait. All of us are just Chuckles.
Just Chuckles.
Good
Chuckles
luck, brother.
has to
You're
challenge
alone,
this
man.
alone.
Can't help you on this one.
24.
You will be the DM that kills Chuckles, won't you?
Oh my God.
Okay, you get to go first. I need to try and find this stat block because I forgot.
I'm sure it's fine. I'm level 3.
Not only is it not fine, it's very not fine.
You know what? That's fine. This'll do. That'll do, pig.
Okay. Hey.
All right.
Power to you, Chuckles. Good luck.
The wraith towers over you in all of its spectral glory. You are, however, able to get a jump on it as you go.
Somehow.
It's your turn in combat.
Hey, boner boy. I'm on a grand adventure to maybe go on again with my ex-wife. Get out of my way, weirdo, creep. I am going to say, I am going to pull out a bike pump, and I'm going to say, why don't you pick on someone your own size? And I'll think, as I hope this doesn't last more than 4 hours. I'll have to call Dr. Bozo as I cast Enlarge on myself.
Okay.
I double in size.
That's gonna help.
How does that help?
I have literally no damage spells.
That's it. That's your whole.
That's the, and I bonus action. Oh, I can't do anything with my bonus action.
You can pull another card.
You picked a fight with someone with the deck of many things, idiot.
Roll it. Yep.
8.
8. Why did I give you a deck of many things? You draw the card, and if you were in any other situation than staring at the gigantic, even doubled in size, this wraith towers over you. It is 15 feet tall.
Whoa! Holy shit, look how big this guy is.
Yeah, the only thing that rivals it in height are the guards in the Autumn Court of the Feywild.
Wow, that's a deep cut, Nikki.
Very funny.
That's a throwback.
You stare up at
Very
this thing,
funny.
and at any other point in your life, this card that you just drew would be a blessing.
Yeah.
But here, it doesn't seem like it's gonna do you much good.
Oh gosh.
As you pull out the gem card, you gain your choice of 25 pieces of jewelry or 50 gems. This card indicates wealth.
Oh.
The jewelry is all gold set with gems, each piece worth 2,000 gold pieces. The gems, 1,000 gold pieces of value each.
Oh. He went to Jared.
And you pull out this card, and immediately your pockets are filled and overflowing with coin and gems and jewelry. You feel overburdened, laden with jewelry.
That'll help.
As this
What's your total HP there, Chuckles? How you feeling, buddy?
27.
as this wraith looks down at you and is going to attempt to hit you.
Hello, darkness.
I got a
my
natural
old
20.
friend.
No, I'm lying. I got a natural 1. I got a natural 1. I was thinking about the fact that this is the second natural 1 I rolled, and so if you wanted to come get the Hypno-Wolfen dice from us, maybe don't. I'm kidding. Do.
I rolled 2 natty 20s.
But I rolled a
2
natural 1,
natties.
not a natural 20.
Oh, wow, that would have been.
But this one might hit with a 15.
I'll say, hey, you Castlevania-looking mother clucker. And I'm gonna use silvery barbs. He has to roll again.
Wow. Oh, but I take the new one.
I hope this is a natural 20.
It's higher, so it's gonna be a 23.
Okay, that's fine.
You see as this creature opens its mouth and begins to drain the very soul from your body, doing 8 necrotic damage.
Oh, that's it, idiot.
Plus 12 necrotic damage.
God, Torbeck wishes
idiot.
that was me.
That's only 20.
Plus 2 necrotic damage.
That's only 22.
And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me.
Yeah,
And if
I'm
you
gonna
fail,
crush it.
you
No
die
problem.
instantly.
Oh, con.
actually pretty good.
That's actually fun. Well,
That's pretty good.
I'm level 3.
Okay, maybe it's not that good.
Are we witnessing this?
I think we're in stasis.
You are in stasis?
We're in total stasis.
16.
So you are watching it, but you cannot act, and that is only because we have 54 minutes left, and should you try and help, you will also get a wraith.
Well, I just bring it up because Torbeck is holding the Fates card, and he just said, I wish that was me. Just throwing it out there.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you.
Wait. Does it actually give me a wish?
So.
I don't know what the face card does.
Actually, give yourself 4 health back because I accidentally, I over damaged you.
Yeah, what an
you have
idiot.
4 more health.
Son of a gun.
But, what was your Constitution saving throw?
16.
That is enough. It is DC 15. So your hit points are not reduced. You feel your soul being sucked out of your body. You feel hell at the doorstep. You feel the want for wine and that it's nowhere to be found as all of a sudden you feel this pull behind your stomach as you're wrenched out of this moment. Torbeck, where Chuckles had been standing, you now see yourself staring up at this 15-foot tall wraith. The fate card in your hand crumbles to dust as you stare up at this thing.
I hate you, Richie.
I'm sorry.
What? Oh, no.
I need you to roll for initiative.
Yeah, and I also have still -3 in. Oh, that's actually, okay. Okay, my initiative is a 19. I got a 15 plus 4.
You are able to take your turn in combat, and since the wraith had just gone, you look up at this and you realize that your time has come. Death comes for all.
Oh, no! Ye old armies! Ye old Columbus, Ohio! And from the filthy sack at Torbeck's hip, he'll pull out 2 rusty shivs, just rusty pieces of metal, and attempt to attack the specter.
And you pull out from your pockets these shivs, but they're almost hard to find at first because you realize that your pockets are laden with gold and gems and coin. You truly have taken over Chuckles' space, and all of what he had is now on you, and in one of your hands you hold a full deck of many things.
Well, I'll make my first attack.
Yeah.
Does a 14 hit?
A 14 does hit. His AC is 14.
Oh.
Okay, well, this is a non-magical rusty piece of metal, so we'll see how that goes. 5 points of piercing damage.
You see that it does the numerical equivalent of 2 points of damage. And he doesn't even flinch as he takes the damage.
Unsurprised.
He just points a skeleton finger at you and goes, "We have the meat."
Torbeck is confused. He's scared. He's sad. But all he wants to do is look upon more beautiful card art, and he pulls a card from the deck of many.
Let's go.
This is a nightmare.
Let's go.
A 12, which I don't know if we got yet or not.
We haven't.
Okay, 12.
I don't know how this is gonna, you know what, we're just gonna let it ride. You don't find a card with beautiful women on it, but you find a card of what you wish were you. A tall, statuesque knight clad in beautiful, pristine, filigreed armor. And you look at this and you think to yourself, I wish that were me. And though it can't be, you are just Torbeck. Next to you appears that very same knight.
Let's go.
A knight clad in armor looks towards you and salutes to you as you hear the words, "My lord, my liege, Torbeck, I, Sir Flanagan, am at your service, and together we shall vanquish this foul beast." And he draws his sword and charges towards the wraith. Because this knight is part of you, another wraith does not appear. And the two of you go toe-to-toe against this wraith. I'm going to have him, it's still your turn. He rolled a natural 2, so he misses as he swings wide. This wraith, his billowy cloak, swaying in the wind of this bubble that you're in, hiding his frail body. The knight thinks he's much larger than he is, not realizing how tiny he is beneath his garb. He lunges forward and misses.
Seeing this happen, Torbeck is absolutely dumbfounded. He's not even sure that the knight is addressing him. So instead, he's like, and I'll pull another card.
Roll a d20.
7.
Oh.
7.
Lucky 7. Maybe.
You look down at this card, and you are not very smart. And now you're not very strong either. But you do recognize that looks a lot like Chuckles, the fool. Stares back at you as you lose 10,000 experience points. And you must draw again immediately.
Okay, so I'm going to set my level to 1, I guess, and I'll roll again here. Or -1.
Yeah, you were level 1.
I'm just 6.
Oh my God.
I'm level 0 now.
Poor Torbeck.
Oh.
What do you mean, oh no?
Roll better, Andy.
Can you roll a d4 for me, please?
Yeah.
Surely it's another wish card.
I wish to undo 2.
You are stupid.
Yeah. Thank you for stating the obvious, Nikki.
You are weak,
Yeah.
powerless.
I have a knight.
But that knight wants nothing to do with you as far as you're concerned.
That's true.
And there's a wraith in front of you.
Yeah.
You're angry. You're overwhelmed with anger and hatred.
Yeah, this sucks!
But not at that wraith, and definitely not at that knight. There is one person, and only one person, that has gotten you into this, and that is Cremy LaCroix. If it were not for Carnival LaCroix, you never would have been here. You never would have met your fate to die at ye old Arby's in ye old Columbus, Ohio. This wraith would not be here to get your meats if it were not for Cremy LaCroix. You hate him with every fiber of your being, and you will do everything in your power to destroy him.
You're speaking a lot of sense right now.
However, it is the wraith's turn in combat.
Yeah.
And the wraith does still hate you.
And I have 12 HP.
So it's going to make its attacks. Does a 19 hit?
Oh, just hits.
Beautiful. It is going to make. Oh, I have to. Yeah. 13. The wraith slashes at you.
Torbeck, are you okay?
No, and that is very similar to what happens. The wraith slashes at you once, and you fall over like a paper doll.
Yeah, wet toilet
Your
paper.
body blowing in the wind. The knight immediately looks towards you. No, sire, I was here to... As he turns into dust and disappears into nothingness. The wraith looks around the bubble, seeing that the soul he intended to claim is his, just as he wanted to. I've got the means. As he too fades into nothingness. The three of you snap out of stasis. You are looking at Torbeck, dead on the ground in front of you. His blood is spilling out over a pool of gems and jewelry and gold. The deck of many things scattered all about the floor of this bubble.
Oh no, what a terrible tragedy. Oh, he was my best employee.
Torbeck?
No, he's just joking around.
Torbeck, quit joking around.
Torbeck
Chuckles.
loves pranks.
I think he's
A
gone.
death saving
Chuckles.
throw, please.
15.
All right.
Oh, wait, is he not dead?
No.
I'm unconscious.
No, he's
Oh.
unconscious.
Oh no, there's only one way to heal him.
Oh, he's not dead?
I don't think so.
Oh, thank God. I try to collect the
I
gems
will use my healing potion. It's gonna be an airplane bottle of Sailor cherries. Torbeck! And I use healing touch, or cure wounds.
I'd like to reach down and grab the deck.
You do.
Strange, though, there would be so much chaos caused from so small a thing.
That's most of my hit points.
Torbeck, are you all right? What happened?
Oh, thank the gods.
No, Torbeck is not okay. There was a spooky ghost.
Oh yeah! Yeah, that spooky ghost attacked me and suddenly I was saved. Torbeck, my hero. You look like shit.
It was the ghost. The ghost from the ticket, the fortune.
Oh my gosh. Did we get teleported to ye old Arby's? In ye old Columbus, Ohio?
It is literally the only explanation.
There's only one way to make things right.
Roll a d20.
Oh, we already rolled 7. 18. 18.
The sun shines down in this bubble. You see a beautiful prism of rainbow light as it hits the edge of the bubble and bounces off all around you. You are nearly swallowed by this beautiful radiant light of the sun as you pull the sun card. Gained beneficial medium wondrous item and 50,000 experience.
Whoa.
I'm
that's
just
bullshit.
gonna give you a broom of flying.
Oh my God, guys.
Oh.
I'm fucking yoked.
Oh.
What just happened?
God.
I'm finally as fit and tall as I say on my dating profile.
How the hell did you do that, Chuckles?
Come on, let's beat up my ex-wife. I try to kick the door open.
There's no door.
I kick the wall. Let's get the hell out of here.
We don't know how to get out.
Roll an
Chuckles.
attack.
Oh.
At disadvantage because you're using your blunt foot.
It's a 8.
You kick at the wall and your foot bounces off the sides of the bubble. The force of the kick was quite a lot and you fly backwards onto your ass.
Oh! Does anyone who actually knows how D&D works knows how much 50,000 experience points is?
Yes, we all need to know.
Level 9.
Level 9?
Wow.
Oh my God.
We're not gonna fact check it, we're just taking it.
I'm going up to level 9.
Yeah, that's very funny, but we already got
don't
9. Good try.
think
I like that. I like
so.
that. Good effort.
Oh, wow, Chuck.
There has to be some solution to getting out of here. People have to progress through this funhouse. There has to be some novel way. If we could only deduce the solution by thinking about it and perhaps rolling an intelligence check.
Roll an intelligence check.
Whoa.
14.
You are smart in comparison to your companions, and you think about the situation that you're in, and that bubbles can be popped. You have cat's claws. This is very easy for you, you hope. Roll an attack at advantage because you're using a sharp object.
An attack?
Yep.
That's exciting.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Give me some 19 on that.
It is easy. Your claw pierces through the soapy form of the bubble, and just as quickly as you touch it, the bubble around you pops. The light of the sun card is still
I feel like
shining.
I'm playing
before
Minecraft right now.
The light of the sun card is still shining in this space, refracting rainbows all over for just a moment before it bursts into sunlight and disappears. In the same moment that this bubble explodes around you and you all begin to fall, not quickly, but slowly.
Oh.
As if there is some sort of air being blown up from the ground, and you slowly fall and drift on the wind. And eventually, you find yourselves in what appears to be a wooden structure. You hear creaking sounds for a moment, and then 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights flash on, and you see in front of you a large tunnel with an archway in the shape of a heart in front of you, and you realize you are in a wooden swan headed into the tunnel of love.
Oh. How romantic.
Hey, hey, Chuckles.
Yeah, Crimmy.
You been working out?
As
You
a
look
matter
good.
of fact, I have.
How'd you get such impressive gains so fast?
Oh, I drew a card off of this little bad boy. First one is free.
Don't do it. It could spell fortune, sure, but it is filled with catastrophe. You saw what happened to Torbeck.
So what you're saying is you got some help, right?
Oh,
I'm
yeah?
not jealous or anything. I mean,
Yeah,
at
I
all.
did.
All it takes is just one.
Just one draw pull.
Don't do it,
God,
Grimmy.
Michael.
You're flirting
Just
with
one.
danger. Terrible danger.
25
Your
pounds of
life
muscle in 30
could be in
seconds?
jeopardy.
Just one.
Grimmy,
Oh, all right.
Look,
Roll a d20 for me.
you're not listening to reason,
look at
Grimmy.
me.
My games!
Look at me and look at Torbeck.
16. Oh, fuck. 16.
That card is no longer in there, so I need you to roll a,
18.
roll again. 18. That card is also no longer.
Yeah, we already drew
We
that
just
one.
got that one.
We did 7. 2.
Ah, yes, the explode kidneys one.
Roll a d4 for me, please.
3.
You see who is number 3. You look at Frost. Frost. That's not Frost. His hands are on backwards, where his thumb should be. They're on the opposite side. That's a Rakshasa. You need to defeat this horrible creature, and if you do, you will gain power far greater than you ever could have imagined. I need you to roll for initiative.
Oh, my God.
Myself as well?
Yep. Well,
He's a
yeah,
fucking
we're
demon.
gonna
Get
say
him.
that.
Oh, I lose. I got a 6.
15.
You watch as Kremi rushes towards you. You hear him yell this out at you.
Grimmy, what are you doing? Grimmy?
I'm sorry, Frost. It always had to be this way, and I will use my form of dread. You'll hear ominous jazz
Oh.
playing.
Bum, 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 bum. Would sound out in the space if Frost had not attempted to hold your person. I need you to roll a save, whatever it is.
Yes, it's a DC 15 whiz.
I'm
That
pushing
stands
in
for
that.
wisdom.
Oh.
I didn't just say whiz for no reason.
I fail.
Grimmy? Well, you drew
Yeah,
a card
skip
and
him.
you started to attack me. I don't understand.
You rusty shit. Stab him.
Grimmy,
Stab Frost, quick.
I'm gonna have to take
Without
that card
hesitation,
from
I
you.
stab Frost.
Okay.
Good boy.
Roll to attack. Roll at advantage because this is a sneak attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
And are you an assassination room?
I regret to inform everyone that Torbeck lost his subclass.
Oh, no.
Natural 20! It still does pitiful amounts of damage. That's gonna be 5 plus 4 is 9 points of rusty piercing damage.
Ow! Torbeck, why? Ow!
Roll to your
Mr. Krabby
concentration.
told Torbeck to.
9.
Yep.
9 damage.
I succeed the Constitution saving throw and maintain
You are
concentration
able to
on holding.
continue to hold on to Kremi.
Torbeck, I'm not evil. I'm trying to stop Grimmy from attacking me.
Oh, Kremi.
Chuckles.
Kremi.
Take the shot.
Kremi.
Take the shot.
You're not you when you're hungry. Here, have a Snickers as I cast Modify Memory on you.
Ooh. See, no damage spells, but still, good stuff.
How does that work?
I don't know.
I believe you're gonna make some sort of save.
Wisdom saving throw. and I want him to forget that he drew a card.
It's okay, folks.
I
We're
fail.
professionals.
Okay. How are you modifying the memory?
I am modifying his memory to make sure that whatever kind of bloodlust, or he doesn't remember drawing the card, he doesn't remember that he hates Frost. I'm just modifying it so he wants to get on with the adventure because we have 34 minutes.
And 57 seconds.
Yeah, and that is what happens. But because the effect of the card was not completed, though your memory has changed, the card was still drawn, you lose a level.
You tricked me. I'll get you
However,
for this.
you see Frost where Frost is standing.
Remy, are we cool?
What do you mean? Why wouldn't we be cool?
Yeah, no, he's cool. Yeah, we're cool.
All
Shut
right.
the fuck up.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
No.
Shut the...
All right.
Oh, I don't even remember drawing the card. What the fuck
Oh,
happened?
Cremmy.
Starting to hear some
Oh, I'm
ominous
really
jazz,
hungover
you know?
all of a sudden.
Man, I can't believe I'm 6 levels higher than you.
Neither can I,
7
Chuckles.
levels higher than you.
Oh, no, that's totally fine. I'm cool with that.
And 8 levels higher than you.
That's unfortunate.
I got the magical might.
As we progress through this tunnel of love, I spot a hallway and I immediately go, oh, there's a restroom. Fantastic.
Yes, and you do. There was unfortunately a pervert en route to the bathroom, and Frost, in all of his excitement to find the bathroom, kills him by trampling him to death. But it's fine because the tunnel of love continues. You are, however, about halfway through this tunnel of love. You look around you, the music is relaxing, you feel a little bit
So pleasant.
sensual. It's nice, and I need you all to roll a charisma saving throw.
Oh, no.
Oh, charisma, that's where I'm a Viking at level 9.
Am I proficient in that?
I got a 14.
Oh, I'm level 2 now. Oh, shit, hold on. Drop a level.
Call me the Rizzler, because I got a 26.
I'm gonna roll for Frost.
Yeah.
And I rolled a natural 8, so he is gonna fail.
I got a 20.
And then I'll roll 4. Did either of you get 15 or less?
Me.
What did you get?
14.
I'll roll a d4 for me, please.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, well, you know, that's what happens when you're level 1. I got a 3.
Amazing.
Doesn't sound amazing.
You are... Chuckles, Crummy, you're not affected by this.
Yeah, not at
You've
all.
seen this a million times.
Level 9.
And Cremmy, quite frankly, your affections are elsewhere. Torbeck, on the other hand, you look towards Frost, and Frost looks towards you. As you both meet each other's gaze, you reach across the swan, hold on to each other's hands.
Oh, he's back. Damn it, I was going to play both parts.
Your hands no longer tiny.
Dormeg.
Perfectly Torbeck-sized, as both you and Frost stare into each other's eyes and fall madly in love.
What's that smell?
Hey, Frost.
Dorbeck, how are you?
Yeah, Torbeck's pretty good. You may notice that Torbeck's hands are Torbeck-sized again, and that's not the only thing that's Torbeck-sized.
Yeah, so I rolled for you, and so you failed, and
Frost
you
is
have
very
fallen in love with Torbeck.
confused.
My God, your smell is tangy.
Oh, God!
It's the natural bugbear musk.
For as long as I've known you, I've wished you would shampoo and condition, use soap products. But now I can see that you are beautiful the way that you are.
This is quite literally the first time this has ever happened to Torbeck. Torbeck's not sure what to think.
Dorbeck, look into my eyes. This is the tunnel of love. And just around that bend, there will be darkness. Are you reading my mind as I'm reading yours?
Torvek's brain is empty for everyone else but for us.
Let me take off my shoes.
And this continues as the tunnel of love fades to black. And 30 minutes passes before you make your way out of the tunnel.
Oh, again?
And
Oh, no.
and you find yourselves emerging into a beautiful pink light as the boat stops at what appears to be just a darkened walkway forward. You notice that there are signs that say, jolly good time, joy this way, hee hee ha ha, pointing in the only direction you can go.
Well, that
Literally shaped like a railroad, you see the tracks leading towards whatever room lies further ahead. As you all, two of you, more disheveled than the others, make your way out of the Swan and onto the platform. It has been a wild ride.
My robe's inside out.
Yeah.
Man.
This signs can't be right because all the jolly and joy is back that way.
They should really clean that tunnel of love. It smells like shit in here.
Hey, Chuckles, you have the info of that psychiatrist you mentioned earlier this session.
Wait, what?
Y'all good?
Is everyone okay? By the way, I feel like I need to mention now, I'm level 9.
Yes, you keep saying that.
I have 5th level spells.
You don't need to rub it in.
Oh, you guys are rubbing it in just 5 minutes ago.
You beat me to it.
Anyway, I can't wait, Cremy, for us to move forward and not turn me in and do one of your iconic Cremy scams on my horrible ex-wife.
Well, now that you're level 9, I mean, can't you just like magic it about it? Just solve our problem with a snap of the finger?
Cremy, you're right. I've been bullied my whole life. And I never had any courage. My pa Chuckles always said, Chuckles, you're a coward. And I've done this whole time, I'm trying to become a hero because I thought I needed courage. But now I realize who needs courage when I have a gun?
Chuckles, if we are able to rescue Gideon without having to exchange you, you are still a welcome part of this carnival.
It's not gonna come down to that. She'll never take me alive.
Chuckles, are you ready to use that thing?
Yeah.
All right, don't hesitate. The second you have a clean shot, take it.
I believe in you, Chuckles.
Okay.
Derek, why?
What the hell?
We proceed. We
That's
go
gross.
forward. Next scene.
You make your way down the railroad tracks, and it takes you, it's about a 10-minute walk as you are walking through this sign-laden hallway. It doesn't matter how low your intelligence is, there is no way.
Okay, keep it in game.
There is literally no way for you to not get to the right place in this situation. Because as you turn around, wanting to jump back into that swan boat and back into the tunnel of love, you see that where there had been a door, there is a door no longer.
Oh.
There's only one way to move, and that is forward.
I run up ahead. I say, hold on. Where we're going, we don't need railroads.
Okay.
But you do, and so you walk on this railroad.
Yeah,
And you make your way 10 minutes walk until you get to what looks to be a beautiful balcony. Red velvet tufted balcony seats, or theater seats, all pristine. You see the lanterns flickering on the walls, illuminating the space, and you can see that looking forward, this is very clearly a theater. And immediately, your eyes land on what is at the very center of this theater, of the stage, what is very clearly Gideon, attached to a spinning wheel, numbered into 8 different quadrants. He is shackled by both hands and both feet. The curtains are open, and you hear the sounds of carnival music. As all of a sudden the lights begin to flicker this way and that, Cremmy, you rush up towards the front of the balcony, and you are met with what appears to be a force field, some sort of magic barrier that prevents you from moving forward, as you see one long pink silken rope, silken ribbon descend from the ceiling. And on it, you begin to see what appears to be a bowling pin. No, wait, that's Jolly. As Jolly descends from the ceiling on this pink silken strand, her body enclosed in a super tight bodysuit, her jester hat jingling as she spins and spins and spins. That suit looks like it's barely holding her body inside of it as she makes her way down this, and you finally all realize why Chuckles got married in the old Las Vegas.
Wow.
As she spins and finally stops, hanging, hovering above Gideon, she lets out a laugh.
Oh my God, it's so good to have you here. Hi, honey. You never answer my sentence song.
Hey, Schnookums.
Even when I send you the peaches.
Oh, that's what that meant. I'm back.
Yeah.
I've come to rekindle what we once had.
Oh, that doesn't sound fun at all. I just want to take your life.
I'm doing what my therapist advised against, and I'm breaking no contact.
You see, honey, you made my life a living hell. So, I want to send you straight there. But that's...
To hell?
Yeah.
Gosh, that's a little... I thought you just said you wanted to do a little bit of smooching again.
Oh, God, you're awful in bed.
Whoa!
All right, you can take him now. We can leave. We'll just go. We can go.
Excuse me?
Yeah, excuse you. Anyway, this is going to be a lot of fun. It's you I want to talk to, Mr. LaCrue.
What?
You've got something I want, and I've got something you want. So I say we play a little game, and then you can take your honeykins, and I can have my honeykins. What do you say?
Before this goes any further, it's a little unclear, Chuckles. Is she single? And I volunteer as tribute.
Honey, I've had worse. And she looks at Chuckles.
Torbeck, you don't want her. She's a selfish lover. She demands more than 3 minutes. Can you believe that? Can you believe this?
God, you're lucky to get 30 seconds.
Whoa! Rounding up. You gotta round up. Hey, Schnookums, I know
Nobody's
that...
talking to you, Cremmy.
Look. Your letter didn't mention anything about a game. We had a
No,
deal.
I did look at my letter. You know the fine print.
Oh, fuck. Look, how about this? 2 for 1. Torbeck and Chuckles, and you let Gid go, and Frost and I'll be right on out of here. What do you think?
That's reasonable.
Oh, let me think. That sounds like it would be really terrible. You're gonna play my game.
Oh, God. What's the game?
So, this is how it's gonna go. I'm gonna spin the wheel, and you're gonna throw one of my blades at your husband. Now, the thing is, when the wheel's spinning like that, there's no way you control whether you're gonna hit the right spot, and should you hit Gideon 3 times, well, he's gonna be sleeping with the piggies tonight. But, should ya aim be true and you hit the manacles 4 times, he can walk out of here safe and sound.
And there's no other way? And I look at Chuckles and his fucking gun.
Hey, babe. I know we left off on a wrong foot, but think back to that wedding night in ye old Las Vegas. if this is gonna be my last night before I go to clown hell, couldn't we just have one last dance to the song we danced to on our wedding night?
What are you talking about? You did the chicken dance drunk for 4 hours while I sat there waiting for you to come back to the hotel room.
I know, it was so romantic. What if we do a new song? What if we renew our vows and have a new song and just one last dance?
Hey, Chucky baby.
Yeah,
What's
Jaybird.
What's my favorite flower? Oh, you know what? Let's make it even easier for you. What color are my eyes? And she puts her hand over her eyes.
Don't answer, it's a trap.
Your eyes, because I was always in my man cave watching Blade Runner 2049, was probably green.
Oh, tisk, tisk, I knew you wouldn't know. They're pink, you fool. And then just as
That's so
quickly as she
close.
says it, the wheel begins to spin. Gideon is completely unconscious. His head is lolling back and forth this way and that as the wheel begins to pick up speed. You hear the song begin to play, dun dun da 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 dun dun da da, as Jolly begins to spin and laugh and spin and laugh. And where next to you there had been nothing in the seat in front of you, you now see, seemingly out of nowhere, a large wooden box that is filled with metal knives, these strange daggers that kind of glow with a magix.
Mr. Kremmy, please. Torbeck can do this. Torbeck knows that Torbeck is level 1 and Torbeck is very low on intelligence, but Torbeck can do this. Look at this. Torbeck can do this. Please.
Are you sure, Torbeck?
Torbeck is sure.
You swear on everything.
On everything that Torbeck knows.
Which is a lot.
Would you sign on it?
Yes, Torbeck would. Torbeck wants to save Gideon.
Even if it means if you fail, you're banished to ye old Columbus, Ohio for eternity?
Yes, Torbeck has faced the Reaper. Torbeck is ready.
I'll wave my hand and a contract will appear in like a flash of like shadow floating in the air, and I'll give you a bone pen.
And with the steady hand, Torbeck will sign. And then with Torbeck's other hand, she reaches over and grabs a knife.
Oh no! You got this, Torbeck.
All right, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. The blade flies through the air. You expect it to hit this magical barrier that's in front of you, but you watch as it hits where you would expect it to bounce off, and the dagger illuminates with that same magic, a shimmer of pink, the same color that Jolly wears, as it sails through the barrier and heads straight towards the spinning wheel. I need you to roll a d8 for me, please.
4.
You watch as the blade flies through the air. It's almost as if everything becomes silent. The sound of Jolly laughing can't even be heard as you're focusing on the of the blade flying through the air. You could do the sound. Thank you. That sound happens, not what I did, that sound. And it embeds itself in Gideon's thigh. You watch as it embeds itself.
That is very violent. Oh my gosh. Oh no.
In what is very clearly a major artery. You see blood squirting everywhere.
Torbeck is shaking off the rust.
And spins.
Torbeck's just warming
up. No, there's gotta be some other way.
Torbeck, just another 6 inches to the right. 8 inches, 12. You would have hit him.
That looked like it was gonna hurt.
Torbeck throws another knife.
Even before Jolly's able to count, you throw another knife, roll a d8. Once again, it's almost as if time slows down as the dagger flies through the air towards Gideon.
This one for sure. Torbeck got an 8.
You got it.
The dagger flies through the air, and it is not even close to hitting the shackles. As it embeds itself in Gideon's side,
You watch, and
Okay.
even though
Okay.
in his sleepy
Okay.
state,
Okay. All right.
Gideon's body convulses, his blood spills all over the place. Jolly laughs
Everyone,
loudly, maniacally.
calm down. This looks bad. Torbeck knows this looks bad.
Torbeck, this is, are you sure that you have the capability of doing this?
Torbeck is less sure now than 2 knives ago.
Okay, Torbeck.
Yeah.
I believe in you. Heart of the cards, Torbeck. It's time to duel.
Okay. And I'll pull another card
Roll a
from the deck.
d20.
This will solve all of our problems.
12, which I think I already rolled.
You did, so another one.
6, which I think I already rolled.
You did, yes.
A natural 20. You can't make this up, folks. I mean,
I need you to roll a d4 for me, please, to see if it's
Come
the
on.
20, the 21, or the 22.
Come on.
1.
The Vizier. You pull out a card that reads the Vizier. You know the answer to your next dilemma. This card empowers you with one-time ability to call upon a source of wisdom to solve any single problem or answer fully any question upon the Vizier's request. Whether the information gained can be successfully acted upon is another question entirely. But I will say, for the sake of this, you imagine if you were to use this card right now, you would be able to know exactly how to throw these daggers to hit your goals.
Torbeck would like to make up for the first 2 daggers and try to save Gideon's life. Please, Vizier, show me the way.
The moment you say this, the Vizier card turns into golden dust. And
It's
as it
Akinator.
does, you see that where the golden dust had been are now these trails of dust that lead directly to the 4 different shackles. You see that one leads off to the side. You realize that if you keep throwing straight like this, you're going to miss it every time. But if you throw from the side, that one at the right timing would be able to hit. The same with the other. If you throw low, this one if you throw high, and this one has to be perfectly straight in the middle. You see this, and even though you're incredibly stupid and you're going to die at an Arby's, you feel that for the first time in your life, there is one thing that you can do right. And you all watch in horror as Torbeck picks up 4 daggers simultaneously.
I reach with my left hand first.
Heart of the
Then I
cards.
switch and I go with my right hand.
Yes, the right hand.
And with them in 2 in each hand, you watch as he closes his eyes, turns around, and throws over
what
his
the
shoulder.
fuck are you doing? Stop!
Heart of the cards!
Time slows down as you all scream and watch as the knives sail through the air. Torbeck, you don't even need to watch, you can hear with your keen senses you've been granted for moments. As you hear the clink, the clink, the clink, and the clink as all 4 of the manacles are shattered all at the same time. You hear the sound of Gideon's body fly off of this spinning wheel, off into the air, but you don't hear it hit anything. You don't see where it goes, because the moment that Gideon's body is removed from this wheel, all of the lights go out. There's nothing but silence. And then you hear, oh, you fools. You thought I was just gonna go ahead and hand him over? You think my carnival's a success because we're good at what we do? Absolutely not. Aside from this body, we got nothing else going on for us. But with Gideon's laughter and the amazing laughing gas it produces, we're gonna be millionaires. And you are just a pawn in my bigger game. Thanks, honey, for bringing your valuable friends my way. They can thank you because this is all your fault. And as she begins to laugh, you begin to hear another laugh fill the space. Gideon's laugh. It sounds hollow, dead, controlled, as all of you become overcome with laughter and joy. You can all roll a wisdom saving throw, DC 35.
Good joke.
I fail.
Oh, hey, I fail too.
I fail.
I get a 20. Is that? Oh, DC 35.
Yeah,
Shit.
no, it was 15 points off. As all of a sudden you are overcome with laughter as well, and not just Jolly's laughter and Gideon's empty, hollow laughter fills this space, but Chuckles' laughter, Frost's laughter, Torbeck's laughter, and Kremi's laughter. As all of you become part of Jolly's insane clown posse. And that is where we will end this session.
Give it up for Nikki, everybody.
Yeah, thank you, Nikki.
Give it up for the players, everybody.
And let's give it up for Andy, MC.
Yeah.
We are Legends of Avantris.
Let's give it up for Too Many Games.
Too Many Games.
Thank you, Too Many Games, for inviting us.
Thank you, all of you, for being here. You're the
Thank
best.
you.
Thank you for your support. This has been amazing. Please enjoy the rest of your convention. If you want to come see us, we'll be at our booth, which is in the very back of Hall B. We're doing some fan signings and stuff. Come hang out. We're giving away free dice and free pins. You can't beat it. Thanks for being here. We love you all. You're the best. Enjoy your convention.
Good night. Good night.
Have a good night.
Come on, Crusaders! It's cleanup time!